Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In this tutorial, we are going to build and deploy a full stack fitness tracker application step by step. In this full stack fitness tracking website, user can sign up and keep records of their fitness activity and food intake. They can also set and monitor their daily fitness goal. We will also add the AI feature to easily analyze the food intake by uploading their food image. So let's take a look at the project demo. Once you will open this application, you will see this login screen and you can also go to sign up page using this link. Now here we have to provide the username, email and password to create an account. So after adding the username, email and password, I'll click on this sign up. After login, it will open the onboarding screen where we have to provide our personal details like age, weight, height, right? So let me provide the details here. I'll provide the age, then we will provide the weight here. And after that, let's provide the height also, which is optional. Now click on continue. And after that, here we can choose the goal, like we can choose lose weight, maintain weight and gain muscle. So if I choose different option, here you can see the target is changing and we can also set the target manually. We can increase and decrease this value using this slider. So let me keep this one, maintain weight, and click on get started. So this is our daily targets. So after providing the onboarding data, this is our dashboard page where you can see the progress. So right now we have 0 calories consumed and 0 calories burned. And here we have the daily target limit, right? Now after that, here we have different pages like food where we can enter the details like what food we have taken. Then we have the activity page where we can enter the details of activity performed. And then we have this profile page where we can see the profile data, or we can also update it using this edit profile. It will display this form where we can update the profile details. And after that, in the right side, it will display the total number of food entries for today and total number of activities. And here we have the logout option also. And then we have this option light mode and dark mode. Let me just click here so you can see the entire application in the light mode. It looks like this. And if I click on dark mode, here we have the dark mode. Now let me log out and log in with another account where we have added the food entry also. Here I'll log in with different account. So now we are logged in and here you can see we have the calories consumed and calories burnt, and here we have the total activity minute, and here we have the total number of activities. After that, here we have the goal and here we have the today's summary, and then we have the graph also. If I go to food, you can see here we have the list of food items that we have taken today, and we can add a new entry also. We can simply click on this buttons. If I click on this snack and provide the food name, coffee, and provide the meal type. So let me choose breakfast. And after that, here we have to add the calories also. So let's add the calories and add entry. So you can see it is added here within this breakfast. So it will arrange the food items based on the meal type. After that, here we have the option to add the food entry manually. If I click on this one, here you can provide the food name, calories, and choose the meal type from this drop down and add the item. Or you can also add the food item using this button AI food snap. If I click here, it will open this window to upload any food image. So let me upload this one, which is pizza. And after that, it will analyze our image using AI. Here we are using the free API, that is Google Gemini API. So after image analysis, it will add the food name and calories. You can see it is added here. It will add the meal type based on the current time. So according to current time, it is added in the dinner, and here we have the food name and total calories. We can also delete any of the food entry using this delete icon. Now let's come here in the activity. So in this activity, we have to add the daily activities. So we have two options. we can simply click on any of this quick add button. If I click on this swimming, so it will provide the activity name, duration and calories burned. Simply click on this add activity, it will be added in the right side. You can see the swimming is added here. After that, here we have the option to add it manually. If I click on this add custom, here we have to provide the activity name manually, provide the activity name, duration and calories burned, then add this activity here. Now if I go to profile, here we have the total number of food entries for today and total number of activity. So this was our fitness tracking application for user. Now let me show you the admin panel also. So I'll open this admin panel that we have created using Strapi. So in this one you can manage the content. Here we have all activity logs, then food logs and all users in the admin panel. First, we will build the front end of our application using React and Tailwind CSS. Then we will build the backend server and admin panel using Strapi. It is a powerful open source headless CMS that lets you build API fast and manage content easily. After building the project, we will deploy it online for free using a Strapi Cloud. So before we start building this project, please help me to get 2000 likes and 500 comments on this video, and I will provide the source code for free in the description. I will recommend you to build this project and add the project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our fitness tracker application, first we'll create a project folder. So let's create a new folder and write the folder name fitness tracker. Now let's open this folder with VS Code. You can use any code editor. Now we have to create the front end using React. So let's open this terminal and select new terminal. And right now you can see we are in this folder called fitness tracker. So here let's add npm create Vite at latest. So it will create a React project using Vite. Now it is asking for the project name. So let me write the project name client, because we'll create the front end and back end. So we'll create the front end in the client folder and we'll create the backend in another folder like server or backend. So we have added the project name client, press enter. Now it is asking to choose the framework. So I'm going to choose React. After that it is asking to choose the variant. So we will choose TypeScript. Now simply press enter. It is asking install with npm and start now. So let's add yes, press enter. So it is installing the dependencies. And after installing the dependency, it will start the project also. So you can see our project is running at localhost :5173. So just open this URL. So now you can see this is the basic Vite plus React project which is successfully running in the web browser. Next we have to clear this project and we'll add our own title in this project. We will update the favicon icon also. Right. For that we will come back to the VS Code. So let me open this folder, that is client. In this one you will find we have this src. In this src we have app.tsx file. So let me just clear this file. I'll clear it and here we'll add RAFCE to create this component template. Right. Now we have this index.css file. So let's clear this one also. We will clear this file. And after that here we have app.css. So let's delete this app.css. It is deleted. And after that, let me open index.html file, and in this one you can see we have the text called client in this title. right? So I'm going to update the title from here. So in this title, I'll write Fit Track, your daily fitness tracker, right? Next, we have to update the favicon icon, which is here. So we have to insert our own icon, and we'll insert some images also, and we'll insert the dummy data. So let me just come back here, and you can see here we have a folder called assets. In this one, you will find the types folder where we have added the types. Then UI, here we have added some components, and after that we have the assets.ts file where we have added the dummy data. Then we have favicon.svg, then we have mock API.ts file where we have created the dummy or mock APIs, and here we have the additional CSS file which is style.css. So let me just copy everything from here. You will find this folder download link in the video description. So just download it and copy everything from this assets, and open our project, go to client, then src, and here we have the assets. So in this one, just paste everything like this. From here we can remove this react.svg, it is not required. And after that, let me just move this favicon.svg from here. So just remove this favicon.svg and paste it in this one. Let's come back, and you will find this public folder. So in this public folder, we will provide the favicon.svg, right? And here we have wheat.svg. So let's delete it, correct? Now let me add this favicon icon path in the file. So here we have the link rel icon, and here we'll provide href favicon.svg. After adding our favicon icon, we will save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the favicon icon and updated title, correct? Now we have to add Tailwind CSS and Google Fonts in our project. For that, we will search for Wheat plus Tailwind. Open this link, and here we have the steps to add Tailwind CSS in the Wheat project. So you can see the first step, we have to create a project using Wheat package. After that, we have to go to second step, install Tailwind CSS. So just copy this command and come back to the VS Code. Let's open the terminal again. So in this terminal, the project is running. So let's add Ctrl C, it will stop it, and here paste the command. But before that, we will move to the client folder. You can see right now we are in this fitness tracker. So let's add cd client. Now we are in the client folder, and paste this command npm install Tailwind CSS at Tailwind CSS /wheat. Now press enter. So it is installing the Tailwind CSS package. Now after that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to add the Tailwind CSS in the plugins and import it. So let's add this import statement and open wheat.config.ts file. I'll come back to the VS Code and open wheat.config.ts and add this import statement. And after that, let's add this Tailwind CSS inside this plugins. So here we have the React, so just add comma and provide Tailwind CSS like this. Save the changes, come back to the documentation and see the next step. So the next step is to import the Tailwind CSS in the CSS file. So let's just copy this one and open our main file. So I'll just come back here and open our main CSS file, which is index.css, and paste this one, import Tailwind CSS. After that, we will come back here in the documentation and you can see the next step. We can start the project using npm run dev, and we can easily use the Tailwind classes. As you can see here in this example, we have the h1 class and here we have the Tailwind classes like text 3XL, font bold, underline. So there is no other configuration. We can simply start the project and start using the Tailwind classes. It is configured, right? Now we'll add the Google font also. So let's search for Google Fonts. Open this website fonts.google.com, and after that here I'm going to search for a font. Let me go to homepage, and here we'll search for Rethink font. Here we have Rethink Sans. Let's open it, and after that let's click on this button, Get Font. So you can see one font family selected, which is Rethink Sans. Now click on this button, Get Embed Code, and here we have this web. Inside this web we have link and import, so we will choose this import, and here we have the import statement. So just copy this one and open our VS Code, and in this index.css file we will provide this import statement like this. So here we have added the import statement where we have imported the Google font. After that we have to implement this font on entire application. For that I'll just come back here, and here you can see we have to add this one, font family Rethink Sans, sans serif. So let me just copy this line and open the VS Code again, and here we'll add star, and then we'll add this font family. So it will apply this same font on entire application, correct? After that let me just close it. So we have added the Google font in our project. Now after that let's add all the assets. We'll create the pages and components. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code. Here you can see we have this src folder. So in this src folder let's create the folder structure. So in this one first we'll create a new folder inside this src and write the folder name components. In this one we'll add all the components. Now create another folder and write the folder name pages. So here we'll add the pages, and after that we'll add the types. So let's add a new folder, types. We will define the types here because we are using the TypeScript in our project. And after this types folder, let's create another folder and write the folder name context. So in this one we'll create the context file where we'll manage the state. We will use the context API for managing the states in this project. And after that let's create other pages in this pages folder. So here in this pages folder first we'll create a file and write the file name, that is dashboard, or you can also create other pages like login. So let me start with the login. In this pages folder we'll create a new file and write the file name login.tsx and create the component structure like this. Remove this import. Now we'll create the next page and write the name. It will be layout.tsx. Here also we'll add RAFCE like this. Now after that here we'll add next page and write the name, that is dashboard.tsx. Write RAFCE to create this component structure. After this dashboard, let's create a new page, that is activitylog.tsx. After that let's create the food log page. So create a new file, write the file name foodlog.tsx. Then we'll add profile page. So let me create a new file and write the file name profile.tsx. So we have created activity log, dashboard, food log, then we have created the layout, then login and profile. We will add one more page here, that is onboarding, right? Because we'll add some input fields to get the user data. So here we have added onboarding.tsx file name. And let's add RAFCE in each pages. Here we'll add the text also. Let me add the text onboarding. Now come to this login. Here we'll add the text login. Then layout. Here we'll add the text layout. Then go to food log, add RAFCE. And here we'll add this food log. Then dashboard, add the text dashboard. Then open activity log and write RAFCE, and here we'll remove this import and provide this activity log here. So we have created multiple pages, and now we have to create the routes so that we can navigate to different pages, right? For that we are going to use React Router DOM. So let's open the terminal again, and in this terminal let me add the React Router DOM. So let's add npm install React Router DOM. So it is installing this package. It's done. Now after that, let's start the project using npm run dev. Now our project is running. Now let me hide this terminal. Now let me open our main.tsx file. In this main.tsx, we have to import the browser router. So I'll write import curly braces from React Router DOM, and from this React Router DOM, let's get the browser router. And now let's wrap our application with this browser router. So here we have the strict mode. So instead of strict mode, I'll write browser router opening and browser router closing tag. And we have this application inside this browser router. Now we can remove this import statement from here. It is unused. Save the changes. Now after that, we can use the routes and route tag inside any part of our application. So let's open our app.tsx file. Here we have app.tsx. So in this one, you can see here we have a div. So let's remove this div. We will simply use the fragment. And in this one, let's add routes tag. Just click on this suggestion. You can see the routes tag has been imported from React Router DOM. And let's add the closing routes like this. Now within this, let's add route tag. So in this route tag, we will use the path. Before that, let me close this tag also. So here we have the route open and closing tag. Correct. Now in this one, let me provide the path and provide the path slash. Then we'll add the element here. And in this element property, we will provide our layout. So just add curly braces. Click on this suggestion to import the layout here. So we have added the layout, and I think route is not imported. So let's copy this and add it here. So we have added the import statement, import the route from React Router DOM. Both are imported. Now after that, within this route, we'll create the another route. So let's add route tag and add the closing tag. It will be self-closing. Now here we'll add the index, and after that we'll add the element, and in this element simply provide the dashboard. So dashboard is imported. Now just duplicate it. In the second one, we will use the path, and here let's add the path called food. And after that, here we'll add the element. It will be food log. Now duplicate it. In this next one, we'll add the path, activity, and here we'll add the page, that is activity log. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the profile, and let's add the profile. We are not getting the suggestion for this profile, so let me open the sidebar. Here we have profile.tsx. Yes, here we have to add RAFCE, and import is not required, remove it, and here we'll add the text profile. Right, now just come back here in the app.tsx file, and now if I type profile, we are getting this suggestion to import it. So it is imported from the files folder or pages folder, right? So we have imported these files from the pages folder. Now we have created the routes. Now let's test these routes. So we will open the web page, and here you can see we are getting the layout, correct? By default we are getting the layout. And after that, if I open /food, it should display the food page, right? So for that we have to mount our components in the layout, because by default the layout is mounted right at this path. So in this layout we have to add the child. So let me open the layout.tsx file, and in this one here we have a div, correct? So in this div, simply provide outlet, import this outlet from React Router DOM like this. Now save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see here we have food, that is the path food, and here we are getting food log. If I go to home, here we are getting dashboard, correct? Similarly, if I change the path, if I type /activity, so here we have the activity log. After that, if I provide /profile, so we are getting profile text here. So this routes is working, correct? But we are not getting that layout text. So if I come back here, and before this outlet, if I type layout also, so you can see we will get this layout and then profile. If I go to home page, we will get the layout and dashboard. So in this layout, we will insert our common component like sidebar, bottom navigation bar. So that will be displayed in all pages, and if I change the path, it will change the other content, like it will display the food activity or food log, then it will display the activity log, then dashboard and onboarding page or profile page with the layout also, right? So after setting the routes, now we have to create the pages. But before that, let me insert the assets also. So we have already added the assets in the assets file. As you can see here, we have the src assets. So in this one, you can see we have the types. So we will provide this index.ts file in the types folder. So let me just remove this file from here, that is index.ts file. Let's remove it and come back here in the src. In this src, we have created the types folder and paste it here. So we have added the types here. Now just come back, and now this types is empty, so we can delete it. After that, here you can see we have the UI. In this UI, we have multiple components. So let me just cut this UI folder from here and come back to the components, and inside this components we'll paste this UI. Done. So in this components we have added the UI, and in this UI we have buttons, card, input, progress bar, select, slider and tooltip. So we can easily use these components in our application. And after that, let me just come here in the assets. Here we have this mock API where we have the dummy APIs, and here we have the assets.ts file, and then we have style.css file. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and in this one let's open the style.css file, and from here we will copy all the code. Here you can see we have added the class name like page container, and in this one we have added all the Tailwind classes. So using these Tailwind classes we have created this page container. Then we have created page header using these Tailwind classes. So we can easily use these classes to create our components, right? So let's just copy everything from here. Copy everything, and then let's close it and open our index.css file. And in this index.css, just paste all the CSS classes like this. So we have provided all the classes here, and here we'll add one more thing. We'll add space here and provide body. And in this body, let me provide @apply, and we'll provide dark BG slate 950. So we'll add the background color slate 950 for dark mode, right? And here we have to add the variant. So let's add variant space dark, and after that in this one just add this and symbol where, and then we'll add parenthesis dot dark dot dark star. Just add this line, save the changes. So now we can use the classes for the dark mode also, right? And we'll enable or disable the dark mode using the button, and we'll also get the dark mode from the system. For that we'll create one context, so where we'll manage the dark or light theme. After adding this, let me save the changes and open our web page. Here we are getting this variant error. Let me refresh it. Now it is gone. So let me just come back here in the Figma file. You can see we have created the Figma design, and here we have the UI design for all pages. So first you can see we have the sign up page, right? And after that here we have the onboarding page where we'll get the details from user. After that we have this next page for onboarding. This is also onboarding page. Now this is the dashboard where user can see the details like calories consumed, calories burned, and other data like this. We will add this graph also. Now after this dashboard, we will create this food logs where user can enter the details of the food they have taken. After that we will display this activity log where user will enter the details that activity they have performed. And after that we'll create this profile page. So we have this theme in dark mode, and then we have the same layout in light mode also, as you can see here. So this is the light mode, correct? So we'll create this application in light and dark mode, and then we have the UI design for mobile screen also. You can see the mobile screen for all the pages in light mode, and then we have the dark mode, correct? So now first we have to create the context. Using that we can switch the light and dark mode. For that let me just come back to the VS Code, and we'll create the state here. For that I'm going to use the context API. So we have already created the context folder, right? So in this context folder, let's find this context folder. So in this context folder, create a new file and write the file name themecontext.tsx, right? And in this one we have to create the context. So let's add import curly braces from React, and from this React we will import the create context, and using this create context we'll create the context here. So let's add const theme context equal to create context, and after that we'll define the type here in this angle bracket, and after that let's add undefined like this, and here we will add the theme context type, and we have to create the theme context type interface. So let's add interface theme context type, and here we'll add the theme, so it will be a string, and after that we'll add the toggle theme. It will be a function that returns void, right? And in this angle bracket just provide this theme context type and provide or undefined. So it could be this theme context type value or undefined, and we have added the initial value undefined. After that we'll create the theme provider. We'll create the provider function here. So let's add export function, and the function name is theme provider, right? And after that let's create this function like this, and this function will return this theme context dot provider. Close this tag. So it will return theme context dot provider. Now in this one we have to provide the children, so we'll get this from the parameter. So in this parameter, let me add this space here. So in this parameter we'll add curly braces and provide children, and let's pass this children here like this, correct? Now after that here we have to add the value also. So in this value we'll add the object, correct? Now let's add the type for this children data. So here we'll add colon curly braces and provide children, and here we'll add react dot react node like this. So after adding this children react dot react node, now let's add the states that will be passed using this context. And to access this context, here we'll add the export also. So let's add export function and write use theme, and in this use theme we'll add const context equal to use context, and after that we'll add the theme context, and here we'll add if statement if context is equal to undefined. So in this case just add throw new error and provide the message, that is use theme must be used within a theme provider, and after that here we'll add return provide context. Now here let's add the state that will be passed using this context. So let's add const theme, and the setter function name is set theme equal to use a state, and in this one let's add the arrow function like this and provide the local storage dot get item, and we'll add the item name. So in this get item we'll add the key name, that is theme. So if it is available we will use it to initialize this theme state, or we will add this window dot match media, and in this one let's add this double quote parenthesis and provide prefers color scheme colon dark dot matches if it is true. So in this case we will set the theme dark, else we will set the theme light. So just add colon light. So what is happening here, we have created the theme state right? And it will fetch the data from the local storage with this key name theme. If it is available, it will initialize the data with this one. Then if it is not available, it will check the system data where it will find the prefers color scheme dark. If it is true, then it will set the theme dark, else it will set the theme light, right? Now after that, we will add the function using that we can update the theme, right? So here we have to add a use effect, but before that let me add the comment also. So let's add the comment and provide use effect. In this use effect we have added this arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and in this dependency array provide this theme state. So whenever the theme changes, it will change the light or dark mode. So let's add const root equal to window dot document dot document element. After that we'll find this root dot class list dot remove. Here we will provide light comma dark. After that it will add the class list. So let's add root dot class list dot add, and let's provide the class list using this theme state like this. And after that we'll also update the theme in the local storage. So just add local storage dot set item and provide the key name. So the key name is theme, and after that we'll add the value. So the value is also theme state like this. So it will update the theme on the application, and it will set the theme in the local storage also, right? After that we'll add a function that is toggle theme. So here let's add const toggle theme equal to arrow function. Now in this one we will use the setter function set theme, and then we will create the arrow function, and here we'll get the previous data, and after that it will return the previous equal to light if it is true. So in this case it will provide dark, it means it will return dark, else it will return light. So just add light. So this is the toggle theme function. Using that we can change the theme from dark to light or light to dark. Now after that we have to pass our theme and toggle theme using this value. So let's come here in this value, and in this value we'll add one object and provide the theme, that is the theme state, and provide the toggle theme function so that we can use it in any component of this application, right? Now after that, if I open our UI design, you can see first we have to create our login and sign up page. And in this one we'll add the functionality also, so that when we enter the data, then it will display other pages like onboarding page after sign up, and if the onboarding is completed, it will create the dashboard page. So let's start creating our login page, and in that one we need the functions like login, sign up, and we need the user data. And to get these data we will use the asset, because in the asset we have added the dummy data, and we have to create the login and sign up function also. So instead of creating this UI, first let's create the data. So we'll create the state here. Using that we can share the data in entire application. So I'm going to create another state using this context. So in this context folder, create a new file appcontext.tsx. Now in this appcontext.tsx, create a context called appcontext. So just add const appcontext equal to create context and import it from React. Correct. Now after that we have to initialize it. So here we'll add initial state. Let me add initial state, and you can see we are getting the suggestion to import it from the types. Let's click here. So initial state has been imported from the types folder. If I open this types folder, here we have index.ts file, and in this one we have added the initial state interface, right? So after that, let's come here, and we have added the initial state for this app context. Now we have to create the provider, that is the provider function. So let's add export const app provider equal to arrow function like this, and now this function will return the app context dot provider tag. So let's add return statement, and let's return the app context dot provider. Now in this one also we'll get the children. So in this function parameter, let's add curly braces children, and then we'll define the type also. So let's add colon curly braces and define children colon react dot react node. Now within this, just provide this children. Now here we have to add the value also, and in this value object we will provide the data that will be shared in all the application in all components. So let's create the value object like this, and simply provide this value object here, correct? Now after that, we have to create a function using that we can easily access this context data. So let's add export const use app context. It will be arrow function, and this function will return use context and app context. So we can simply call this use app context, and using that we can access the app context data. Let me add equal to here. Now it is correct. Now after that, here we will define all the states and function that will be used in entire application. So here first we'll create a navigate function that will be useful in multiple components. So before this value object, in this provider function we'll add const navigate equal to use navigate, and import the use navigate from React Router DOM. After that we'll create the states. So let's add const user, and the setter function name is set user equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using null, and then we have to add the type also. So let's add angle bracket and provide the user, and let's import it from the types. So you can see user has been imported from types. Now let's duplicate it. Here we'll add next state, that is user fetched, and the setter function name is set user fetched. Then initialize it using use state, and we'll initialize it using false. It could be either true or false. Remove this type. That's it. After that we'll create the next state. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add the state name onboarding completed, and the setter function name is set onboarding completed, and initialize it using false. Now duplicate it. We'll create the next state, that is all food logs, and the setter function name is set all food logs, and initialize it using empty array. And here we have to add the type also. So let's add the angle bracket, and in this one we'll add food entry and import it from the types. You can see food entry has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add activity logs, or we'll write all activity logs, and the setter function name is set all activity logs. And here we'll add the type, that is activity entry. So activity entry is also imported, correct? So we have created these state and we can pass these states in different components, right? Here we have to add the array also, like this one, and here also activity entry array, correct it? Now after that, let's create some function here. So first we'll create the sign up function. So I'll write const sign up equal to async arrow function. Now in this one we need the credentials, so let's add the credentials, and here we'll add the type also. So let's add the credentials. Click on this suggestion. So you can see the credentials should be imported here, but it is not there. Control Z, and let me type the credential here. We are getting the suggestion here to import it from types. Let's click here. So now it is imported. You can see type credentials is imported. Now after that, in this sign up function, we will use the mockup API or dummy API. So we'll write const curly braces data equal to await, and we'll add mock API. Let's click on the suggestion to import it. So you can see mock API is imported from assets, right? And after that, here we'll add dot auth dot register, and in this one we will just provide the credentials. So it will register a new user, right? And after that we'll set the user state. So just add set user, and in this one just add the data dot user. After that, here we'll add the if statement. If the data is available, then dot user is available dot age. So if the user data age is available, and data dot user dot weight is available, and user goal is available, it means data dot user dot goal. So in this case we will set the onboarding also. So let's use this set function, set onboarding completed, and make it true, right? Now after that we will set the token in local storage. So let's add local storage dot set item and write the item name, that is token. So the token is key name, and here we'll add the value. So the value will be data.jwt. So it will set the token in local state after sign up. So we have created this sign up function. Now let's create the login function also, right? So let me just copy this one, paste it here, and here we have added the function name login, const login equal to async credentials and credential type. Now after that, here we will again add const curly braces data equal to await, and provide the mock API dot auth dot login. Now in this one just provide this credentials, and after login we will set the user using set user state or setter function, and here just add the curly braces a spread operator, this data dot user comma provide the token, and in this token let me provide data.jwt. Now after that again we'll add the if statement, and let me just copy this one only and paste it here. If data user age, let me add question mark here and here. So if the data user age, user weight, and user goal is true, so in this case we'll set the onboarding completed true, and after that we will use this set local storage. So just add local storage dot set item token data dot jwt. So we have created the login function also. Next we'll create the function using that we can fetch the user, right? So let's add const fetch user equal to async arrow function, and to fetch the user we need a token. So let's add the token in the parameter, and here we'll add the type a string, right? Now after that we'll add the const calorie data equal to await, and then provide the mock API dot user dot me. After that we will use the setter function set user, and in this one just add curly braces as spread operator data comma token. Now after that we'll add the if statement from here. Let's copy and paste it here. We'll add this data dot age, then we'll add data dot weight, then data dot goal. Remove this user. So we have data dot age, data dot weight, data dot goal. If it is true, we will set the set onboarding completed true, right? And after that let's set the fetch state. You can see here we have set is user fetched, so we'll set it true. So just copy and paste it here. Set is user fetched and make it true. So we have created fetch user function, right? Now after that we'll create the next function using that we can fetch the food logs, right? So let me just copy this one, paste it here. We will add the function name fetch food logs equal to async arrow function, and will not get any parameter here. Simply call this function, and in this function we will add const curly braces data equal to await, and provide the mock API dot food logs dot list, and after that we will use this setter function set all food logs, and in this one just add this data. So it will set the food logs state, right? Now we'll create the next function, that is fetching the activities. So let's add the same function here and change the function name fetch activity logs. Here we'll get the data from await mock API, then activity logs dot list, and here we'll use the setter function set activity logs or set all activity logs and provide this data. So we have added this function also. So first we'll fetch the user, fetch food logs, fetch activity logs, right? After that let's add the use effect. Using that we can fetch the user when the token is available. So let's add use effect. In this use effect we'll add the dependency array here, and after that come to this arrow function. We'll add const token equal to local storage dot get item, and provide the key name token. So when the token is available, then only we will fetch the user. So let's add the if statement if token. So if token is available, so in this case let's add this parenthesis, and here we'll add the async arrow function. So just add async arrow function like this, and after that call this function here using this parenthesis, right? Now let's add the else statement. So in this else statement we will use the set is user fetched and make it true. Now come here in this if block, and here we have added the asynchronous arrow function. So here we'll add await and provide the fetch user, and we have to provide the token. After fetching the user, we will fetch the food logs. So just add await fetch food logs, then we'll add await fetch activity logs. So we have created this use effect. Now we'll create one more function here, that is logout function. So let's add const logout and create the arrow function. So when we will log out, we will remove the token from local storage. So let's add the local storage dot remove item and provide the key name. So the key name is token. And after removing the token from local storage, we will set the user. So let's add set user and provide null. After that, we will use set onboarding completed and make it false. And after that, we will use navigate, and we will navigate the users on home page. So first we'll clear the token, we will set the user null, set the onboarding completed false, and navigate the users on home page after logout. Now after creating these states and function, we have to pass it in this value object so that we can access it in any other component. So in this value, we will provide the user state. After that, we will provide the setter function set user, then we will add is user fetched. After that, we'll add fetch user, then we'll add the sign up, and after that we'll add the login, then we'll add logout, then we'll add onboarding completed, then setter function set onboarding completed. After that, we'll add all food logs, then all activity logs, then we'll add set all food logs, and then set all activity logs. So we have provided these functions sign up, login, logout, and these states and setter function in this value, and using this context we can access these state and function in any other component. Now after creating the context file and defining the state and function to manage the user data, now we can create our pages. So first we'll start with our login page or sign up page, as you can see in this UI design. To create this login or sign up page, let's come back to the VS Code, and here you will find this pages folder, and in this one we have login.tsx file, and here you can see this text login, but this page is not mounted. So let me mount this login component in the app.tsx file. So we will open app.tsx, and here first we need the user. If the user is not available, then only we will mount the login page, right? So to get the user data here from the state, first we have to wrap our application using the app provider. So let me open this main.tsx file, and in this one we will write import curly braces app provider, and import the app provider from context folder app context.tsx, and we'll also import the theme provider. So let's add import curly braces theme provider. So the theme provider is also imported. Now let's wrap our application. So after this browser router, here we will write theme provider and close this tag. And within this we will provide the app. So this app is mounted inside this theme provider. Now inside this theme provider we will provide the app provider also. So let's add the app provider tag and close it. And within this app provider we have provided the app. So now in this app we can get the data from this theme provider also and this app provider also. After that I'll come back here in the app.tsx, and in this app.tsx let's get the data from the context. So here before this return let's add a space and provide const curly braces user. Then we'll get is user fetched. Then we'll also get this onboarding completed, right, equal to use app context. And this use app context has been imported from the context folder app context file. Now here we have the user. So let's add if statement. If not of user, it means when the user is not available. So in this case just add return, and here we'll add is user fetched, and it is true. Here let's provide login. Import this login. We have mounted this login component. Else we'll add the colon here, and here we'll add the loading component. So for now let me add the text only, that is loading. Save the changes, and now let's open our web page. So let me refresh it. Here we are getting error, failed to resolve import Lucid React from assets.ts. So in this one we have the icon from Lucid React. So we have to import this package. So let me just come back here, open the terminal and add Ctrl+C, and then we'll add npm install Lucid React. With that we'll also add one more package. Using that we can display the notification. So let's add, we will write React hot toast. So we are installing Lucid React package and React hot toast package. It's done. Now start the project again using npm run dev and hide this terminal. Let me come back to the web page, refresh it, and now you can see here at the top we have this text login, correct? So this login component is mounted on our main page. Now after that, let me just come back here and we'll open login.tsx file, and in this one here you can see we have this div. So in this div we'll add main tag like this, and instead of this div we will use the fragment. Now in this main we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll provide a predefined class, that is login page container. If I open our CSS file, we have this index.css. So in this one you can see we have added the classes. So here we have login page container class name. So just copy this and add it here. Save the changes, and after that here we have to add a form tag. Let's add a form. Now in this form we have to add the classes. So we'll provide the class name here, and let's add login form class name. Now after that here we have to add a text also. So we'll add the text in h2, and here we have to either write login or sign up, or we can write sign in or sign up. So for that we have to set one state also. Using that we can change the text. So before this return, here let me provide const state comma setter function set state equal to use state, and here we'll add the text called login like this. Now let's come here in the h2 tag where we have to display our text. So in this h2 we will provide curly braces and provide the state here, and we'll add the ternary operator. We will check if the state is equal to login. So in this case we have to add the text called sign in, else we'll add the title text called sign up like this. Save the changes and come back here. Let's see where is that text. This text is not visible because of its color, so let me change the text color here, and in this h2 we'll add the class name property, and we will provide the text 3xl. We will increase the text size, then we'll change the font weight, that is medium. After that we'll set the text color, that is gray 900, and then we'll set the text color for dark mode. So let's add the dark and this text white. Now save the changes, and after that if I come back here, you can see we have this text sign in. Correct. Now after that I'll just come back here and we'll add some text in p tag. So we'll add the p tag here, and in this one let's add the ternary operator. So again add this a state equal to login question mark like this. So when the state is equal to login, in this case we will add the message please enter email and password to access. Then we'll add the else condition. So here we'll add the message please enter your details to create an account. Now we have to add some classes in the p tag also. So we'll add the class name property and provide the margin top, text a small, text gray 500/90, and for dark mode we have added gray 400. Save the changes, come back here. So you can see here we have the small message just below this title. Correct. Now after that let me just come back, and here we have to add the input fields. So after this p tag let's add curly braces, and we'll add the state not equal to login. It means the state is not equal to login and we are in the sign up form. So in this case we have to display our username input field. So just add this and operator parenthesis, and here we will provide a div. Now let me add the comment also. So here we'll add the comment username. Now in this div first we have to add a label tag, and after this label tag we will add one input field like this. Now in this label tag we have to add some classes. So remove this HTML4 and provide these classes, and then we'll add the label text called username. Next we have to add the input field. So the input field will be added inside a div so that we can add the icon also, and we can align the icon and input field. So here let's add a div, and in this one first we'll add the icon, that is at sign icon. Import this icon from Lucid React and provide some classes for this icon, and after that here we have to provide our input field like this. Now in this div we will add the class name and provide the relative and margin top too. Now we'll add the margin top in this div also. So we'll add the class name and margin top 4. Now after adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So right now the state is sign in, that's why that input field is not visible. But if I change the state like here you have the login, so let me change it, sign up. And now you can see here we have the text username, then @ symbol, and here we have the input field also, right? Now let me add some classes in this input box. So just come back, and here we have the input. So the type will be text, correct? Then we'll add the placeholder. In this placeholder, just add enter a username. After that, we'll add some classes here. So let's add the class name property and provide our custom defined classes, that is login input. After that, we'll add the required property also. So this input field will be required to submit this form. Now after that, if I come back, you can see here we have this beautiful input field for username, right? Now what we have to do, we have to make this input field a controlled input field. For that, we have to create the states where we will store this data. So just come back and let's come here and duplicate this line. Here we'll add the state name, username, then the setter function name is set username, and initialize it using empty string. Now duplicate it. We'll add the email because we will get the email also. Then we'll add the setter function set email and initialize it using empty string. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the password, and the setter function name is set password. And after that, we will initialize it using empty string. After that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add show password, and the setter name or setter function name is set show password, and by default it will be false. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add is submitting, and the setter function name is set is submitting, and by default it will be false, right? Now after that, we need the navigate function also, so that we can navigate the users on other pages. So here we'll add const navigate equal to use navigate and provide this parenthesis. So here we have the use navigate imported from React Router DOM. After that, we need the states from the context. So let's add const curly braces equal to use app context. Use app context has been imported, and from this use app context we will get the login function. After that, we'll get the sign up function, and then user, that is the user state or user data. So now we have this data here. Now after that, here we'll add use effect. In this use effect, just create the arrow function and provide the dependency array, and in this dependency array just add the user, and we'll also add the navigate. So when it is changing, then it will execute this arrow function, and here we'll add the if statement if user. So when the user is available, so it will not display the login page, it will navigate the users on home page. So just add the navigate and provide the path, that is /. So if the user is available, it will navigate users on home page, right? Now after that, let's come here, and we have added the username, and we have to make this input field a controlled input field. So here we have to add value and onChange property. So we have added the space here and provide the onChange. In this onChange, we'll add the arrow function and provide the setter function set username, and it will be e.target. Let me provide the e here in the parameter, and then we'll add e.target.value, and after that we have to add the value property also. So let's add the value property, and in this one simply provide our username state like this. So now this input field is controlled input field. Whenever we will enter any data, it will get saved in this state, that is username state. Similarly, we have to create our next input field, that is email. So I'll just copy this div. It is starting here. Let's remove this space and copy this div and paste it here just before this closing form tag. So in this one, let's add the comment for email. We have the margin top, then we'll add the label text called email. Everything will be same. And after that, here we have the icon. So let's change the icon. It will be mail icon and import it from Lucid React. Then we have to add the value. It will be email. And here we have to add the setter function set email. Here we have added e.target.validation message. So just correct it. It will be e.target.value. That's it. Let's update it here also. In the first one, we'll add e.target.value. Now it is correct. So here you can see we have added the input, onChange function, value, type. Type will be email. Then we have the placeholder. So in the placeholder, let's type enter or please enter your email, right? And after that, we have the same class name and required. Then next we have to add the input field for password, right? So I'll just copy this one, paste it here before this closing form tag, and we'll add the comment here, that is password. Right now, here we have the label tag. In this label tag, just add the text called password, and after that, here we have a div. In this one, we have the icon. So just update this lock icon. Correct. Then we have the input field. So here in this input, we'll add the onChange like this. Then we have the value. So in this onChange, we will use the set password. Right. Then we'll add the value. It will be password state. And after that, we have the placeholder. Let's move this type from here. We have the placeholder. So in this placeholder, we'll write please enter your password. Then we have the class name login input, and we'll add some padding from right. So just add 10, and after that required. Next we have to add the type property here. So let's add the type property, and it will be dynamic. So let's add curly braces. Then just add the show password state ternary operator. If it is true, then we'll add type text. Else we'll add the type password. So it will display or hide the password. Correct. Then we have to add a button here, right? So after closing of this input field, here we'll add a button. Using this button, we can toggle the password. We can display and hide the password. So in this button, we'll add curly braces and provide show password state. If it is true, then we'll add the icon here, that is eye of icon, right? And we'll set the size here. So the size will be 16. Then we'll add the else condition using this colon and provide eye icon. That's it. And here also we'll set the size 16. So we have the button with this icon. Now in this button, we have to add the type. So let's add the type button. Then we have to add the classes here. So we'll provide the class name property. And in this one, we will add these Tailwind classes. And after that, here we have to add the on click also, so that we can click on this button to display and hide the password. So we'll add the arrow function like this, and it will call the setter function set show password like this, and create the arrow function again, and here we'll get the previous value and it will return not of previous. That's it. Now after that, let's save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have the username input field, email and password. And if I type something in this password, it is hidden. If I click on this icon, it will display the password. It's not working. Let me fix it. We will come back to the VS Code. In this button, you can see we have added on change. It will be on click. Just update this on click and come back here. Now let's click on this icon. You can see it is displaying the password. If I click again, it will hide the password. So we have all the input fields. Next we have to create the submit button. Using that we can submit this form. So let's just come back. And after closing off this button, we have this div that is closing off this div, and then we have another div that is closing here for this password input field. So just after that and before this closing form tag, we will add a button. So we'll add the button tag. In this button tag, we'll add the type. So button type will be submit, and after that here we'll add the disabled property equal to is submitting. So when the is submitting is true, it will be disabled. Then we have to add some classes also. So provide the login button class like this. Now we'll add curly braces is submitting. So when the is submitting is true, in this case we'll add the text called sign in. Right? Then we'll add colon for else condition, and here we'll check the state. So if the state is equal to login, just add state is equal to login. So in this case we have to add the button text called login. Else we'll add the button text sign up. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this sign up button. Right? Now below this button we'll add the text based on the state. So I'll just come back here, and after closing of this button, here we'll add the curly braces and we'll write a state equal to login. So if the state is equal to login, so in this case just add this parenthesis and provide a p tag. So let's add this p tag here, and here we'll add the colon and provide another parenthesis, and here also we'll add the p tag like this. Let's align it properly. So now you can see if the state is login, then this first p will be displayed. So in this first one we'll add don't have an account, and then we'll add the button, and in this button we'll write the text called sign up. Right? Now let's come to the second p tag, and in this second one we'll add the text already have an account, and we'll add the button here, and in this button we'll add the text called login. So if you already have the account, don't create an account, just login. So this message will be displayed. If I just come back here, and you can see that message is not visible because of the color. So just come back and let's add the classes here. So let's add the classes. In this first p tag we'll add the class name here and provide these classes, and in the second one we'll add the class name and provide the same classes. Save the changes, come back here. So you can see here we have the sign up form, and the message is already have an account login. Correct? Now just come back, and if I change it, instead of this sign up, let me provide login here. Update this state, come back to the web page. So now you can see we have this sign in form, and here we have only two input field, email and password, and here we have the message don't have an account sign up. We have the button text called login. Correct? Now let's come back here, and we'll add the on click feature so that we can switch between different form for sign in and sign up. So just come back here. And now let's add the classes in the button also, so that we can change the color of that text called sign up or login. So in this button we'll add the class name, provide these classes, and in the second one also we'll add the same classes like this. Now we'll add the on click property in this button. So let's move it here. We'll add the on click property, then add a function and call the set a state. In this set a state, let's add sign up. Right now, let's come here in the second one and copy and paste it here. In this second button, we will add on click, and here we'll add the set a state login. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the text in green color. If I click on this sign up, it will display the sign up form. If I click on login, it will display the login form, right? Next, we have to add the functionality for this login button, so that when we log in, it will hide this login or sign up page and will display the dashboard or onboarding page. So just scroll up. Here you can see we have this form tag, right? So in this form tag, we'll add one on submit handler. So in this form, we'll add on submit property and provide one function with the name handle submit. And let's create this handle submit function. So before this use effect, let's add const handle submit equal to async arrow function. And in this parameter, we'll get the event and define the type. It will be react.form event, right? Now after that, here just add e.prevent default. Then we will add setter function set is submitting, and let's make it true. And after that, let's add if statement and provide a state equal to login. So when the state is equal to login, so in this case we will call our login function. So let's add await login, and here we have to provide the data, that is email and password for login. So just add email and password, right? Now let's add the else statement. In this else statement, we'll add await and provide the sign up function. In this sign up function, we have to add three data, that is username, email, password, right? And after that, we will again set the submitting false. So just add set is submitting and let's make it false, right? So we have added the functionality. Using that, it will call the sign in or sign up function when we submit this form. So after completing this login.tsx file, we'll come back here, and you can see here we have the sign in form and sign up form. And when we enter the data and click on sign up or sign in, it will display our next page. So first we have to mount our next page, then only we will sign up here. So just come back here in the VS Code and come here in the app.tsx. In this one, you can see we have added the text called loading. So instead of adding this text, let me create one loading component also. So create a new component in the components folder, write the file name loading.tsx and write RAFCE, create this component template, and after that here we have the return. So in this return, we'll add the class name and provide these classes, and then we have to add the icon. So just add loader to icon. And for this icon also we have to add the classes so that it will be animated. So here we have added the class name, height, width and animate spin, and text green 800. Save the changes. Now let's mount this component here instead of this p tag. So instead of this p tag, just mount loading component like this. Save the changes, and if I come back here, click on refresh. So first it is displaying the loading animation for fraction of seconds, and then it is displaying this form. right? Now just come back, and here we will add the another if statement. Suppose the user is already logged in. It means we have clicked on the sign up or login button after adding the data, and user is logged in. So in this case, we should check the onboarding status. So let's add the if statement if not of onboarding completed. So if the onboarding is not completed, so here we have to add return, and we'll display the onboarding page. So just import it from pages folder, right? Now after that, if I just come back here and enter any data here, let me write demo@gmail.com, any password, and login. So now we are logged in, and here you can see we have this text which is not visible because of this color layout, right? And just before that we have this dashboard, right? And after that it should display the onboarding also, because the onboarding is not completed. So this onboarding page is not coming because we have used the login form, not sign up, right? And in the login we have added the dummy data. If I come back to the context file, you can see we have this app context. In this app context we have the logout, then login and sign up. So when we log in, here we are using the mock API.auth.login function. So let's open the mock API from this assets, and in this mock API you can see we have this auth login, and in this login you can see we are adding db.user and dummy user, right? So in this dummy user we already have the user's age, weight and height. That's why onboarding is completed. So instead of login, I'm going to use this register so that it will add the age 0, weight 0, height 0, so that the onboarding will be pending and it will display the onboarding page. So we have to clear the user data from the local storage, and after that we'll sign up again. And here you can see the text is not visible because of the text color. So let me fix it. I'll just open the index.css file. Here you can see we have added the dark color for the background for whole body, right? So in this body tag only we'll add the space here and provide the dark colon and provide text white. So whenever the background is dark, the text will be white. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the layout and dashboard. Now let's inspect it. Go to applications, local storage, and let's clear this data. So just clear this data. So now it is displaying the sign in form, and now let's go to sign up form, and in this sign up we will add any data, GreatStack, and enter any email ID and any password and sign up. So after sign up you can see here we have this text onboarding because the onboarding is pending yet. So now let's create this onboarding page UI design. So let's see our Figma file. In this one you can see we have created this onboarding page design. So here we have to display this icon or logo, that is fit track. Then we'll add the text. Let's personalize your experience. So the first step is to provide the age, right? And after that we will come to the second step where it will ask for the measurements like weight and height. Then we have the third step. In the third step it will ask for the goal like lose weight, maintain weight and gain muscles. And here it will display the daily targets, right? We can also change this targets of calorie taken and calories burned. So we have to create the onboarding page like this. To create it, let me come back to the VS Code. Here let's open the sidebar and open pages folder, and in this one we have onboarding.tsx file. Now in this one you can see we have a div inside this return. So Here let's add the fragment, and after that we will add a div. And in this one we have to add the notifications also, right? So let's add the toast notification using this toaster tag. You can see toaster is imported from React hot toast. So we can add the notifications on our app. Let's add this toaster in other pages also, like we have created the login. So I'll open the login page again, and here also we will mount this toaster like this, and we have to import the toaster. So just add this toaster from React hot toast, save the changes, and we will mount it in the app.tsx also. So we'll open app.tsx, and here we will mount the toaster just after this fragment, right? So just add the toaster and import it. Let's import it from React hot toast. It is imported, right? Now after that, come to the onboarding page. So we will open the onboarding.tsx file, and here we have the toaster, and then we have a div, right? Now in this div again we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide onboarding container like this, and then we will add the header part. So if I just come back here in this Figma design, you can see this is the header part that contains the icon and this text called fit track, right? So it will come under the header, and after that here we'll add the small text also. Let's personalize your experience. So just come back, we will add the comment here, header, and create a div. Inside this div, let me provide some classes. So let's add the class name property, provide these classes, and just after that we'll add another div. And in this one we will insert the icon and text, right? So for the icon I'm going to add a div, and in this one provide this person standing icon, and here we will add the classes also. So let's add this class name. Now let's add the classes for the div that contains this icon. So here we will set the width and height so that we can change the background of this icon, right? Now after that here we have to add the text in h1, that is fit track, and for this text also we have to add the classes to design this text. So just add these classes for this text, right? Next we'll add the class name that contains both icon and text, right? So we have to align it side by side, so we'll use the flex classes. So just add the flex item center gap 3 and margin bottom 2. Now we'll come back here on the web page. So here you can see this icon and text fit track. Now below that we have to add one message. So we'll come back here, and just after this closing div we'll add a text in p tag, and the text is let's personalize your experience. And with that we have to change the style of this text using these classes. So here you can see we have this text, let's personalize your experience, right? After that you can see the UI design. We have to create this progress bar. It will be 3-step progress bar. So let's just come back, and after closing of this header let's add the comment progress indicator, and we will create a div here. In this div we'll add the class name property and provide padding x and margin bottom, and after that we'll add our custom class, that is onboarding wrapper, right? And after that here we'll add a div, and in this div let's add the classes and provide the flex gap 2 and provide the maximum width of 2xl, right? Then we'll add the curly braces, and here we'll add the array where we'll add 3 elements, that is 1, 2 and 3. Then we'll add dot map, and it will return one div. So in this one let's add a div like this. Now in this one we'll get individual item in this parameter, and after that here let's provide the self closing div. Let's remove this closing div from here, and in this self closing div I'm going to add the key. So this key will be S, and then we'll add the class name and provide the dynamic classes here. So let's add the curly braces and backticks. Now in this one we have to set the height, that will be 1.5, then flex 1, rounded full, then transition all, duration 300. After that we'll add the dynamic classes using this template literal. So just add $ curly braces S, and here we'll add less than equal to step, and here we have to create the step state. So just come back here. Before this return, let's add one state called a step, and the setter function name is set a step equal to use a state, and initialize it using 1. So here we have added the step, and the initial value is 1, so the step will goes from 1, 2 and 3. Right. Now after that, here we need some data from the context also, so we'll add const curly braces equal to use app context. Use app context is imported here, and in this use app context we have some state and function, that is user set onboarding completed and fetch users. Right. Now after that we'll add one more state here, that is form data. So let's add const form data set. Form data is the setter function equal to use state. In this use state we'll add the initial value in this object and provide the age. Let's provide the age property, and before adding these values, here we'll define the type also. So let's add the angle bracket, and in this one we will provide the profile form data, and it is imported from the types. Right. And after that, here let's provide the age. So let's set the age 0 initial value, then we'll add the weight 0, then we will provide height. After that we'll add the goal. So let's set the goal maintain, then we will add the initial value for daily calories taken, and after that daily calories or calorie burn. That's it. So we have added the initial value for this state, and after that let me just come here. So in this one we'll add s less than equal to a step. If it is true, then we'll add question mark, and here we have to add the color. So let's add the bg. So we have added this color, and then we'll add colon. Now we'll add the color if it is greater than a step. So we'll add this color. So we have added the dynamic classes here, and after that let's add the message also. So just after this closing div we'll add the p tag, and the message will be a step curly braces and provide the step state of curly braces, and here we'll add the total steps. Right. And then we have to define this total steps. So just come here, and here let's add const total steps equal to 3. That's it. Now after adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this progress bar or progress indicator, where you can see we have the green color in the first one, and then the second and third step is gray. And here we have the message also, a step 1 of 3, as you can see in this UI design. Now we have to add the classes for this message. So just come back, and here in this p tag we'll add the classes using this class name property and provide the text size. It will be small, text slate 400 and margin top. Now it looks good. Right. After that we have to create the form. Using that we can get the user's data. Right. So just come back, and after closing of this div, here we'll add the comment, that is form content, and we'll add a div here. In this div, First, we'll add some classes. So we'll add the class name property, and the class name will be flex1, padding x, and onboarding wrapper. Now after that, we'll add the curly braces here and provide the step equal to 1. And so if the step is equal to 1, then we'll add this parenthesis and provide a div. So when the step is 1, in this case we have to get the user's age, right? So in this div, first we'll add some space. So provide class name space y6. Now in this div we have to add two things. The first one is icon and the second one is title and small description, right? So in this one we will add a div, and here just add two other divs, duplicate it. In the first one we have to add the icon, so let's add user and import it from the Lucid React, right? And in this icon we have to set the size and color, so we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now let's come here in the second div. In this second div we have to add the title and description, so just add the title in h2, and the title is how old are you, and then we'll add the small message in p tag like this. Now if I save the changes and open the web page, here you can see we have this icon and text, as you can see in this UI design also. So we have to decorate these icons and text. Then we'll add the input field for getting the user's age. So just come back. So first in this div we'll add the class name property that contains both div, right? So here let's provide flex item center, gap 4 and margin bottom, right? Now in this one you can see we have a div that contains this icon, right? So for this div we will add the class name and provide these classes like this, correct? Now let's come here in the second div that contains both title and small description. So in this div we'll not add anything, we'll not add any classes, we'll simply add the classes in the title which is in h2. So here we'll add the classes for h2 tag, and then we'll add the classes for the title tag which is in p, right? So here we have added the classes for title which is h2 and description in p. Save the changes, come back here. You can see it looks good. Next we have to add the input field. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and just after this closing div, here we'll add our input field. So just add input, and you can see we are getting the suggestion to import the input component from this component /UI, right? So just click here. So it is imported. If I scroll up, you can see this input component is imported from the components folder /UI folder /input file. Now in this one we have to provide the props, so we have to provide the label here. So let's add the label, and it will be age. After that we'll add the type, so the type will be number. Then we have to provide the class name, so let's provide the class name that is max width 2xl. After this max width 2xl, here we'll add the value also, so just add the value, and it will be form data dot age. After that we have to add the onChange property, and in this onChange let's add the arrow function. Here we'll get the value and provide update field, and in this update field we will add the age, that is the property name, and provide the value, that is v. Next we have to create this update field function, right? So let me just come here and create that function, const update field equal to arrow function like this, and here we will use the setter function set form data, and here let's add the spread operator form data, that is the previous data, and in this one we'll add the field, and then we'll add the value, and we have to get this field and value from the parameter, right? So here we have the parameter, that is this field right? And then we'll add comma value. Now we have to add the type also. So here we'll add colon key of profile form data. After that, in this value, let's provide a string or number. That's it. Now after that, let me just come here. So here we have added this input field, and when we will enter the data here, it will update the form data, right? After that, here we'll add the placeholder also. So let's add the placeholder. It will be enter your age. And after this placeholder, we will add the minimum and maximum value. So just add the min. In this min, we'll add 13. So the age could be minimum 13. Then we'll add the maximum. So let's add the max 120. And after that, we'll add the required. So this input field will be required to submit the onboarding form. If I save the changes and open the web page, here you can see we have this age input field where you can see the default value is 0. If I type 1, you can see the input here. Now if I type 50, we can type the number here, right? Now let's remove it. So here we have added the input field like this, as you can see in this UI design. Now we have to create our next input field like this, that is your measurements. Here also we will add the icon, text, and we will add two input field, that is weight and height, right? So the height will be optional, correct? So to create that, I'll just come back here and let's just copy this complete div from this step equal to 1, or let me just copy this entire step 1, copy and paste it here. And in this one, let's change the data. It will be a step equal to 2, right? Then we'll add this div, and in this one we'll add the space, and after that we'll add some classes, that is onboarding wrapper, like this. After that, here we have a div like this, which is flex, item center, gap, and margin bottom. Then we have a div that contains our icon. So let's update the icon. We'll add a scale icon. After that, here we have a div that contains the title and description. So we'll update the title here, that is your measurements. And then we'll add the small text in description, which is in the p tag. So this is the small text. Now after that, here we have the input field, right? And we have to wrap this input field inside a div, because we will add the two input field, right? So let's move it here. This is the input component, right? Now we have to add two input fields. So in this div, we'll add the classes. So we have added flex column, gap 4, and max width 2XL. Now in this input field, we'll add the label. So the label will be weight and add kg. Then we'll add the type number. After that, we'll add the value. So here we have the value, that is form dot weight. After that, we'll add the on change. In this on change, we'll add update field and provide the field name weight. After that, we'll add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder text, that is enter your weight. Then we'll add the minimum 20 and maximum 300, and it is also required. And after that, here we have added the classes. So the class name is max width 2XL. So it is already added in the parent div, right? So we can remove this class name from here. Let's remove this. Now just duplicate it. So this will be the second input field. In the second one, we'll add the height, and it will be optional. So just add this label text. After that, we'll add the type number, correct? Then we'll add the value. So the value will be form data dot height. After that, we'll add on change, and in this on change also we'll add height as property name. Then we'll add the placeholder text, that is enter your height. And in this one, we'll add the minimum 100 and maximum 250. That's it. And from here, we will remove this required. It is optional, that's why we have removed it. But if I save the changes, open the web page, that input field is not visible because we are still in the first step. So we have to create the step handler also, so that we can navigate to different steps like 1, 2 and 3. But before creating that handler, let me create the third step also. You can see in the third one we have to add this form, that is icon, your goal, and we'll add the option like lose weight, maintain weight and muscle gain. Then we'll add the daily targets. So to create it, I'll just come back here, and this curly braces is closing here. So just after that we'll add the third step, right? So just copy this one and paste it here. In this one, let's add the step is equal to 3. Then we'll add the same div here with the classes. Then we have another div that contains the icon. So in this icon we'll set target, and then we'll update the text here. So the text is what's your goal. After that we'll add small description in p tag. So here is the description, right? And after this div, here we have a div that contains the input fields. So here we don't need this input field, so just remove it. I'll remove this one. Now you can see here we have this closing div just after this curly braces. So here we can create our buttons. Using that we can navigate to different steps, right? So let's add div here, and we'll add the comment also. So let me add the comment navigation buttons, right? Now after that, in this one, let's add a div, and here just add curly braces, a step. So if the step is greater than 1, then we'll add this and provide this button. So instead of this button, we'll use the button component. So let's add opening arrow and button component from components folder /UI. So we have added the button component here, and let me add the separate closing tag like this. So we have button opening and closing tag, right? Now in this one we'll add the variant. So provide the variant secondary. Then we'll add the on click. In this on click, create the arrow function, and here we have to add a function. Using that we can set the steps, right? So we will create that, but before creating that, let's add the classes here. So just add the class name and provide these classes. Now in this button we'll add the span tag, and in this span we'll add the arrow icon. So let's add arrow left, close this tag and provide the classes here. So we'll set the width and height for this arrow icon. Now we'll add the classes in the span tag. So in this span tag we will provide the flex, item center, justify center and gap 2, correct? Now after that, here we have to create a function. Using that we can set the steps, right? So let's just come here. You can see we have already created this step, and the setter function name is set steps. So we can use this set steps setter function here in this on click, right? So in this on click, let me provide set a step and provide the step greater than 1. So if it is greater than 1, in this case we'll add a step minus 1. Then we'll add colon, provide 1. So it is back icon or left icon. Using that we can decrease the steps, right? So if the step is greater than 1, then only this arrow button or icon will be displayed. To decrease the step, it will take you to the previous step, right? Now after that, here we have to add the text also. So let me add the text called back. So it is the back button, right? Now after that, just after this curly braces, we'll add the next button. So just copy this one only, paste it here. Now in this one we'll add the onClick, and in this onClick we'll add a function. Using that we can increase the step. So just keep this onClick, and here we have the classes. So let's use the same classes here: max LG, flex1 and LG px10. Then we have the span tag. In this span tag we have added the classes like this, and then we have to add the text and icon. So let me add the text first. Before this icon we will add the text. So just add curly braces and provide the step is equal to total steps, right? So when it is the final step, then we'll add the message called get started, right? And if it is less than that or anything else, so in this case we'll add the message called continue. And here we have to change the icon, so it will be arrow right icon. Save the changes. Now after that, here we have to add a handler function. So just add the function name here, handle next, and create this function here. So scroll up, and here I'm going to create a handle next function. So I'll write const handle next equal to async arrow function like this. Now after that, here you can see at the bottom we have this button continue, correct? Because right now we are in this first step, so when we click here it should open this second step, but right now the position is not correct. So let me fix it. I'll just come back here and scroll down, and here you can see we have added these divs. So we'll add the classes also, right? So in this one we'll add the class name property and provide padding, and then provide the onboarding wrapper. After that, in this second one we'll add the class name, and here we'll add the flex, then gap. After that we'll add the justify end like this. Now everything is okay. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this continue button in the bottom right. As you can see in this design also we have the buttons in the bottom right side, right? Here we have two buttons like back and next. If I come back to the first step, we have only this continue button, right? And if I go to the second one, we will get two buttons like going back and going to next step. So just come back here, and after that let's complete this function. Using that we can navigate to the second step. So in this handle next, let me provide if statement. If step is equal to 1. So in this case let's add the if statement if not of profile data or form data dot age or number form data dot age. So if it is less than 13, right, or number form data dot age greater than 120. So in this case we will add return and provide the toast notification. So just import the toast, and then we'll add message age is required. So if I add this one and click on this one, on this continue, you can see age is required because we have not added any data here. Now just come back and let's complete this function. So after this if statement, here we'll add another if. So let's add the if statement again. If this step is less than total steps, right? If it is less than 3. So in this case we have to increase it using this set a step and provide the step plus 1. Simply provide a step plus 1. Now we'll add the else statement here for this if. So we'll add else, and in this case we'll add const. It means we are in the last step. So when we are in the last step, we will update the user data, right? So just add the user data equal to object and provide the a spread operator, this form data. In this one we will add the age and provide the form data dot age. After that we'll add the weight, it will be form data dot weight. After that we'll add height, it will be form data dot height. Question mark, if it is available then we'll add form data dot height, or we'll add the null. So just add else, using this colon provide null, right? After that we'll add the created at. So here we have to add the timestamp using this new date. Then we'll add to local string, or let me write to ISO string, right? Now just after that we'll use the local storage. So just add the local storage dot set item, and here we'll add the key name. So the key name is fitness user, and then we'll add the value that needs to be stored. So just add the JSON dot stringify and provide the user data. After that we'll add a weight, and here we'll use the mock API, import it. Then we'll add dot user dot update. Now in this update we will provide the user question mark dot ID, right? Or we will provide empty string. Then we'll add comma user data as unknown as partial, and provide the angle bracket and provide user data, and import the user data from types. It has been imported, right? After that we have to display the toast notification. So just add toast dot success and provide the message here, profile updated successfully. Now after that we will set the onboarding true. So just add set onboarding completed true. So it will take you to the dashboard, right? After that we'll add the fetch user, and in this one just add the user question mark dot token, or we will add empty string. That's it. So we have created this function. Using that we can navigate to the next step. So after adding it, save the changes, come back here, and if I click here you can see age is required. Now if I type the age 20 and click on this continue button, you can see we are in the second step. You can see step 2 of 3. Here we have to add the measurements, weight and height. If I click on continue, it is going here, and if I click on back, it will come to the previous state or previous step. So if I click on this continue, it will open the third step, and in this third step we have only added the icon and text. As you can see in this UI design, this is the third step UI design created in Figma. So we have to add these options, and then we have to add this daily targets. So to add it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. Now let's scroll down and come here in the third step. You can see the step 3. Now in this one we have this div that contains our icon and text, right? So just after closing of this div, here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment options, right? And here we'll add a div. In this one we'll add 3 options, that is gain weight or maintain or lose weight, like that. So here in this div we'll add the classes, provide the space y and maximum width. Now after that here we'll add curly braces, we'll add the goal options, right? And we have to get this goal options from the assets. So just add goal options, import it from the assets, then add dot map. Now in this one we'll add the arrow function, and let's add this parenthesis, and it will return a button. Now in this one we'll get the individual option, and in this button we have to add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add the text, that is option dot label, right? Now for this span we'll add some classes also. So we have added these classes for this span tag, right? Now here we have the button. So in this button also we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add the dynamic classes. So just add curly braces backticks and provide onboarding option button, and then we'll add $ curly braces and provide the form data dot goal equal to option dot value. So if it is same, so then only we will add this class name. So just provide these classes like this. Now we will save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have three options: lose weight, maintain weight, and gain muscle, right? Now right now all are in same color, so we have to add the functionality to click on anyone, so it will be selected and it will update the color. So let me just come back, and here we have this button tag, right? So let's add the space here. In this button we will add the key property first. So in this key we will add the option dot value, and after that here we have to add the onClick property. So let's add the onClick. In this onClick we will add the arrow function like this. Now in this arrow function we'll add age. So just add const age equal to number and provide the form data dot age. Correct. After that we have to add the const range equal to age range imported from the assets. Then we'll add dot find, and in this one just add the arrow function like this. We'll get the r in this parameter, and here we'll use the age less than equal to r, that is range dot max, or we will add this or here. We will add the age range, and in this one just add the age range dot length minus 1. Correct. Now after that here we will add let intake equal to range dot maintain. After that we'll add let burn equal to range dot burn. After that we'll add if statement if the option dot value is equal to lose. So in this case we'll add the intake minus equal to 400. After that we'll add the burn minus equal to 100, right? Now after that here we'll add else if, let me update it. Here we are using lose, right? So in this one we'll add intake minus and burn will be plus 100 and minus 400. Now we'll add the else if and provide the option dot value equal to gain. So in this case let me provide this intake and burn. So this intake will be plus 500 and burn will be minus 100. Let me update it. It will be minus equal to 100, right? Now after that here we will use the setter function set form data, and let's add the object here. In this one we'll add a spread operator, form data, comma, provide the goal. So in the goal we will add the option dot value as lose or maintain or gain, then add comma, and here we'll add the daily calories taken. It will be intake, then we'll add daily calorie burn. It will be burn. That's it. Save the changes. Now after that, if I come back here, so if I click on this, you can see the color is not changing. So I'll just come back here, and you can see we have added this class name and we have added this ternary operator, and let's move this curly braces from here to here like this. Just update this line, save the changes and come back here. Now you can see the second one is highlighted. Let's click on the first one. It is highlighted. It is selected when we click here, right? And based on the selection, we will display the target below these options. That will be the slider, right? So just come back, and just after closing of this div, here we'll add one horizontal line. So just add a div here, and in this div we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll provide these classes. Now after that, let me provide comment. So let's add the comment daily targets, and we'll create a div here, and here we'll add some space. So just add the class name property space y8 and max width large. Now here we have to add the title in h3. So the title is daily targets. Now we'll add the classes also. So let's provide the classes for this text. Save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have horizontal line and daily targets. After that, we have to create two sliders. Using that, we can choose the calories taken and burned. So just come back, and here we have already created the component. It is available in the components folder, and inside that we have the UI folder, right? So here after this h3, let's create a div and provide the class name here, and just add the space y6, correct? And in this one, simply provide the slider from this component/UI. It has been imported. Let's close this tag, and in this one we have to provide the properties. So first we'll provide the label. So the label is daily calorie intake. After that, we'll add the minimum value here. Min will be 120, and then we'll add the max value. It will be 4000. After that, we'll add the step. So let's add the step 50. After that, here we have to add the value. So in the value, we'll add the form data dot daily calorie intake, right? And after that, we'll add on change. In this on change, we'll add the arrow function like this. We'll get the value in this parameter, and after that, we'll add update field. In this update field, we'll add the field name daily calorie intake, and then we'll add the comma v, that is value. Now after that, here we'll add unit. So in the unit, we'll add cal for calorie, and after that we'll add the info text. In this info text, we'll add the message like this. Now let's duplicate it. So this is the second slider. In the second one, we'll add daily calorie burned. Here we'll add the minimum 100 and maximum 2000. Then a step is 50, and here we'll add daily calorie burned in the form.data or form data.daily calorie burned. Then we'll add the field name here, that is daily calorie burn, and value v. Then we'll add the same unit calorie, and we'll update the message here, that is info text. So in this info text, let's update this message. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have these daily targets, and we can also increase and decrease this target like this, right? Now if I click on lose weight, you can see it is updated. If I click on maintain, it is getting updated. If I click on gain muscle, you can see it gets updated. Let's come here in the maintain weight. So we are in the third step. Now when we click on this get started, after coming to the third step, it will set the user data and it will set the onboarding completed, and after completing the onboarding we will be redirected to our dashboard, right? So let's click on this button. So now you can see profile updated successfully, and here we have the layout and dashboard, right? So we have completed our onboarding page, and now we have to create our dashboard. And before creating the dashboard page, we will complete the layout, because in the layout we will add the sidebar and bottom navigations. To create our sidebar, let me see the UI design first. So let's open the Figma file. So this is the dashboard, and in this dashboard you can see we have this sidebar, right? And in this sidebar we have a logo and 4 menu items, that is home, food, activity and profile. And here we have the icons also. When we click on any menu item, it will change the pages, right? And we will display this sidebar in desktop view, and in mobile view we will display the navigation bar at the bottom. Now in this sidebar at the bottom you can see we have this button also, that is light mode or dark mode button, right? So from here we can toggle the theme. We can switch from light to dark mode. So we have to create this sidebar and bottom navigation for mobile screen, and it will be displayed in all pages. That's why we will add it in the layout. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and open this sidebar, and in this one you can see we have this pages. In the pages we have layout.tsx. In this one you can see we have added the text here, that is layout, correct? So first we have to create a component called sidebar. So we will create a new file in this components. So I'll write file name sidebar.tsx, and after that here we'll add RAFCE to create the component template, and come back here in the layout and let's mount this here. So first we have a div. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide the layout container, that is our defined class name. And after that we will mount our sidebar here. So just add sidebar and import it from the components and close this component. So we have mounted our sidebar, and after this sidebar we will mount this outlet. So it is already there, but we will wrap it in a div. So just add a div here, and within this div let's mount this outlet, and after that we'll add the class name, and in this class name let's provide this flex1 overflow y scroll, right? Now after that we will open our sidebar, and in this sidebar let's add the text sidebar like this. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this sidebar, and then we have the dashboard, correct? So if I open the other pages here, let me provide profile. So here you can see it should display the profile, but it is displaying the onboarding. Let me just come back here. It is displaying this onboarding page because we have added the set onboarding completed true for state only, and after refresh the states get reset. That's why it is displaying this onboarding. So let me again provide some data here, and after that I'll click on get started, and here we have this sidebar and dashboard. So let's create our sidebar. We will come back here in the sidebar.tsx file, and in this one we have to create the menu items, right? So first we'll create one array. Let's add const nav items equal to array, and in this array we will add the object. So first we have to provide the path. It will be slash. After that we will provide the label. So the label will be home, and after that we have to add the icon. So in this icon let me provide home icon and import it from Lucid React. It has been imported. Now let's add the comma here and duplicate it. In the second one we will add the path slash food. Then we'll add the label text. It will be food. Then we'll add the icon. So let's add this icon and import it from Lucid React. Now duplicate it, Here we'll add the next path slash activity, then we'll add the label text called activity and provide the icon and import the icon. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path, that is slash profile, then label text is profile and provide the user icon here. So let's import this icon. So we have added the navigation links, that is nav links array. Now in this one we need the theme also, so that we can toggle the theme. So just add const curly braces and we'll get it from the use theme, and you can see the use theme is imported from the context folder theme context, and here we'll add the theme and toggle theme function. Now let's come here in this div. So in this return you can see we have a div. So instead of this div we will use nav tag. So just add nav, and in this nav we'll add some classes. So let me provide the class name property here and provide these classes. And after that let's add a div where we will add our icon and text. So let's add a div here, and in this one first we'll add a div. In this div we have to add the icon and then we have to add the text in h1. So the text will be fit track, right? And here we have to add the icon. So let's add the icon person standing icon and import this icon, close this tag. Now for this icon we have to set the size and color, right? Let's add the space like this. Now we'll add the classes for the div that contains this person icon. So here we have added these classes, and next we have to add the classes that contains both icon and text. So here we'll add the class name property, provide these classes. Next we will add the font size and color in the title. So let's add the classes in the h1 also. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have this sidebar where you can see the icon and text. So it looks like a logo, right? After that we have to display the list of menu items. So just come back, and after closing of this div, before the closing nav tag, let's add another div. In this one we have to add the multiple items. So just add the class name here and provide the flex layout, and then we'll add the curly braces, this nav items. It is an array, so we can use the map method, and here we'll add the arrow function like this. In this one we'll get the individual item, and after that we have to return the nav link tag. So here we'll add opening arrow nav link and import the nav link from React router DOM like this. And instead of this closing nav link we'll use the closing nav link like this. And after that in the nav link tag we'll add the icon and text. So here we'll add item dot icon. So we have added the icon, and for this icon we'll set the size using class name. After that we'll add the text in a span tag, and the text will be curly braces item dot label, and for this text we'll add the class name property and provide text base. Now in this nav link we have to add the key also. So we'll add the key. It will be item dot path. After that we have to add the to property here. So in the to property again provide the item dot path. Save the changes, open the web page. So here you can see we have the icons and text, and if I click on the second one you can see it is changing the path. We are in this food. If I click on activity we are in this activity. If I click on profile we are in this profile, right? So you can see the text also profile, then activity log, then food log, and here we are in the home, which is dashboard, right? Now let's design these nav items. So just come back and we will add the classes in the nav link tag. So in this nav link tag we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the curly braces. Then let me add the arrow function here. In this parameter we will destructure this is active, and using this is active, we will provide the dynamic classes. So just add the backticks, and here let me add the classes like this. After that, we'll provide the dynamic classes using this template literal. So just add $ curly braces and is active. If it is true, so in this case we have to add these classes, and if it is false, here we will add colon and provide other classes. So now we'll provide these classes if it is false. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. Here you can see we have these menu items. It looks good. If I click on any one, it is changing the path. It means it is changing the route. We can navigate to different pages using these menu items. Now let me add the button at the bottom. Using that, we can change the theme. So I'll just come back here. Here we have this closing div, and just before this closing nav tag, we will add another div. Now in this one, we will add a button. So just add the button tag, and in this button, we'll add the icon. So let's add curly braces and provide the theme. So let's add theme is equal to light. So when the theme is light, so in this case, we'll add the moon icon, right? And we'll set the size 5 for this icon. Now after that, we'll add the colon. If the theme is dark, so in this case, we'll add sun icon. And here also we'll provide the size 5. So provide the class name size 5. Next we'll add the text also. So we'll add the text in a span tag, and here also we'll check the theme. So we'll add curly braces. Theme is equal to light. If it is true, so here we'll add the text called dark mode. And if it is false, then we'll add the text called light mode. Now in this span, we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide text base. That's it. Now we'll add the classes in the button. So here we have the button tag, right? So in this button tag, first we'll add the class name. So we have added these classes in this button. After that, in this button, we have to add the onClick property also, so that we can toggle the theme. So just add onClick and simply provide the toggle theme function. That's it. Now after that, here we will add the classes in the div, so that we can align this at the bottom. So in this div, let me provide these classes and save the changes. After that, we will open our web page, and here at the bottom, you can see we have this horizontal line, and here we have the button called light mode. If I click on this light mode, you can see the entire application or web page in the light mode, right? Now if I click on this dark mode, you can see the application in dark mode. So we can switch the theme from this sidebar. Next, we have to hide this sidebar in the mobile view, and we will display the navigation menu at the bottom. So you can see if I change the screen size, that sidebar is hidden. So instead of that sidebar, we'll display the navigation option at the bottom, right? So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create a new component. So we have this components folder. In this one, create a new file, bottom nav.tsx. Then add RAFCE to create the template of component. And after that, here also we have to add the menu items. So just copy it from this sidebar. Let's just copy and paste it here. So here also we have added nav items. Then we have added the path, label, and icon. Then we have the other items, that is food, activity, and profile. Correct. Now we will update the icons here. So in the first one, we will simply use home and import this home from Lucid React. In the second one, let's add another icon, import it. Now in the next one, let's add activity, import it, and import this activity from Lucid React. Then import user. So these are same icons, just we are importing it. So you can see we have imported all the icons from Lucid React. Now we have to display these nav items. So again, we'll turn this div into nav. So we have added the nav tag. Now in this nav tag, we have to add the classes so that we can position this navbar at the bottom. So we have added the position fixed here, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, and other classes. Now we'll add a div, and in this div we'll add the classes to align it side by side. So we'll add the classes like this, and after that again add curly braces and provide our nav items dot map, and in this one create the arrow function and get individual item in this parameter. After that we'll add the parenthesis here, and in this one let's return the navlink tag. Import the navlink from React router DOM. So again we have added the navlink. After that here again we have to add the icon. So let's add this item dot icon, and we'll set the size here. So provide the class name and provide the size 5.5. Next we have to add the text in a span tag. So provide the span tag, and in this one provide item.label. Then we have to set the font size and font weight. So we have added the class name, provide text extra small and font medium. Now here we have to add the key property. So provide the key, it will be item.path. Then we'll add the to property. In this to, provide the item.path. So it will open the particular path. Then we'll add the classes again. So let's add the class name, and here also we'll add the arrow function, and in this parameter we will destructure the isActive property, and using this isActive property we will provide the dynamic classes. So just add the backticks here, and first we will provide the static classes like this, and then we'll add $ curly braces, and in this one we are going to check isActive is true or not. So if it is true, here we will add text color and text color for dark mode, else we'll add the colon here, and here we'll add the other classes. So let's add some other classes here when isActive is false. Now we will save the changes and let's open the web page. So right now you can see we don't have the sidebar and we don't have the bottom menu, right? We don't have the menu items at the bottom because we have to mount it. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and let's open our layout. And in this layout here, before closing of this div, we will mount our component. So let's mount this bottom nav. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see at the bottom we have this home, food, activity and profile. So we have mounted our component here, and now we can access the menu items at the bottom for mobile screen or small screen. Let me change it here. So you can see this is the smaller screen view, and in this one we have the navigation menu at the bottom. Let me change the display and come to the light mode and open the screen size in small screen, and now you can see the navigation menu in light mode also. So at the bottom you can see we have this home, food, activity, profile in light mode. And if I increase the screen width and click here, we are getting the dark mode, and in this dark mode also we have the bottom navigation menus. Now let me come to the full screen or desktop mode. So we have created the bottom navigation bar for mobile screen and sidebar for all the pages. Next we have to create the pages one by one, and we will start with this dashboard only. So in the dashboard we have to display these data, like we will display the welcome message, we will display the status of calorie consumed and burned, then we'll display the activities, and we will display the goal and today's summary, and we'll display one graph. So let's start creating our dashboard. To create our dashboard page, we will come back to the VS Code. Now let's open the sidebar, and here we will open the dashboard.tsx file. Now here you can see we have this div. So in this one we'll add the classes. So let me provide the predefined class, that is page container. After that, here we have to create the header part of the dashboard. So let me write the comment here, that is header. After this comment, let's create a div. And in this one also we'll add some class edge. So I'll provide the class name property and simply provide this dashboard header class that we have already created using multiple Tailwind classes, right? After that, here we have to add a message. As you can see in this UI design, we have to add this message, welcome back, and then name. And after that, we'll add the motivational text with icon, right? So in this page, you can see we have this background for the header, and here we have to add the message in p tag. So I'll write the message, welcome back. And after this message, we have to add some classes in this text. So here we have added these classes, and then we'll add the user's name in h1 tag, correct? So to get the username, we need the user data from the context. So let's scroll up. Here, before this return, let's get the data from the context. So I'll write const curly braces equal to use app context. So use app context is imported from the context folder app context. And after that, here we'll add the user. After that, we need all activity logs. And after that, we will get the all food logs. So we will get these data from the app context, right? After that, here we have the user. So from this user, we can get the name, right? So in this h1, we'll add curly braces, and let's provide backticks and provide hi there, and then we'll add the icon. So just copy this icon from anywhere, and after that we'll add $sign curly braces and insert this user dot username like this. And after that, in this one we'll add some classes to increase the font size and font weight. So we have added the text 2XL font weight and margin top. Now we'll come back here, and here you can see we have this welcome back and hi there GreatStack. Next we have to add the motivational message. So I'll just come back here, and just after this h1, let's add this comment. We have added this comment motivation card. Now create a div here, and within this we'll add another div that contains our text and icon. So first we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we have to insert the icon, and then we'll add the p tag, and here we'll add our motivation text, that is the motivation message. So let's add the classes first in the parent div. So here we have this div. In this one we'll add the class name and provide these classes. If I save the changes and come back here, you can see we have this horizontal bar in which we will display our message, correct? Now after that, let's come back here, and in this second div we'll add the classes, and in this one let's add the flex item center gap 3 so that it will align this span and p side by side. Now in the span we have to add the icon, and in this p we have to add the message. And to get this motivational message, we will use our assets. So if I open the sidebar assets folder, and then we will open the assets.ts file. So in this one you can see we have this dummy food logs, dummy activity logs, then quick activities, and after that here we have this function get motivational message. Now in this function we have to provide the calorie consumed, then we have to provide activity minutes or active minutes and daily calorie limit. So we have to provide 3 data in this function, and it will return the icon and message like this. So we will use this function. So I'll just come back here, and here let's add const motivation equal to get motivational message, and you can see get motivational message is imported from the asset. In this one we have to provide 3 data, that is total calories, then total active minutes and daily calorie limit. So for that, let's come here and first we'll add one state here. So just add const. Let's add today food, and after that we'll add the setter function set today food equal to user state, and initialize it using empty array, and here we have to add the type also. So just add this angle bracket, and in this one let's add food entry. So food entry is imported from the types. After that just duplicate it, and in this one we'll add today activities, and the setter function name is set today activities, and here also we'll add the user state, initialize it with empty array, and here we'll add activity entry, and it is also imported from types. Here we have to add the array also. That's it. Now after that we will get the daily calorie limit. So just add const and provide daily calorie limit equal to, and here we'll add the colon number. So we will define the type number equal to, use this user dot daily calorie intake or 2000. So here we have the daily calorie limit. After that we have to load the user data, and when we load the user data, then only we will get to know the today's food activity, right? We will get the today food and today activities. So after this we'll add one function. So I'll write one comment here, load user data, and it will be one arrow function. So create one arrow function using const load user data and arrow function. In this one just add const today equal to new date dot to ISO string dot split, and provide t index 0. After that we'll add const food data equal to all food logs. We are getting this all food logs from this context, right? So in this one just add filter, and in this filter I'll provide f for food, and here we'll add the type food entry, and then we'll add f dot created at question mark dot, and here we'll add a split using t index 0 equal to today. Now after that we'll add the setter function set today food, and in this one just provide this food data, and after that we'll add the same thing. Let's just copy this, paste it here. In this one we'll add activity data. Instead of food data we'll add activity data, and here let's add all activity logs dot filter, and here we'll add a for activity and provide activity entry, and here we'll add a dot created at a split using t index 0 and today. Now after that here we will use the setter function set today activities, and in this one just add this activity data. So now we have this today food and today activity, right? After that we have to execute this load user whenever the component gets loaded. So we'll add the use effect here. In this use effect we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array I'll provide all activity logs and all food logs. So whenever it is changing, it will again execute this function that will load the user data, right? So in this one let's provide the function, and it will call this function like this, and here I'll provide the arrow function, and just add load user data. That's it. So it will load the user data and we'll get the today food and today activity. After that, we'll calculate the total calories, right? So just add const total calories, and then we'll add the type number equal to today food dot reduce, and in this reduce add this arrow function, and here we'll add sum and item, and then we'll add the sum. Let's correct it. It will be a small s plus the item dot calories comma 0. So here we are getting total calories. After that, we'll add remaining calories. So let's add const remaining calories and provide the type number equal to, here we will use daily calorie limit minus this total calories, right? And after that, we'll add the total activity minutes. So just add const total activity minutes and provide the type number equal to total activities dot reduce, and create the arrow function, and here also we'll add sum and item, and it will return the sum plus item dot duration comma 0. So here we have total activity or total active minutes, correct? Now after that, we need total burned, right? So here we'll add const total burned, type will be number equal to today activities dot reduce, and arrow function, we will get the sum and item in this parameter, and after that let's add sum plus just item dot calories or 0 comma 0. So here we have total burned. So after that, let's calculate this motivation. So motivation equal to get motivational message, and in this one we will provide the total calories, then we will provide total active minutes, then we will provide daily calorie limit. Just copy and paste it here. So here we will get the motivational data like icon and text. So let's come here in this span. In this span, we'll add curly braces and provide the motivation dot emoji, and in this p tag we will provide motivation dot text. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the icon and text. Now let me provide the classes for the span and p text. So in this span we will increase the size, so we'll add the class name and provide text 3xl, and in this one we have to change the color and font size, so we'll add the class name text white and font medium. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see it is looking good with this increased font size for this icon or increased icon size, and here we have the text. So we have completed the header part of our dashboard. Next we have to create this section, that is calories, where we will display the calories consumed and calories burned, right? So for that we have to create a card, and in this one we'll add this to data, right? So I'll just come back, and after closing of this div, that is for header, you can see this header is closing here. So after closing of this header, let's add the comment. Let's add comment main content and create a div here. Now in this main content div, we'll add the class name and provide dashboard grid. Now after that, in this one, first we have to add the calories card, right? So again we'll add the comment calories card, and create a card component, and here we'll add a card tag. So let's add card. We will add the opening arrow card and import this card from the component/UI. It is imported, or let me use this closing tag also, like this. So we have the card open and closing tag. Let's scroll up. You can see the card is imported from the components/UI/card. Now in this card component, we'll add some classes. So we will provide the shadow large and then provide column span 2. If I save the changes and open the web page, here you can see this dark color of container, right? Now in this one we have to add the data like this. We have to add the first column that contains the icon text, and in the right side we will add the text called limit. Then we'll add this progress bar, and after that we'll add one horizontal line. Then again we'll add the icon text and another progress bar. So just come back, and in this card let's add the first div. It will contain the icon and text. After that we'll add the progress bar. So let's add progress bar component, import this component, and in this one we'll add the properties like value and provide total calories. Then we'll add the next property, that is max, and in this max we'll add daily calorie limit. Now again we'll add another div, and in this div we have to add the icon and text, and then we have to add one progress bar again. So let's add progress bar component. We will add the value also. In this value we'll add total burned, and then we'll add the max property and provide the user dot or question mark dot daily calories burned. Then we'll add or 400. Now here we have to add one horizontal line also. So let's add a div here. In this div simply add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide flex, then item center, justify between, and margin bottom. If I save the changes and open the web page, you can see here we have two horizontal containers, and in this one we are not getting the progress bar. So let me just come back here. After adding this progress bar, still this progress bar is at 0%, right? So to display the progress, let's log out from this account. I'll inspect it and I'll clear the local storage. So go to application, and here we have the local storage and this URL. In this one we have the data, right? So let's delete this. So now we have cleared the local storage, and after that if I refresh this, now here we are getting the login screen. So now we will log in with any email ID and password. So just add demo@gmail.com and any password. So after login, let's just refresh this web page, so it will load the data. So you can see here we are getting the progress bar, correct? So it will load the data from our dummy data that is available in the asset. Now after that, I'll just come back here in the VS Code again, and here let me provide the icon and text in this first div. So in this first div, we'll add some classes first. So I'll provide class name, flex, item center, justify between, and margin bottom, right? Now after that, here we'll add two div that will be displayed in the left and right side. So just add two div here. In the first one, that is for the left side, we'll add the icon and text for the left side, and in the second one we'll add the text for the right side. So let's complete the right side only. I'll write class name here in the second one, that is text right, and here we'll add the text in p tag. So the text is limit. And after that we'll add the second text in another p tag. So let's add daily calorie limit. So we have two text here. Now just come to the first div. In this one we have to add the icon and text, and we have to align it side by side. So let's add the flex layout here. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide flex item center and gap 3. Then we'll add a div. It will contain our icon. So let's add hamburger icon. And for this icon we'll set the width, height and color. So we have added these classes for setting the width, height and color, and create a div that contains two text. So just add the p tag, and the text is calories consumed. Now we'll add the next text in p tag, that is total calories. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this icon and text in the left side. In the right side we have this text. Next we have to add the classes to increase the font size and change the color and increase the icon size. So let's come here in this div that contains our icon. So here we'll add the class name and provided these classes for width, height and border radius, color, and we have added the flex item center, justify center. We have added the background color, right? Now after that come here in this second div that contains the text. So for this first p tag we'll add this class name, and for the second one let's add these classes. Now just come here in the right side, which is the right side div, and here also we have to add the classes for the text. So here we have the first text called limit, add these classes, and now we'll come to the second div or second p tag, and in this second p tag we'll add classes like this. Save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see it looks good, right? Similarly we have to add the second icon and text. So now here we have to add the text like this one, that is calories remaining. So it will be displayed just after this first progress bar. So I'll come back to the VS Code, and in this one you can see here we have a div for adding the horizontal line, and by mistake we have added other classes here. So let me just remove these classes from here, and it will be added in the div here. So here we'll add the classes like this. So it will be for the another div, and here we have this div. So in this one we have to add the horizontal line. So just add border top, then border color and border color for dark mode and margin Y. That's it. And just above this one we have to add another div. So here let's add a div, and in this one let me provide the classes, and here also we'll add the margin from top, flex, justify between and item center. Now in this one we have to add a div like this, and in this one we'll add the remaining calories, right? And we'll add the total calorie also. So here let's add the span tag like this. In this span tag we have to add the total calories. So let's add curly braces, math dot round, and in this one just add the total calories divide by daily calories limit or daily calorie limit, and just add multiplied by 100, and here we'll add %. Now in this one we have to add some classes. So in this span tag we'll add the class name and provide these classes. Save the changes and come back here. Here you can see 34% in the right side. Now we'll add the content in the left side. So you can see here we have the calories remaining in the left side, and in the right side we have the %. So let's come back, and we have the div for the left side also, which is this one. So in this one let's add a span, And in this span, I'll write curly braces and provide remaining calories greater than equal to 0. If it is true, in this case we'll add backticks, $ curly braces, and provide remaining calories, and then we will add the unit like this, cal remaining. It will be added here before closing of this backticks. Now after that, here we'll add the else statement also, so just add the colon, and here again we'll add backticks and provide $ curly braces math.abs, and in this one provide remaining calories, and after that here also we'll add unit and over. Now we have to add the classes here, that will be dynamic class. So let's add the class name property in this div, and we'll add curly braces backticks. So here we have added these classes. So these are the static classes like padding x, padding y, and rounded lg. After that we are checking the remaining calories is greater than 0 or not. If it is greater than 0, these classes will be applied, and if it is false, these classes will be applied. Now we'll add the classes in the span also. So in this span, simply add text small and font medium. Now we will save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have total 1450 calorie remaining, and here we have the 34%, right? And here you can see we have this line also. Now we'll add the same icon text and this right side text in the second progress bar, for the second progress bar. So let me just come back. Here you can see we have a div which is empty. So in this div we have to add two div. Let's add a div here for the left side and another one for the right side. Correct? Now in the right side we have to add two text only. So let's just copy from here. In this card you can see we have added this div for the left side and this is for the right side. So let's copy it and paste it here. Remove these two div and paste it here. Save the changes and come back. So you can see we have the same layout and same text and icon. So just replace the icon and text. So just come back here and let's start with this left side. So in the left side we have to add different icon. So I'll provide flame icon. It is imported from Lucid React. After that we'll add the text here, that is calories burned. Instead of calories consumed we will add calories burned, and then we'll add total burned. After that come to the right side and here we'll add the text called goal, and here we'll add user dot daily calories burn or 400. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see we have the updated icon and text. So we have completed this part, that is the progress bar for calories consumed and calories burned, as you can see in this UI design. Now after that we have to add these card, that is the stats like total activity minute and total number of workouts, right? So to create this stats we will come back here in the VS Code, and just after closing of this card here we will add the comment, that is stats row, and in this stats row we have to add a div. So here we have added this div just below this stats row comment. Now in this one we'll add our predefined classes. So just add dashboard card grid, and after that here let's add the comment for the first card, that is active minutes. Now here again we'll use the card component that is already imported in this file, and in this card component we are going to add the data. So let's add the div here, and in this div we will add the icon and text, right? So let's add the classes provide flex, items center, gap 3 and margin bottom, so that we can align the content inside this div. So here we have a div, and then we'll add one text in p tag. So the text is active, and after that here we'll add one icon that is activity and import it from Lucid React. So activity icon is imported, and for this icon we will set the width, height and color using the class name. Now let's add the classes in the div that contains this icon. So here we have added these classes for the div. Now in this one, which is the p tag, we have to provide some classes to change the text size and color. Now just after this div, before the closing body tag, we will add a p tag, and here we'll add total active minutes, and after that we'll add another p tag, and here we'll add the message minutes today. Let me correct it, it will be total active minutes. Now it is correct. Now after that we'll add some classes also. So just provide the class name here in the first p tag, and now just add the classes in the second p tag like this. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the first card with icon and active, and then we have 30 minutes today, right? Next we have to create the second card that will be displayed in the right side. So just come back, and I'll duplicate this div with this comment also. Actually we will duplicate this card only, right, with this comment. So just duplicate it, and let's update the comment that is active or activity counts. And here we have the same card and same div, and in this one we'll just update the icon. So let's add zap icon. So we have updated the icon, and we'll update the icon color also. So here we'll update the color. Now after that we'll add the text called workouts. Then next we'll add the today activities dot length, and here we'll add activities logged. Now save the changes and just open the web page. So here you can see we have the second data. Here we have one activity logged. You can see the UI design also. In this one you can see we have stats in 2 columns. In the first one we have the active, and in the second one we have the workouts, activities logged. It looks same. After that we have to add the goal like this. We have to add the goal card, and after that we'll add the body metrics card, and then we'll add this quick summary, and after this quick summary we will add this graph. So let's add it one by one. I'll just come back here, and after this closing card we have a div. So just after this closing div, let's add the comment that is goal card, and here we will add curly braces. We will use the user, and so when the user is available then only it will be displayed. So here we will add another card. So just add the card component, and let's add the comment also. So we'll add the comment here. This card will span both columns and large screen. So here in this card we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name like this, and after that we'll add a div here, and within this div we have to create first div for the icon, and then we'll add the second div for the text. So let's group all these in the div, and here we'll add the flex layout. So let's add the flex classes. Now in the first div we have to add the icon, right? So let's add trending up icon, and in this trending up icon we will add the classes like this. After that, here we have the second div. So in this second div we'll add the p tag, and then we'll add the text called your goal. After that we'll add another p tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces, user dot goal equal to lose. If it is true, then we'll add the icon and text, that is lose weight. Now duplicate it, and here we will update the value. If the user dot goal is maintained, then we will display another icon and text. If the goal is gain, then we will add another icon and text. That's it. Now we'll add some classes also. So start with this div that contains our icon. So in this one we have to set the width, height and background color. Then we have a div here, and here we have the first text. So let's add the classes to change the text size and text color. Then come to this second p tag. In this one we'll add text color, font semi bold and capitalized. Save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have this your goal and maintain weight. After this goal card, let me just come back here, and here we'll create the next card. So after this card, here we have the curly braces. So here we'll add the comment, that is body matrix card, and again we'll add the curly braces here and provide the user, and then we'll add and then user dot weight. If it is available, then only we will add the card. So here we have added this parenthesis and provide the card component. Now in this card component we will add a div, and after that let me just copy this one. We have this flex item center gap 4. Just add it here in this div, and here we'll add the margin bottom also. So just add 6. Now after that just add this one, that is for the icon. So in this one we have a icon. Here we have the width, height and border radius and color. So let's update the color here. It will be indigo 100. Then flex item center justify center. Then we'll add the next icon, that is scale icon, and in this icon we have the width, height and update the color again, that is indigo 500. And after that here we will add the next div where we'll add the text. So we'll add the text in h3, that is body matrix, and then we'll add the text in p tag, that is your stats. Now in this h3 provide the class name, and then we'll add the class name in the p tag like this. After adding it, let me just correct it. We'll add capital C. Now it is correct. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the next card body matrix, your stats, right? And here we have to add the data like weight, height and this indicator. So I'll just come back here and open the VS Code, and just after this div, before closing of this body or card tag, before closing of this card tag, here we will add a div like this, and in this div we have to add the space. So simply provide a space y4. Then we have to add a div, and in this one we'll add the flex layout. So let's add the class name flex justify between item center. Then we will add another div here, and in this one we'll add the flex item center and gap 2. And within this we have to add one icon. So let's insert an icon inside a div. So the icon will be scale icon again. And for this scale icon, we'll add the width, height 4 and color. After that, provide the classes in this div that contains our icon. So we have added these classes. Now just after this, we'll add the text called weight. So here we'll add a span and then we'll add the text which is weight. And we'll add the classes here for this span. So we have added these classes. Now in the right side we have to display the value. So just after this closing div, we will add one span tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces, this user dot weight, and here we'll add kg. Now for this span we'll add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now we'll save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have the icon, weight and this 75 kg. After that, here we have to add the next data, that is height, if it is available. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here after closing of this div, let's add curly braces and provide user dot height property, and so if the height is available, then we'll add one div here. So I'll just copy this div. Let's just copy and paste it here. So in this one we will update the icon, and the icon will be this one, ruler. And after that, here we have this icon color, it will be same. Then we have to update the text. So the text will be height. Then we'll update the user dot height in cm. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this weight and height. After that, let's just come back, and here we'll add another curly braces, and we'll use the user dot height, and when the height is available, then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we will add a div. So in this div we'll add some classes, like we'll add the padding, then we'll add the border, and we'll add the border color for light and dark mode. After this div, let's add another div, and in this one we'll add the flex layout. So here we have added the class name and provided flex justify between item center and margin bottom. Then we'll add the text here. So let's insert this text in span tag, and this text is BMI, that is body mass index. And for this text we will provide the text small, font medium and text color. And just after that, here we will add the curly braces, and then we'll add one function. So let's add this parenthesis. In this one we'll add the arrow function, and here let's add const BMI equal to user dot weight slash math dot pow, and in this one we'll add the user dot height and divide by 100. Then we'll add comma 2, and after that here we'll add dot to fixed and the value 1. So here we are calculating this BMI. After that, let me write const get a status equal to one arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the b and the type will be number. And after that, let's add the if statement here. In this if, we'll add b less than 18.5. So in this case we'll add the return and just add curly braces. Here we'll provide the color, and in this color property provide text blue 500. Then we'll add the comma, and let's move it in the new line. Here we'll add BG, it will be BG blue 500. Then we'll add the another if statement here, so just add the comma here or semicolon, and let's provide the next if statement. In this if we'll add b less than 25. Then we'll add the return and add this curly braces. Now in this one, let's add the color background. So we have added the color and background. It is returning this object. Now we will add the another if statement, so just duplicate it. Here we'll add the semicolon and duplicate it. And in this one we'll add b less than 30. So here I'm going to return color, and the color will be text orange 500. Then we'll add the background BG orange 500, right? Now after that, here we'll add simple return, and in this return again copy this object, copy and paste it here. Here we'll provide color, it will be red 500, and here also red 500. Now after that, just come here, after closing of this parenthesis we'll add this parenthesis, so it will call this function. And before closing of this curly braces, here we'll add const a status equal to get a status that we have just created, and here we'll add the number and provide BMI, and then we'll add the return here and provide the span tag. So it will return the span tag here, and in this span tag simply return the BMI. And with this BMI we will add different classes. So let's add the class name, and we'll add curly braces backticks and insert the text large font bold, then $sign curly braces, and provide a status dot color. That's it. Now save the changes. After adding it, let me just come back here. You can see here we have the BMI, and here we have the value 24.5. So this color will be updated when the value changes, right? Now after that, let's add the visual scale for BMI. So after this closing div, let me provide the comment BMI scale visual. Let's add a div here, and in this div we have to provide some classes like height, width, background, and overflow hidden, and flex, and we have added the border radius rounded full. Now after that, let's add multiple div here. So just create the first one, and in the first div we will add these classes. Now duplicate it. In the second one we will change the background, so just add this background color, and the opacity will be same. Now duplicate it. This is the third div. In this one we'll add the color BG orange, right? Now duplicate it, and here we'll add BG red 400. That's it. Now after that, here we'll add another div, and in this one we will add the span tag. So let's add the span 18.5, duplicate it, it will be 25. Then we'll add 30, and after that let's add the classes in the div that contains all the spans. So here we have added flex, justify between, margin top, and text 10 pixel, and text color, that is slate 400. After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the visual indicator for BMI. Now let's come back here in the UI design. So in this UI design we have to create this quick summary. where we will display meals logged, total calories and active time. And after that we will display this chart. So I'll just come back here, and here we have this closing card tag and then closing curly braces. So here only we will add the comment, that is quick summary. And after that again we will add the card component. Let's add this card component, and in this card component first we have to add the title in H3. So the title is today's summary. And after that, for this title provide the classes, like we will change the font weight and color. So we have added these classes. If I save the changes, come back here in the web page, so you can see here we have one card with the text today's summary. Now after that we will display the data like this one, that is meals logged, then total calories and active time. So let me just come back here, and just after this title create a div. In this div we will add the space, so provide the class name space y3, right? Now in this one let's create a div that contains our first data. So here we'll add the span, and in this span we will add the text called meals logged, and create the second span tag. In this one we will add curly braces today food dot length. That's it. So this is the first data. Now in this one we have to add the classes, so provide the class name in this div, and then we will add the classes in the first span tag, and after that we'll add the classes in the second span tag, that is this one called today food dot length. After adding it, save the changes, come back here. You can see here we have the meals logged 2. Similarly we'll add other data, so just come back and duplicate this one. Let's duplicate this div. Now in this one we'll add total calories. Instead of meals logged we'll add total calories, then we'll add curly braces total calories, and here we'll add the unit calorie. After that again duplicate it for the third data, so just duplicate this one, and here we'll add active time, and after that here just add total active minutes, and here we'll add the unit minute. Let's save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this one meals logged, total calories 75 calorie and active time 30 minutes, right? And after that here you can see we have one bottom line, so we have to remove it. So let me just come back, and in this last div we have flex justify between item center and y2. After that we have the border, so let's remove this border and border color. Now save the changes and we will come back here. So you can see we don't have that bottom line, it looks same as it is, right? Now after that we have to add our activity graph like this. For creating this graph we have already provided the component here. If I come back in the folder, we have the client src assets. So once you will download the assets, you will find this calories chart, right? So just copy this or cut this calories chart and paste it here in the components. So we have added the components called calories chart, right? And after that, let me just come here, open the sidebar, components, and go to calories chart. So we have created this component, but in this one you can see we have used this package called recharts, right? So we have to install this package. For that we'll open the terminal, stop the project using Ctrl+C and add npm install recharts. Install this package, and after installation we have to start our project again. So wait for the installation, and after that start the project using npm run dev. Now the project is running. Hide this terminal, and now I'm going to use this components here in the dashboard. So just come here in the dashboard, and after closing of this card component, here we'll add the comment, that is activity and intake graph. So again we'll add another card like this, and in this card we have to add the title in H3. So the title will be this week's progress, and let's add the classes here, and after that we'll add the classes for this title also, and then we have to add our component. But before that, let's see here on the web page. It is reloading the web page, and here you can see we have this week's progress. Right now I'll come back here, and just after this title, let's mount our calories chart component. It has been imported, and save the changes, come back here. So here at the bottom you can see we have this chart, and when we move cursor over here, it will display the values also, like burn and intake. If I move to this chart, you can see burn 300, intake 750. If I come here, you can see we are getting the data when we move on this chart, right? So we have completed our dashboard page, right, where we have added the calories consumed progress bar and calories burned progress bar, then total active minutes and total workout, and your goal, your body metrics, and summary, and this graph. After creating this dashboard, next we have to create our food activity or food log page. As you can see here we have this food. If I click here, it will change this page. Let me open the dashboard again and click on this light mode. So you can see this entire application in the light mode also, and it looks good, right? So let me switch back to the dark mode and come to this food log page. Now we'll start creating our food log page. To create our food log page, let me see the UI design. So in this Figma file, you can see this is our UI design for food logs page. In this one, you can see we have to add the content in 2 columns, and first we have to create this header. In this header, we'll add the text food log and this a small description, and in the right side we'll add the today's calorie, right? And then we'll add the content in 2 columns. In the left side, we'll add the quick add. Using that, we can easily add the food items that is taken today, right? And here we have the button, that is add food entry, and after that here we have the AI food snap, where we can upload the snap of the food item, and it will automatically add the entries, and the entries will be displayed in the right column. As you can see here, we have the breakfast, dinner, snack, right? And with that we have the total calories and the food name. So we have to create this page or layout, and here we have the light mode also. So this is the light mode of our food log page, and after that here we have this mobile view of food log page. Now you can see here we have this button add food entry. When we click here, it will open the box where we can enter the data like food name, calories, and time, like it is breakfast, dinner, or snack. So to create it, let me just come back to the VS Code. Open this sidebar and come to pages, and in this pages we have foodlog.tsx file. Now in this one we need some data from the context. So let's add const curly braces, and here we will get the data from use app context. Use app context is imported here, and after that here let's get the data from this app context. So let me get all food logs and the setter function, that is set all food logs. So we are getting this data from context, and after that we'll create some states to store the data in this component. So here we have added const entries, and the setter function name is set entries equal to use state, and use state is imported here. And after that let's add the initial value empty array, and here we have to add the type also. So in the type we will add food entry, and the food entry is imported from the types folder. Here we'll add the array like this. So we have created one state where we'll store the entries, and the entries will be displayed in the right column. After that let's duplicate it. Here we'll add show form. Using that we can display or hide the form, right? And here we have the setter function set show form, and initialize it using use state, and let's add the initial value that is false. So by default it will be hidden. Now let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the next state that is form data, and the setter function name is set form data. So using this form we will add a new entry, right? So here we have added use state, and here we'll add the initial value. So it will be one object, and in this object let's add the properties. So first we'll add the name, and here we'll add the initial value that will be empty array or empty string, and here we'll add calories. So initially it will be 0, and after that we'll add the meal type. So let's add the meal type empty string. So these are the initial value, and here we have to add the type also for this use state. So just add this angle bracket and provide the form data interface. So we have to import this form data. Let me type it again. So we are getting the form data from the types. You can see form data is imported from the types folder. Now it is correct. Now after that, here we'll add the next state. So let me just copy this one, paste it here. Here we'll add the state name loading, and the setter function name is set loading, and initialize it using false. Correct. Now after that, let's add content in this div. Right. So in this one, first we'll add the class name, and let's provide the class name called page container. After that, here we have to create the header part. So we'll add the comment first. So let's add the comment header, and for this header let's provide a div, and here we'll add the class name that is page header. Now in this one, let's add another div, and in this one we'll add the flex layout. So we have provided the class name and provided this flex classes. Then we have to add the content like title and description in the left side, and then we'll add the text in the right side also. So we'll add two div for the left and right side. Now in the left side we will add the title in h1, and the title is food log, and after that we'll add the small text in p tag. So the text is track your daily intake. Now we will add some classes for the title and description. So provide the classes in the title, and after that we will provide the classes in the description also. So we have added the classes in title and description that is displayed in the left side. Now let's come here in the second div. So in this second div we will add the classes so that the content will be aligned in the right side. So using this text right, the content will be aligned in the right side, and here we'll add the text called today's total, and after that let's add the p tag, and here we have to provide the total calories, right? So let's provide the classes first. So in this first p we'll add the class name and provide these classes, and in this second one we will add the total calories here, and then we'll add the unit cal. So here we have added the unit, and after that we'll add the classes here. So we'll add the class name property, and let's add these classes in this one. After adding it, if I come back to the web page, here you can see we have this food log and then small text. In the right side we have the today's total and this unit, but here we have to add the value also, that will be total calories, right? So To get the total calories, we will come back here, and here we will create one variable. So let me provide const total calories equal to entries dot reduce, and here let's add the arrow function, and here we'll use the sum and e. After that, let's add sum plus e dot calories comma 0. So using this we'll get the total calories, and let's add it here. So by default the total calories will be 0 because we have initialized this entries with this array, right? So if I come back, here we are getting 0. Now we'll add the function. Using that we can fetch the entries whenever the component gets loaded, right? So we have to create a function here. So after this loading a state, first we'll add today date. So just add const today equal to new date, and then we'll add dot to ISO string dot split and provide t. Then we'll add index 0. So we'll get the today's date, and after that we'll create a function here that will load the entries. So just add const load entries equal to arrow function. Now here let's add const today entries equal to all food logs dot filter, and after that let's create the arrow function here and provide the e dot, or we'll add e colon. We'll provide the type, so it will be food entry, and here we'll add e dot created at question mark dot a split using t index 0 equal to today. So we'll get the today's entries, right? And after that we'll use the setter function set entries, and in this set entries let's provide this today's entries. That's it. Next we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded, right? So let's come here. Just before this return, we will add use effect, and in this use effect we will add one dependency array. So in this dependency array just add all food logs. So whenever all food logs changes, it will execute this function, and here let's add the function like this, and here we'll add the arrow function, and let's call our load entries function here. Save the changes. Now after that, if I open the web page, here you can see we have 750 calories because it is loading the data, that is the food entry data for today's date, right? Now after that, let's create this part, that is the row where we have two columns, left and right side. In the left side we'll add this quick add and other buttons, and in the right side we'll add the entries. So let me just come here, and let's see, the header is closing here. So here we'll add the space. After this header we'll add the space, and here we will add one div. Now in this div we'll add the classes. So provide the class name property, and here we'll add page content grid, that is the predefined classes. And after that, here let's add the comment, that is quick add section, right? Then we'll add not of show form. So if the show form is false, so in this case only we will add this div, right? Now in this div we have to add the space, so provide the class name and provide a space y4. After that we'll provide our card. So we have already created the card component. It is available in the components/UI, right? So let's import it. Now within this card we will add one text in h3. Now in this h3 let's add the text called quick add. and we'll add some classes in this title so that we can change the style of this text. And after that, here we will add a div. Now in this div, we will add the list of icons. As you can see in this UI design, we have the list of icons, and with that we have the text also, like breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. So to add it, I'll just come back, and here we will use one array that is available in our asset. So let's add curly braces. We will provide quick activities food log dot map. You can see this quick activities food log is imported from the assets. Now after that, here we have added the map method, and in this map, let's create the arrow function and get the individual item in this parameter, that is activity, and here we'll add this parenthesis and return a button tag. So we have added the button tag here, and in this button tag we'll add curly braces, this activity dot emoji, and then we'll add space and provide activity dot name. So we have the emoji and name, right? Now in this button we'll add the key property also. So let's add the key property, and it will be activity dot name. After adding it, if I open the web page, here you can see we have the quick add and then breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. Next we have to add the space between these items, and we'll decorate it as a button. So just come back, and here we have a div that contains all the items. So we will provide the flex layout and provide the gap, right? Now come here in the button. In this button, we will add the class name property like this and provide these classes, correct? After that, here in this button, we'll add the onClick property also. Let's add the onClick property, and when we click here, it should add a new entry, right? So here we'll create a function and provide the function here that will be called when we click on this button. So let me create that function first. I'll just scroll up, and here before this use effect, let's add const, and the function name is handle quick add equal to one arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we'll get the activity name, and here we'll add the type a string. Now after that, here let's add the setter function set form data, and in this set form data, provide the spread operator form data, comma, meal type, and the meal type will be this activity name. And just after that, we will use this set show form and make it true. So it will display the form. Right now we have not created the form yet, but we will set the state true, and in that one it will just add the meal type, that will be activity name. That's it. So now let's link this function. So here we have this handle quick add. So let's add it here in this onClick. So in this onClick, we'll add the arrow function again and call this one, and here we have to provide the meal type. So it will be this activity dot name. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have these items: breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack, correct? Now after that, let me just come back, and we have to create these buttons, right? That is add food entry and AI food snap, right? So to create it, I'll just come back here, and just after this closing card, we will add one button tag, and instead of button tag, we will use the button component. So let's add button, and you can see we have the suggestion importing the button from component/UI. So we have added the button component here. In this button component, let's add the icon. So we will use plus icon and import this icon from Lucid React. And for this one, we will set this size. So we have added the class name size 5. And after that, we have to add the button text, that is add food entry. Next, we'll add the classes in this button. So in this button, simply provide the class name property and provide width full. After that, here we'll add onClick property also. In this onClick, just create the arrow function and provide set so form and provide true. So it will display the form to enter the food entries. Now we'll create the next button. So here we'll add another button, so simply duplicate it. Now in this button we'll add different onClick properties, so just clear it. Here we have the width full, then we have the icon, so just update this icon, it will be sparkle icon, and after that we'll add the text also, that is AI food snap, right? So we have added another button here, and then we have this onClick, right? Now in this onClick property, we will add the functionality so that when we click here, it will open a window to upload any image so that we can upload the food snap. For that, first we have to add the input tag where we can upload the images. So just after this button, let me provide the input. So we have added the input tag, and input type will be file so that we can upload a file here. Then we have to add the accept property. In this accept property, provide image/star so we can upload any image type. After that, here we have to add the hidden property, so it will be hidden. Now in this one we have to add the reference also, so just add the ref, and here let's add one name. So let's add the input ref because this is the input field, and create the use ref here. So scroll up, and here we'll create one use ref to select that element. So after this loading, let me provide const input ref equal to use ref, and the use ref is imported here, and after that let's provide null, and here we will add the type also. So we'll provide the angle bracket and provide HTML input element. So we have added the type HTML input element. Now let's come here, and here we have added the input, and after that here we have added the reference, that is input ref. So when we click on this button, it should open the input field or window to upload any image. So we have to add this onClick here, right? So in this onClick, let me provide curly braces input ref dot current question mark dot click. So it will click that input field and it will open the window, right? So instead of adding it here, we have to add one arrow function first, and in this arrow function we will call this one input ref current click, correct? Now after that, let me open the web page. So here you can see we have this add food entry, and then we have AI food snap. If I click on AI food snap, it is opening this window, right? Here we can upload the images. Let's close it. So it is working fine. Now after that, we have to add the loading icon when the loading state is true, right? It means when we upload any image, then it will load the data, and then it will add the food entries automatically using AI, right? So till then we have to display the loading icon. So just come back, and just after this input, we will add curly braces and loading, right? And when loading is true, then we'll add the div here. So we have added this div. Now in this div, we have to add the loader to icon. Import this icon, and for this icon, we will set the size, and we will also add the color and animation. So we'll add the classes like this. Next, we'll add the classes in the div that contains this loader icon. So we have added the classes for this div. Save the changes and come back here. So right now we don't have that loading. It will be displayed when the loading state becomes true. So we have added these data, right? Now we have to display the form also, that is add form. Using that we can add the new entries. So let me just come back, and here we have this closing curly braces. So just after this one, we will add the comment, that is add form, right? And here let me add so form, and so when it is true, then only we have to display the form here, right? In this one we have to add the card component again. So we have added this card component, and in this card component also we will add some classes. So we'll add these classes here. Now in this card, let's add the title. So the title will be new food entry, like this. And for this title, we will provide the classes. So let's add these classes here, right? Now after that, if I come back here and click on this add food entry, you can see here we have the new food entry, and that buttons are removed. So using this form, we can add the entries, but we have not created the form yet. We have just added the form title. Now we'll add the input fields and create the form. So let me refresh it so that it will display the buttons here to generate that or display that form. So let me just come back, and after this title, we'll add the form tag. So we have added the form tag here. Remove this action and come to this form tag. Now in this form tag, we will add the classes also to add some space. So just add the class name property and provide a space y4. Then inside this one, we will add the input. So let's add the input component. Let's import it from the component /UI. It has been imported, and add this closing. Now in this input, we have to provide the label. So the label will be food name. After that, we have to add the next property, that is the value. So we will add the value here, and the value will be our form data dot name. Then we have to add on change also, so that when we change the data in this input field, it will update our state. So here we'll add the arrow function. We'll get the value here, and after that, let's add the setter function, that is set form data, and let's add a spread operator form data, comma, and provide the name. And in this name, we'll add v dot to string. That's it. So we have added the onChange property in this input. After that, we have to add the placeholder also. So let's add the placeholder property, and it will be example grilled chicken salad. And after that, we'll add the required property. So this will be required to submit the form. After that, we have to add our next input field, right? So let me just duplicate this input, copy and paste it here. And in this one, we'll add the label called calories. Then we'll add the type. So here, let me provide the type number. We have added the number type here. And after that, here we'll add the value. So it will be form data dot calories. And then we'll add the setter function, set form data. It will be form data. Then calories, it will be v, or instead of v, let's add number, and in this number provide v, that is value. Then we have the placeholder. So in this placeholder, let's add the example 350, and then we'll add the required, and here we'll add the minimum value. So let's add the minimum 1. Now we have two input field. If I save the changes, come back here, click on this add food entry. You can see here we have the food name and calories, correct? Now let me refresh it. So here we have this buttons. Now I'll come back here, and here we have to add the select option, that will be a drop down, and here we can choose different options like breakfast, lunch, dinner, or snack. So we will add one select tag. So instead of select tag, we will use the select component. So just add the select component here. And in this select component, we will add the label. So the label will be meal type. After that, we have to provide the value. So in the value, let's add the form data dot meal type. Then we have to add the onChange. So here we have the onChange property, and let me just copy this one for this onChange and paste it here. Now in this one we will use the setter function set form data, then we will use the aspirate operator form data and provide the meal type. So the meal type will be v dot to a string, right? And here we have to add the arrow function also. So let's add arrow function, and here we'll get the v in the parameter. Now it is correct. So here we have added the select tag. Now in this select tag we'll add the options also. So we will provide the options property, and it will be meal type options, and import the meal type options from assets. Then we will add the placeholder, and in the placeholder we will add the text called select meal type. Then we'll add the required property. It will be required to submit this form. Correct. Now after that, let me add the div here. In this div, we will add two buttons, that is cancel and add, right? So let's add the classes to align these buttons. So we'll add the flex, gap and padding. Now we will add the button component. So let's add the button component here. And within this button component, we will add the text called cancel. So this is the cancel button, and let's duplicate it. Here in the second button, we will add the text called add entry, right? Now let me add the button type here. So we'll add the button type. It will be submit, and then we will add the class name. It will be flex1. Now come to the first button. In this first button also we'll add the class name, that is flex1, right? Then we have to add the type. So we'll add the type. It will be button. Then we have to add the variant. So let's add the variant. It will be secondary, correct? And after that we have to add the onClick property here. So let's add the onClick, and in this onClick let's add the arrow function, right? And after that, here we'll use the setter function set show form and make it false. So it will hide this form, right? And after that it will clear the form data also. So here we'll add semicolon and provide the setter function set form data, and here we will clear all the data. So let's clear the name. It will be empty string. Then we will clear the calories. It will become 0, and then we will add meal type and provide empty string. That's it. So we have the cancel button and add button. Now let me just come back here and click on this add food. You can see here we have the input field for food name, calories, meal type, and then we have this drop down. Here we can choose different meal type, and here we have the cancel and add button. If I click on cancel, you can see it will again display these buttons. Here you can see we are not getting the space here in this meal type and this button, right? So let me just come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have added the form tag, but by mistake the form is closing here. So we have to move this select within this form. So just cut it and add it here before this closing form tag. And after that we have this button inside this div. So just remove this div that contains both buttons and just add it before this closing form tag. So we have added it here. Now we will save the changes and come back here. Now you can see the alignment is good. Here we have the different meal type. Now if I click on cancel and click on any one of this quick add, if I click on lunch, you can see here we are getting the meal type lunch. It is already selected. And here we can enter the food name, calories, and click on add entry. But this add entry will not work. We have to add the function for this add entry. So just come back, and here we have the form tag, right? You can see we have the form tag here. And in this form tag, we have to add the onSubmit handler function. So just add on submit property, and here we'll add handle submit function. So this handle submit function will insert a new entry. So let's create this function. We have just added the function name here, and now we'll create this function here. So after this load entries, let's add const handle submit equal to async arrow function. Now in this parameter we'll get the event and provide the type, that will be React dot form event. Now here we will provide e dot prevent default. After that we will provide const data equal to await and provide the mock API. So let's add mock API imported from the assets, and then we'll add dot foodlogs dot create method or function, and in this one just add the data, and in the data provide our form data. That's it. Now after this we will add set all food logs, and here we will use the arrow function with previous data in the parameter. So just add priv and create the arrow function, and it will return the array with the previous data and insert this new data. After that we will set the or reset the form. So just add set form data, and in this one let's reset all the entries. So just add the name. So the name will be empty string, then we'll add the calories, it will become 0, then we'll add the meal type, it will become empty string. So we will reset the form data, and after that we'll use set so form and false, so that it will hide the form after adding. And we have already connected this handle submit with this form tag. You can see we have this form tag, and in this form tag we have added handle submit. It's done. Now if I come back and open this and add any data and click on add button, the new entry will be added, but the entry should be displayed here in the right side. So let's create this right side so that we can display the entries, and after that we will add the data so that it will be displayed, right? So let me just come back to the VS Code, scroll down, and in this one you can see here we have added add form, correct? And after that let me fold this card. So it is closing here. So here I'm going to add the entries that will be displayed in the right side. So just add the comment here, that is entries list, correct? So I'll write curly braces and provide the entries dot length. If the length is equal to 0, so if length is equal to 0, we'll add the ternary operator, we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we will add one div, and if it is false it means we have some entries, so we'll add another parenthesis and add another div here, like this, correct? Now let's come to the first one. So it will be displayed when we don't have any entries. So here instead of this div, let me add the card component. So just add this card, and in this card we'll add the classes. So provide text center and provide the padding. Next we'll add the div here, and in this div we have to add one icon. So let me add the icon and import this icon. So icon is imported here. Now for this icon we'll set some classes. So I'll provide the class name property like this. Next we'll add the classes in the div that contains this icon. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes for the div that contains the icon. Now after this icon we have to add the title and description. So after this div, here we'll add the title in h3, and the title is no food logged today. Then we'll add the p tag, and here we'll add start your meals to stay on target, like this. Now we will add some classes for the title and description also. So provide this title classes, and then we'll add the classes in the description also. So provide these classes in the description in p tag. Right. Now after that we have the entries, right? So we have to display that entries. For that, here we have second div, right? So in this second div, first we will provide the class name and provide a space y4. After that, here we'll add the curly braces and provide one array. In this array, let's add all the meal type like breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. And here we'll add dot map method, right? And in this one, create the arrow function. Now we'll get the meal type in the parameter, right? And after that, here we'll add const meal type equal to meal type as key of, and here we have to create a group of entries, right? So let's come here at the top, and here you can see we have this handle quick add, right? So just before that, here we'll add one comment, that is, so we have added the comment group entries by meal type, and here let's add the const grouped entries colon and provide type, it will be record, and here we'll add the angle bracket, and in this one just provide the breakfast or lunch or dinner or snack. After that we'll add the comma here and provide food entry and array like this equal to provide the entries dot reduce, and here create the arrow function like this. Now in this arrow function parameter we'll add the ACC and entry. Now here we'll add this, we have added this curly braces, we'll add if not of ACC entry dot meal type, then we'll add the ACC and provide entry dot meal type equal to empty array, right? After that we'll add this ACC entry dot meal type dot push, and in this one we will push our entry, right? After that we'll return ACC like this, and after that here we will add comma and provide this empty object as record, then we will add this angle bracket, and in this angle bracket again add the meal type like breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, and provide the comma here and provide food entry and array. Let me move this angle bracket here. Now it is correct. It will be here before this parenthesis. Update this. So we have added this line, and after that we have to use this group entries or grouped entries. So let's just scroll down and come here where we have to display the entries. So in this one, let's add meal type equal to meal type as type of, first we have added key of and type of grouped entries. Then we'll add the if statement if not of grouped entries and provide the meal type. Here we'll add return null, right? After that we'll add const meal icon. So the meal icon will be meal icons imported from the assets, and then we'll add our meal type, that is here, and after that we'll add meal calories. So let's add meal calories equal to grouped entries, provide the meal type dot reduce, and here let's add the arrow function and provide sum and e in the parameter, and it will return the sum plus e dot calories comma 0. Right? Now after that, here we will add the return statement. So let's add the return, and here we'll add the card component. So let's add the card component. So it will return the card component, and in this card component we'll add the key. So the key will be our meal type, right? Because in this parameter we are getting the meal type. And just after that, here we will add a div. So it will return a div. Now in this div we will add some classes. So we will use the flex classes. So we will provide the class name property and flex item center, justify between, and margin bottom. Now after that, here we will add another div. In this one also we'll add the flex layout. So we'll add these flex classes, and then we'll add the div. And inside this div we have to add our icon. So let's add meal icon and provide the class name for size. So we have added size 5. Now here we have to add the class name and provide the dynamic classes. So we'll add the curly braces, backticks, and provide these classes here. And here we have added meal colors. So we have to import the meal colors from the assets. It is imported, right? And here we have the meal icon. And just after that, here we have to add a div. Inside this div we will add the title in S3. So it will be meal type. After that we'll add the text in p tag. So in this p tag we will add curly braces, provide the grouped entries dot, or we'll add this square bracket, meal type. And then we have to add the length here. So just add dot length. And after that we'll add the items. It means total number of items. Now we'll add the classes for the title and p tag. So we have added the classes in the S3, and after that we'll add these classes in the p tag. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see in the right side we have the breakfast 1 item, lunch 1 item. Now in the right side we have to display the calories like this, and then we'll add the name also, name, calorie, and delete icon. So let me just come back to the VS Code again. And here just after this div we will add a p tag. Now in this p tag we'll add the curly braces, meal calories, and provide the unit, that is cal. And here we'll add some classes also. So provide the class name property, and let's add these classes. Save the changes and come back here. So in the right side you can see we have the total calories, right? Now after that we have to add the meal name and delete icon. So come back here, and here just before this closing card tag we will add a div. Now in this div also we'll add the classes, provide a space y2, and then we have to provide the curly braces and provide grouped entries. In this grouped entries let's add the meal type. Then we'll add dot map, and here we'll add the arrow function and provide this parenthesis and provide a div. So it will return a div. Now in this parameter we'll get entry, and here in this div we'll add the key property. So this key property will be our entry dot id, and then we have to add the classes. So let's provide the food entry item, which is our custom class. Now here let's add a div, that is for the left side. So in the left side we have to use the entire space available in the row. So we have added flex 1. Then in this one we have to add the name in p tag. So let's add entry dot name, correct? Now let's add the another p tag here, and in this one simply provide this space. Now here we'll add the classes, in the first p tag, and then we'll add the classes here in the second p tag. Now after that, let's come here in the second div. We'll create a second div here that will be displayed in the right side, and in the right side we have to add two items. So we'll add the classes here to add flex item center gap 3. Then we'll add the text in a span tag. So we'll add the span tag here. In this span tag, we'll add the total calories for this name or item name. So just add the entry dot calories, and after that we'll add the unit here, that is cal. Now for this span tag, let's add the class name, and this is the classes. Now after that we have to add a button. So we will add the button tag here, and in this button tag we have to add the trash icon. So just add trash to icon. So import this icon, and for this icon we'll set the width and height 4. And now we'll add the classes in the button to decorate this button, right? So here we have added the class name property and provided these classes, right? Now after that, in this button we have to add the onClick property also. Let me add a space here. We will add onClick property in this button, and in this onClick let's add the arrow function and provide one function here. So let me provide handle delete. So we have to create this handle delete function, and for deleting this entry we have to provide the ID, right? So in this one we'll provide the data also. So let's provide this entry question mark dot document ID or empty string. Now let's create this handle delete function. So we will come back here before our return, and here we are going to create the handle delete function. So here we have the handle submit. So just after this handle submit, let's add const handle delete equal to async arrow function. Now in this one we need the document ID as parameter. So let's add document ID and provide the type a string. Now after that, here we will add the try catch. So just add the try catch block, and in this try block we will add const confirm equal to window dot confirm and add this message, that is, are you sure you want to delete this entry, right? Here we'll add the if statement, if not of confirm. Let's add it here, if not of confirm. So in this case just add the return, so it will stop executing this function here. Now suppose the confirm is true, so in this case we'll add await, then we'll use the mock API dot food logs dot delete, and in this one just add the document ID, so it will be deleted. And after that we will use the setter function set all food logs. In this one create the arrow function with this previous data in the parameter. So let's add the previous data here, and after that we'll add the previous dot filter, and just add the arrow function, provide e in this parameter, then provide e dot document ID not equal to document ID. Here we have added fill, it will be filter. Now it is correct. Now after that, let's come here in the catch block. So in this catch block we have the error, so just provide the type any, and then we will add console log. So just add console.log, and here we will add the error. Now after that, let's add the toast notification also. So just add the toast, import the toast from React hot toast, then we'll add dot error and provide the error message, or we'll add failed to delete food. Now we will save the changes and open our web page, and here you can see we have two entries. Now let me add one more. I'll click on this add food. Here we'll add the food name, like bread, and then we'll add the calories. Let's add anything, and after that we'll add the meal type breakfast and click on add entry. So you can see it should add a new entry here. You can see inside this breakfast we have this bread, right? And here we have the 5 calorie or 50 calorie, and here we have the total calories for this breakfast. Let's add one more. Here we have the breakfast and lunch, so let's add the dinner also. Let's click on add food. Here we'll choose dinner, and in this one let's add rice and click on this calories, enter some calories here and click on add entry. So you can see here we have a new entry, dinner. So it is working fine, and we can also delete any of this entry using this delete icon. So if I click on this delete icon, you can see this message, are you sure you want to delete? I'll click OK. So one item has been deleted. So this delete feature is also working fine. So now we have completed our food log page. In this food logs page, we have to add one more feature. When we click on this AI food snap, here we can choose any image. So we will add one function in this button that will get executed. So let me just come back and open our food logs or foodlog.tsx file. And here I'm going to add a new function. So after this quick add, let's add const handle image change equal to async arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the event and then we'll add the type. So it will be React dot change event and provide the angle bracket, provide HTML input element. So here we have added the type, and after that in this one let's add const file. So we will get the selected file here, file equal to e.target.files then 0. So here we will get the individual file using e.target.files 0. Now after that let's add the if statement, if not of file. If the file is not available, so in this case we will stop the execution using this return. That's it. And suppose the file is available, then we will analyze this image using AI. So here we have added the comment and we will add this logic after creating the backend. So here we have created this handle image change function. Next we will link this function with our input field. So let's just scroll down. Here we have handle quick add. After that we have this add food entry button, then AI food snap button, and after this button we have the input, right? Here you can see input type is file accept image. So in this one only we will add on change function, and in this on change function provide our handle image change. That's it. So what will happen here, when we will select any image, it will execute this handle image change function. Right. Now we will save the changes, and now we have completed our food logs page. Next we will create our other page, that is activity log. So just click on this menu items from the sidebar. So this is the activity log page, and let's see the UI design also. So this is the food log page UI design created in Figma. Let me move here. So this is the activity log page. So in this one also you can see we have the same layout, right? If I come back to the previous one, you can see we have the same header, then 2 columns. Now in the next one again we have the same header and 2 columns, right? So it is similar. So we'll create this activity log page, right? And after that we'll create the third one, which is profile page. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. Now we'll open the sidebar and then open activity log.tsx file. And in this one, we need some data from context, right? So here, let's add const curly braces equal to use app context, and the use app context has been imported. And from this use app context, let's get all activity logs, and with that we will get the setter function also, set all activity logs. So we are getting these data from use app context. After getting this data, now we'll create some state where we'll store the activities, and then we'll add one state to display or hide the form. Using that we can add a new activity, and then we'll add the form data also. That will be the form data state. So let's add const activity, and the setter function name is set activities equal to use state. Import the use state, and after that let's add the initial value. So it will be empty array, and here we have to add the type also. So just add this angle bracket and provide activity entry. So this activity entry is imported from the types, and provide this array. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the next state, that is show form, and the setter function set show form, and simply add the use state and initialize it using false. Now duplicate it. Here we will add form data, and the setter function name will be set form data, and use state, and here we'll add the object. In this object we will provide the name property. It will be empty string. Then we'll add the duration. So the duration will be 0. Then we'll add the calories, and the calories will be 0. So we have added the initial values for the form data, right? And after that we'll add one more state. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. We'll add error, and set error equal to use state, and initialize it using empty string. Now here also we need the today's date, because we have to display the today's activity, right? So let me just come back to the previous page, food logs, and here you can see we have added this statement to get the today's date. So just copy this and add it here. So we have added const today new date to ISO string split T0. So we'll get the today's date, and after that we have to find the today's activity. So we have to create a function to load the today activity, right? So let's just come back here in the food, and here you can see we have the load entries. So similarly we'll add the function here. Let me just copy and paste it here. Here we'll change the function name. So let's add the function name load activities, and then write const, and here we'll change the name today's activities equal to all activity logs dot filter, and here we will add a for activity, and here let's add activity entry. So you can see activity entry is imported here from types. Now after that here we'll add a dot created at split and index 0 equal to today. After that we will use the set function set activities, and in this one let's provide the today's activities. Next we have to call this function whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add the use effect, and then add the dependency array. Now in this one let's add the function like this, and here simply call this load activities function. So it will load this function or call this function whenever component gets loaded. Now here in this dependency array provide all activity logs. So whenever it gets changed, it will re-execute this function, right? So now we have the today's activities that we can display on this page, and after that here we will calculate the total minutes, right, for the activity. So let's add the variable here, const total minutes, and provide the type number equal to activities dot reduce, and create this arrow function, and in this one just add sum and a for activity. Then we'll add the sum plus a dot duration, that is the activity duration, comma 0. So here we will get the total minutes of the today's activities. Next we have to display the content using this return. So I'll just copy the content from here. In the previous page we have added div with the class name page container. So I'll just add the same thing here, page container. And in this one we have to add the header, so just copy the header also. Here we have the header, let's just copy this with comment also. So we have added this header here. Now in this header let's change some content. So here we have the title in H1, so let's update this title. It will be activity log, and then we'll add the small text here, track your workouts. After that let's come here in this div, which is the right side div. Now in this one we have the first p tag, and here you can see we have the text called today's total, right? So here we'll add active today, and after that in this p tag let's provide total minutes, and here we'll add the min, right? Now after that we have to update the color. So in this one we have the text slate 500, and for the dark mode we have the text slate 400. Let it be. Then in the second one we have this text color, so let me update it. Here we will use blue, text blue, and text blue 400. Now update the changes. It means we will save the changes and open the web page. So just come back here, and here you can see we have the activity log, track your workouts, and in the right side we have the active today and 30 minutes. And if I come to food, here also we have the same layout, but the color is changed here, right? Now let me just come back to the VS Code, and after closing off this header, again we have to create a div for the row that contains 2 columns. So let's come here. You can see we have this div, copy and paste it here. Now in this one we have to add different sections, like quick add section. So let me just copy this comment and add it here. So we will add the quick add, and after this quick add we will add another section where we'll add a form, right? So let's add the comment here, that is add form, and after this form we have to display the list of activities that will be displayed in the right side. So just add this comment, that is activities list, right? Now let's add the content one by one. So this quick add section will be displayed whenever the form is hidden, right? So here we'll add curly braces, not of so form, and then provide a div, and in this div we will add the space. So provide class name space y. After that here we have to add a card. Let's add the card component and import the card components from the components folder UI. Now in this card component we will provide the title. So let's add the title in S3 tag. So the title is quick add, and provide some classes also for this title. So here we have added these classes in the title. Next we have to display the list of workouts like a button, right? So we have a list in the assets that we will use here. So let's add a div. Inside this div we will add curly braces, quick activities. You can see we have the quick activities available in the assets. Just import it. Then we will add dot map and in this map create the arrow function and get individual activity in the parameter. Now here we'll add this parenthesis and provide a button. In this button tag, let's add curly braces, this activity dot emoji, and after that again add the activity dot name. Let's correct it. It will be activity dot name. So next we have to add the classes in this button. So we'll add the class name property and provided these classes in the button. Next we have to add the key also. So I'll provide the key. It will be this activity dot name. And after that, let's add the classes in the parent div that contains all the buttons. Here we have added flex, flex wrap and gap 2. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the quick add. So here we have the list of activities. Correct. Next we have to add a function where we will click and we can open a form with this activity in the form data. Right. So I'll just come back and in this button we'll add on click property, and in this on click create the arrow function. And here let me just call a function called handle quick add and then provide this activity here as a parameter. So we have just added this function handle quick add. Next we have to create this function handle quick add. So I'll just create it here. I'll scroll up and after this use effect we'll provide const handle quick add equal to arrow function, and let's get the activity as parameter and let's define the type here. It will be name string. Then we'll add the rate, so it will be number. Here we have added the type, and after that here we will use the set function set form data. In this set form data we will provide the name. So the name will be this provided activity dot name, and after that we'll add the duration. So this duration will be 30, and then we'll add the calories. So let's add the calories 30 multiplied by this activity dot rate. So it will add these form data, and with that it will also display the form. So just add set show form and make it true. So we have created this handler function and it is linked with this button like this. Now after that, here we have completed the quick add section, and in the quick add section we have added a card. In this card we have the button, right? Next we have to add another button. Using that we can add custom activity, right? This is the quick activity. Next we'll add the button to add the custom activity. So after closing of this card, let's add a button tag. And in this button, we will add the text called add custom activity, and then we'll add the icon also. So let's add the plus icon, and for this icon, we'll set this size 5. Now we'll add the classes in the button. So we'll provide the width full. That's it. And next we'll add the on click property. So provide the on click, and in this on click, add the arrow function, and it will call our setter function set show form and make it true. So it will display the form, right? Now after that, here we have to display our form. So here you can see we have added the comment called add form. So just below this comment we'll add curly braces, and here we'll check for the state, that is show form. So if this show form state is true, then only it will be displayed, right? So we'll add this parenthesis and provide a card component. Import the card. So here we have the card component to display our form. Now in this one, first we'll add some classes. So we'll add the classes here like this. You can also copy these classes and component from the previous file. Now after that, here we have to add the title in H3. So the title is new activity, and we will add the classes also. So we have added these classes and the title is new activity. After that, we'll create our form. So we'll add the form tag here. And in this form tag, we'll add the class name, provide a space y4. Then we'll add the on submit. We have added the on submit function, and here we have to provide a function. So let's add the function name here, handle submit. So we'll create this function later, just we have added it here. Now after that, here we have to add our input fields, right? For that, we have created the input components. Let's mount this input component. You can see we are getting this session to import from component/UI. And in this input component, we'll add the label. So the label will be activity name. After that, we have to add the placeholder. So we have added the placeholder here, that is example morning run. And after that, we'll add the required. So this input field will be required to submit our form, right? Next, we have to add the value. So we will provide the value here, and in the value, we will provide our form data dot name. Then we'll add the on change also, and in this on change, create the arrow function, and here we'll get the value. And after that, we will use the setter function set form data. In this set form data, provide a spread operator, our existing form data, comma name property, and in the name property, provide the v dot to a string. That's it. So here we have added the input field, that is the name. Here we will enter the workout name. After that, we will add two other input fields that will be aligned side by side. So let's add a div here that will group both input fields, and it will be displayed side by side. So just add the flex and gap. Now after that, here we'll add the first input field. So let's copy and paste it here. In this one, we'll add the label. It will be duration in minutes. Then we'll add the type. So provide the type number. After this type, we'll add the class also. So just add the class name flex1. Then we have the placeholder. So in the placeholder, I'll provide 30, and required will be true. So just add the required, and then we'll add the minimum and maximum value. So here we'll add min 1, max 300. Then we'll add the value here. So in the value, just add the form data dot duration. Then we'll add the on change property. In this on change property, here we have added this arrow function. So let me just remove it. In this one, we have to add a new function that will handle duration change, right? So let's add the function here, handle duration change, and create this function. So let's scroll up and create this function. After this, handle quick add, will add const handle duration change, and let's add the value in the parameter, and here just add the type a string or number. And after that, in this function, we'll add const duration equal to number and provide the value. So convert it into number, and after that, we'll add const activity equal to quick activities dot find, and here just add the individual activity and create the arrow function. It will return a dot name equal to form data dot name. Now after that, we'll add let calories equal to form data dot calories, and then we'll add the if statement if activity, and in this case we'll add the calories equal to this duration multiplied by activity dot rate. And after that, here we'll use the setter function set form data, and let's add our previous form data using a spread operator, form data, comma, duration and calories. That's it. So we have added handle duration change function. Right now we have to connect this function with our input field. So let's just come here in the input field. Here we have this input label is duration, correct? Now here we have the on change, and in this on change we have added this handle duration change function. Now we will add another input field, so just duplicate it. In this second one we will add the label, it will be calories burned. Here also we have the class name flex1, and then we have the placeholder. So in the placeholder we will add 200. After that we'll add the minimum and maximum, so min1 and maximum 2000, and required. Then we'll add the value, it will be form data dot calories. Then we'll add the on change. So in this on change, let's add the arrow function. Here we'll get the value in the parameter, and after that here we'll use the set form data. Now provide the curly braces, a spread operator, provide the form data existing value, comma, calories property, and then we'll add the number and value. So it will convert the value in number and add it in this form data. And after that, here we have this closing div that contains both input field. Now we'll add the curly braces here and provide the error state. If it is true, then we'll display that error here. So just add a p tag here, and in this p tag let's add the error, and for this one we'll set the color and text size. Now after that we have to add a button. Using that we can cancel, or we can add two buttons. Using that we can cancel and add the activity, right? So we have to group these buttons in a div. So first we'll add a div here, and in this div we'll add the flex, gap and padding from top. Now after that, here we'll add the button. So we'll add the button component here. Let's use button component, import it from the components folder /UI. And after that, in this button we have to add the type, it will be button. Then we'll add the variant, so the variant will be secondary, and then we have to add the button text here, that is cancel. So this is the cancel button. Now let's duplicate it. This is the second button. In this second button we'll use the type submit and remove this variant. Now we'll add the class name, that is flex1, and we'll use the same classes in the first button also, like this. Now in the second button we'll add the button text called add activity. This is the cancel and this is the add activity. Now when we cancel the submission, we will reset the form data. So in this first button we'll add the on change or on click. Let's add the on click and create the arrow function here, and in this function we will use the setter function set so form and false. So it will hide the form first. After hiding the form, we will use the setter function set error and empty string, and after that we will use set form data, and in this one provide the object, then name property, it will be empty string, then we'll add the duration 0, then we'll add the calories 0. So it will reset the form. After adding it, save the changes, open the web page. So here you can see we have this quick add and this add custom activity and this plus icon. So we have to add the classes for this button. We have missed it. So let me just come back. Let's see where we have that class. So here we have this add custom activity button where we have the button tag. So instead of this button tag, we'll use the button component. Let's add button component like this. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see it looks good. So if I click on this running, it is hiding the content here. Let me refresh it. Let me click on this add custom activity. It is also doing the same thing. Let me fix it. If I click on this button and inspect this web page, in console you can see this message. Handle submit is not defined because we have just inserted this function in the on change, but we have not created this function. If I come back and come to our form tag, let's see where it is. Here we have show form and form tag. You can see we have created or provided this handle submit. So we have to create this handle submit function. I'll just come here and after this use effect, let's add const handle submit equal to async arrow function. Now in this one we'll get the event and provide the type. It will be react.form event. Now after that, here we'll add e.prevent default and then we'll add if statement if not of form data dot name dot trim or form data dot duration less than equal to 0. So in this case, just add the return and provide the toast notification. So just add the toast from React hot toast and provide the message that is please enter valid data. So if the name is not available or duration is less than 0, then it will display this toast notification. Now suppose it is available, so then we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block just add const data equal to await, and we will use our mock API. So just add mock API from the assets dot activity logs dot create. Here we have to provide the data. In this data, let's provide our form data, right? Now after that, here we'll use the setter function set all activity logs and provide the previous data and create the arrow function and array. Then use the previous data comma data that we are getting from this mock API. After that, we will use set form data and we will reset it. So just add this one from here, copy and paste it. So name empty string, duration 0, calories 0. Then we will hide the form. So just add set show form and make it false. Now let's come here in the catch block. So here we'll add error colon any. So the type will be any, and then we'll add the console log and provide the error, and then we have to add the toast notification also. So just add toast.error and provide the message failed to add activity like this. Now after that, if I just come back and click on this running, you can see it is displaying the form where we have the activity name running, duration 30, and then we have the calories. Here we have the cancel and add activity button. Right? If I click on cancel, it will cancel it. If I click on add custom activity, it will again open the same form, but right now this input fields are empty. So we have to enter the custom name or activity name. Then we have to provide the duration, calories, and add activity. If I click here, you can see this field is required. Let's just cancel it and come here. So we have created this left part. Now we have to add the content in the right side that will display the list of activities performed today, right? So just come back to the VS Code again. In this VS Code, you can see here we have the comment add form, and scroll down. Here you can see we have the activities list. So just come here after this comment activities list. Here we'll add curly braces and provide the activities dot length equal to 0. It means we have 0 activities today, right? So in this case, we'll add this parenthesis and provide a card component. Let's provide this card component here. Now suppose we have the length greater than 0, it means we have some activity. So here we'll add the colon and provide this parenthesis, and here we'll add another card. So we have 2 cards here. So let's complete the first one when we have no entries, right? We don't have any activity yet. So here we'll add the class name and provide the classes here. You can also copy it from the previous component, it is same. Then we'll add a div here, and in this div we'll provide these classes, and after that here we have to add the icon. So let's add dumbbell icon, import this icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we'll set the color and size. Now after that we have to add the text also, so just add the text in S3 tag. So the text is no activity logged today, and then we'll add the classes for this title. So we'll add these classes, and after that we'll add the text in p tag. So here we have a small text that is start moving and track your progress, and for this one also we have to change the text size and color. So we have added these classes, right? Now just come here in this second card, right? So in this second card we have to display the list of activities, right? So here let's add a div first. In this one we'll add flex item center, gap and margin bottom. Then here we have to add the icon in the left side, and in the right side we'll add some text. So create a div here for the left and right side. In the left side we have to provide the icon here. So just add activity icon, import from Lucid React. Now for this icon, set the size 5 and set the color. Now we'll set the width and height and background of this parent div that contains our icon, and then come to the second one which contains the text like today's activities. So here we'll add the text in S3 tag. This is the text, and provide the classes like this, and after that we'll add the another text in p tag, and here we'll add activities dot length. So it will display the total number of activities, and then we'll add the text called logged. It means total 10 activities logged, like that, and provide the classes here. Now if I come back to the web page, you can see here we have today's activities and 1 logged. So we have only 1 activity here, right? Now after that you can see the design, it looks same. Next we have to display the cards like this, like all activities name, their icon, then we'll add the duration, calories and delete icon, and at the bottom we will add the total active time like this. So I'll just come back here, and you can see this div contains our icon and text. So after that here we'll add a div that will display the list of activities. So let's add a div here, and just after that we will display the total count or total time of the activity. So let's add the comment here, that is total summary, and here we will add another div for total summary. Now just come here in the previous one, and in this one first we'll add some space. So just add class name in this div, a space y2, then we'll add curly braces, activities dot map, get the individual activity in the parameter, and then we'll add a div here. Now in the div we have to add the key property. So this key will be individual activity dot id. So we have added the key here, then we'll add the class name. So just add the activity entry items or item. This is the custom class that we have already defined. Now here we will add a div. So this div will be displayed in the left side, and then we'll add the another div for right side. Now in the left side again we have to add two div. So let's add the classes here, that is flex item center gap 3, and provide a div for the icon and provide a div for the text. So here I'm going to add the timer icon, and for this icon set the size and color. Next we have to add the class name, so provide the class name here and provide these classes. Now let's come here in the div where we have to add the text. So we'll add the text in p tag, so it will be the activity dot name. Then we have to add the another text, so just add the p tag here, and it will be curly braces new date, and provide the activity dot created at or empty string dot to local time string. Now here we'll add this time format like hours 2 digit, minutes or minute 2 digits. Next we have to add the classes for this time, so provide the class name here, provide the text small, text color, then provide the classes in the first one, that is the activity name. So here we have added the classes. Now save the changes, open the web page. You can see here we have one activity only, and here we have the activity name morning run, and then we have the time, at what time this activity was logged, right? Now after that we have to add the content in the right side here, where we'll add the calories and total duration, and then we'll also add the delete icon. So let me just come back, and here we have this div. So in this one provide a class name flex item center and gap 3, then create a div. Let's move it here, and after that we'll add a button. Now in this button we have to add the trash icon, so let's add trash to icon and provide the width and height for this icon. Now in this button we'll add the class name and provide these classes, correct? Now after that come here in the div, and in this one we'll add the class name and simply provide text right, so the text will be aligned in the right side. Then we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag let's add the activity dot duration, and then we have to provide the unit minute. Then we'll add the another text in p tag where we'll add the calories, so just add the activity dot calories, and then we have to add the unit, that is cal. Now we'll add the classes in the first p tag, and then we'll add the classes in the second one, that is text extra small and text color. Now if I save the changes, come back here, you can see here we have total duration and total calories, and we have the delete icon also, but we have to add the on click property on this delete icon. So just come back, and here in this button we'll add one function. So let's create that function first. Using that we will delete our entries, that is the activity entry. So here let's add const handle delete equal to async arrow function, and in this one we'll get the document ID and provide the type a string, right? And we have just created this function. We will not add any logic here, we'll add the logic after creating our backend. So now let's link this handle delete function, and in this one just provide the document ID as parameter. So I'll just scroll down and open our button. Here we have the button. So in the button, provide the on click. Now in this on click, create a arrow function and it will call our handle delete function. And in this one, just add the individual activity dot document ID. That's it. Now after that, here we have to display the total summary. So in this one, just add the span tag. In this span, we'll add the text called total active time. Now we'll add the another span tag for the right side, and here we'll add total minutes, and it will be in minutes, right? Now we'll add the classes for the second span, and then we'll add the classes in the first span. And then we have to display all these text side by side. So we'll add the classes in the parent div also, so that it will be displayed in left and right column. So we have added the classes in the div also. Now we'll save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the total summary, that is total active time 30 minutes. So we have completed our activity log page also. Now if I change the mode, so you can see it looks like this in the light mode, and click on this button, it will open this form. Click on cancel, it will display this quick add. If I click on yoga, it will open the form with pre-filled data like yoga 30 minutes, calories burned, then cancel and add activity, right? Now let's choose the dark mode. So we have completed our activity log page also. And now if I see the UI design, here we have to create our next page, which is the profile page. So this is the profile page that we are going to create. So let's just come here and click on this profile. So this is the profile page, and to create it, we will come back to the VS Code. To create this profile page, let me just come back to the VS Code, and I'll open this sidebar, and here we have the pages folder. In this one, we have profile.tsx file. Now in this one, we need some data from context. So here, let's add const curly braces equal to use app context. And from this context, we will get the user data. After that, we'll get the logout function. Then we need the fetch user function. After that, we need all food logs so that we can display the stats here. Then we need the all activity logs also. Using that, we will create the stats. And then we need the theme data also, so that we can toggle the theme. So let's add const theme and the function toggle theme equal to use theme, and use theme is also imported from the context folder. Now after that, here we'll create some state. In this page, we will display the input field so that user can update their profile, right? So just add const is editing, and the setter function name is set is editing, and initialize this state with false. So just add use state and false. After that, we'll create a form data state also. So create the state here, form data equal to use state, and here we'll add the initial data like age, weight, height, and goal. Then we'll add the daily calories taken and daily calories burned. So let's add this data, age, weight, height, then add the goal also. And here we'll add the type. So let's add the angle bracket and provide profile form data, and you can see the profile form data is imported from the types. Now in this one, provide the goal. In this goal, let's add the default value maintain. After that, let's add daily calories intake, and here let's add 2000, and after that we'll add daily calories burn, and let's add 400. So this is the initial values for this form data. Now after that, here we'll create a function using that we'll fetch the user data, right? So let's add const fetch user data equal to add a function. Now in this one we'll add the if user. So when the user is true, in this case we will use this setter function set form data, and let's provide the age. In this age, just add the user dot age or 0. Let's add the next property. We'll add the weight here. So it will be user dot weight. It will be 0 or this user dot weight. After that we'll add the height also. Just duplicate it. Here we'll add height. It will be user dot height or 0. Then we'll add next property, that is goal. So just add goal. It will be user dot goal, or we'll add the default value maintain. Now after that, let's add one more property here. So just duplicate it. We'll add the daily calories intake. It will be user dot daily calories intake or default value 2000. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add daily calories burned, and it will be user dot daily calories burned or default value 400. So here we have added fetch user data if user is available. Next we have to call this function whenever component gets loaded. So here let's add use effect. Now in this use effect we have to add the dependency array. So just add comma and dependency array. Here let's add the user. So whenever the user gets changes, it will execute this function. So let's correct this function like this. Now here simply add the function like this, and in this one call our fetch user data function. So it will fetch the user data whenever the component gets loaded. Now after that, let's come here in this return div. So it will be displayed on the web page. This div will be displayed, right? Now here we'll add one if statement before this return. We'll add if not of user. Suppose user is not available, or not of form data, or the form data is not available. So in this case simply add return and null. So it will not display anything here. Suppose the user data and form data is available, then it will come to this return statement, and here let's add the class name. So we will provide the page container. Now here first we have to add the page header. So let's add the comment page header and create a div. Now in this one we will add the class name and provide our custom class, that is page header, and then we'll add the small title and small description, that is in H1 and P. So the description is manage your settings. Next we will change the text color and size for the title, and then change the text color and size for the small description. Done. Now if I save the changes, open the web page, here you can see we have this profile and manage your settings. We have the page title. After that, let's see the UI design. So here we have to display the content in 2 columns, right? So let's just come back, and after this header, let's add a div. In this div, we'll add the class name called profile content, like this, and here we'll add the comment. So just add the comment, that is left column, and then we'll add the next comment, that is right column. So we have the left and right column. Now in the left side we will add a card. So we'll add the card component. Let's import the card component here. So we have the card opening and closing tag, right? Now after that, in the right side we will add a div. So here we have the right column. Let's provide a div here. That's it. So this div will be in the right side and this card component will be in the left side. Now in this left side, we have to add the content like this. You can see here we have the card. So this card will be displayed. And in this one, we have this card title, right? So this card title will be there, but after that we have the profile details like age, height, weight, goal. So it will be displayed like this, but when we click on this edit profile button, it will hide all the details and display the input fields so that we can update our profile details. So there will be two layouts. In the first one, we will display these details, and then if I click on this edit profile, it will display the input fields. But this profile card will be there. It means this card title will be there. So just come back here, and in this card component, let's add the comment called card title. So I'll add the comment and create a div here. Now in this div, simply add the classes like this, and after that here we'll add a div that contains the icon. So here I'm going to use the user icon from Lucid React. Now in this user icon we will set the size and text white. Then in this class name we will provide the classes like this. After that here we have to add a div that contains our text. So we'll add the text in h2. So the text is your profile. Then we have to add the text in p tag. So this small text will be member since, and then we have to add the sign up date, right? So let's add curly braces, new date, and provide the user dot created at or empty string. Then we'll add dot to local date string like this. Next we have to add the classes for the title, that is your profile, and after that we'll add the classes for the sign up date like this. Save the changes and come back here. In this web page you can see we have this small card. In this one we have the card title, your profile, and member since January 26, 2026, right? Now after that we have to add the ternary operator that will be used to either display the profile details or the input fields. So just come back, and after closing of this card title, here we'll add curly braces. We will add is editing question mark. So if the editing is true, here we have to add a div, and if editing is false, then we'll add the colon here and provide one fragment. So when the editing is true, we have to display the input fields so that we can enter the data to update our profile, right? So let me just keep this div here and come here in the second option, that is when is editing is false. So in this case we have to display our data, right? So let's add a div here where we have to display the list of information, and then we'll add a button. In this button we'll add the text called edit profile, right? So let's add the text edit profile, and after that instead of this button I'm going to use the button component. So you can see we are getting this session to import it from the components folder. You can see button component is imported, and here we have the button component, and with this we have the button text edit profile. Now after that here we'll add the properties for this component. So in this button component we'll add the variant, and the variant will be secondary. Then we have to add the on click. In this on click, simply add this arrow function and use the setter function set is editing and make it true. So when we click on this edit profile, it will display our forms. to update the profile. Then we'll add the classes also and provide the width and margin. That's it. Now after that, come here in the div that contains the list of items or profile details. So here I'm going to add the class name and provide the space from y. Now let's add the first div where we will display the age, right? So in this one, first we'll add the classes like this, and after that let's add the div that contains our first icon. So it will be calendar icon. Let's import the calendar icon from Lucid React, and for this calendar icon we will set the size and color using the classes. Now add the classes in the div that contains our icon. So here we have added these classes. Now after that, here we'll add another div. In this one we'll add the text in p tag. So the text is age. And after that we'll add another p tag, and here we'll add curly braces, this user state dot age, and after that we'll add the years. Let me correct it. And after that let's add the classes also for this text in p tag. So in the first one we have added text small and color. Then in the second one we'll add the font weight, that will be semi bold, text color, and save the changes. Now let me just come back here. So you can see here we have this edit profile button, and here we have the age with this calendar icon, age 30, right? Now after that we will add our next data. So the next data will be our weight. So just come back and duplicate this div. So this one is for age, right? So let's add the comment age. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the comment called weight. Now in this one we have the same classes in this div. Then we have the same classes in this one also. We'll just update the icon. So here we'll use the scale icon. Import the scale icon from Lucid React. Now for this scale we'll add the different color. Let's add the purple 600, and here also we'll add the purple 400 in the dark mode. And after that here we have the div, right? So in this div also we will update the color. Let's add bg purple 100, then bg purple 900 by 20, and everything will be same, correct? Now after that let's update the text here. So I'll write the text weight in this p tag, and then we have the value here that will be user dot weight, and here we'll add the unit, that is kg. Now if I save the changes, come back here, you can see here we have the age and weight, right? Now after that we have to display the height, but the height is optional, right? That's why we will add the ternary operator here to display our height. I'll just come back here in the VS Code, and after this bait we will add the comment that will be height. And to display this height, let's add curly braces, user dot height property not equal to 0. It means user have the height, right? In this condition only we will add our div. So we will add this div. Now instead of creating this, let me just copy this one only, copy it and replace this one. Now in this one we'll make some changes. So here we have the div. In this one we'll add the color. It will be bg green 100 and green 900/20. Then here we will update the icon. It will be user icon, and then we'll add the color green 600 and green 400. After that, let's update the text here, that is height, and then we'll add user dot height, and here we'll add the height unit, that is centimeter. Save the changes, come back here. You can see here we have the height also. Right now, after this height, you can see we have to display the goal. So I'll just come back, and here let's add the comment again, and in this comment we will add the text called goal, and after that let's just copy this div, copy and paste it here. Now in this one we will change the color. Let's change orange and orange, and in this icon also we'll set orange and orange, and after that here I'm going to add the different icon. So just add target icon, and after that we'll add the text here, that is goal, and here we'll add the value. So here we have to add the goal labels. So let me remove it. We'll add goal labels and import it from the assets, right? And after that let's provide the user question mark dot goal, or provide the gain, add any other value if it is not available, and let me just remove this. Now if I save the changes and open the web page, here you can see we have this goal maintain weight, as you can see in this UI design. So we have added the details that will be displayed here. Now when we click on this one, that is this edit profile button, it will hide all the details, and instead of this one we have to display the form. Let me just click here for now. You can see it is hidden, right? If I refresh it, it will come back. So instead of these entries, we will display the input fields to update our profile. For that, let me just come back here in the VS Code, and we will scroll up. Here you can see we have added is editing true. So when the is editing is true, here we have to display our input forms. So in this one, we'll add the class name and provide the space y4. Then we have to add the input. So let's add opening arrow, input, and import the input components. We are not using the input tag, we are using the input component. Now in this component we'll add the properties like label, and let's add the label called age. After that, here we have to add the type, so the type will be number. After that we have to add the value here. So in this value, let's add the form data dot age. After that we'll add the onChange property. In this onChange, add the arrow function, get the value here in this parameter, and after that here we'll add the setter function, set form data, and provide previous form data here, then comma age, and in this age let's add the number function and value. So it will add this value as number. After that here we will add the min property, so the minimum value will be 13, and after that we'll add the max value 120. So here we have added the input for age. Now let's duplicate it. Now in the second one we'll add the label called weight in kg. Then we'll add the type number. Then we'll add the value, it will be form data dot weight. Then we'll add the onChange, it will be form data, or set form data, it will be form data, and weight will be number and v, that is value. And here we'll add the minimum 20 and maximum 300, right? Now after that we have to provide the height also, so just duplicate it. In this height, let's add the label, it will be height in centimeter. Then type number, and in the value just add the form data dot height. Then we have to add onChange. In this onChange we will add the height colon number v, and then provide the minimum 100 centimeter to 300 centimeter, or let's add 250 centimeter. Now after that we have to add a drop down, right? So here we'll add the select component from this component /UI. Now in this select component we'll add the label. So the label will be fitness goal. Then we have to add the value here. So the value will be form data dot goal and provide as string. And after that we'll add the onChange property also. In this onChange, create the arrow function and get the value in the parameter. And after that let's use the set form data, and in this one just add the previous form data comma goal, and here just add v as lose or maintain or gain. Now after that here we have to add the options. So we will provide the options property, and let's add goal options from our assets. Let's click on this suggestion. So it is imported from the assets. Now after that here we have to add a button also. Using that we can cancel or reset the form, and we'll add the another button to submit this form, right? So after the select we will add a div. Now we'll align the buttons side by side. So just provide the gap and flex and margin. Now we'll add the button here. So let's add the button component. We have added the button component here, and in this one, which is the first button, we will add the variant. So the variant will be secondary. Now in this button we have to add the text called cancel. So the first one is cancel button. Now just duplicate it, and this is the second button. In this one we'll add the text called save changes, and here we will add the class name. Instead of this variant we'll add the class name, and let's add flex1. We will use the same classes in the previous button also, so just copy and paste it here in the previous one. Now after that, in this previous one we'll add the onClick property. So let's add onClick. Let me move it in the new line. So we have the onClick property here, and in this onClick we'll add the arrow function, and after that when we click on this cancel button it will set the editing false so that it will hide the form. So just add set is editing false. Next we will reset the form data. So just add set form data, and here we'll add the default value, right? So let's add the age. It will be number, and provide the user dot age. Instead of default value, here we are adding the actual value from the user data. Now let's duplicate it. The second one will be weight. It will be number user dot weight. Then the next one will be height. It will be number user dot height. Then we'll add the goal. It will be user dot goal or empty string. Then we'll add the daily calories intake. It will be this user dot daily calories intake or 2000. Then we'll add daily calories burn. It will be user dot daily calories burn or 400. Let's remove this quote from here. So it will be number. So it will again set the form data with user data when we click on the cancel button. Then we have this save button. So when we click on this save button, it should update the user data. So just add onClick property here and provide a function here that is handle save. And now we have to create this handle save function. So let's scroll up, and here I'm going to create that function. So here after this use effect, let's add const handle save equal to async arrow function. Now in this one I'll add the try catch block, and in this try block we will add the comment, that is mock API update. Let's add const updates colon partial, then we'll add angle bracket and provide the user data. Import the user data from types folder equal to this object and provide the form data comma goal, and let's add the form data dot goal as lose, maintain and gain. Right now after that we'll add await. We will use the mock API from the asset, then dot user dot update, and after that we'll add the user dot id or empty string comma updates. Now we'll add await, and here we will call the fetch user again, so just add fetch user, and in this one we will use the user dot token, then we'll add or empty string. Now we'll add the toast notification here, so just add toast dot success and provide a message here, profile updated successfully. Right now come to the catch block. Here we'll add colon any, and after that let's add console log error, and then we'll add the toast notification also for the error, so just add error in toast notification, toast dot error, and provided failed to update profile. Now after that here we will use set is editing and make it false, so it will hide the form. That's it. Save the changes. So after adding it, if I save the changes, open the web page, you can see here we have the list of information for this profile and click on this edit profile button. So now you can see we are getting the existing value, that is age, weight, height and fitness goal, and these are the input fields. So here we can update the age, weight, height, and we can also update the fitness goal and click on save button. Right, so it will update the profile. Right, you can see this notification, profile updated successfully, and it will hide that form. If I click again, and now if I simply click on this cancel, it will hide this form and display our data. So we have completed our left part. Right, in the left side we have added this data. Now in the right side we have to display the stats like this: your stats, total food entries and total activities, and logout button. And for the mobile screen we will also add the toggle theme button. So let me just come back to the VS Code. Here we have to display the stats in the right side, so just create a function using that we will fetch the stats. Right, so here let's add const get stats equal to function. Now we'll add const total food entries equal to all food logs dot length or 0. Now let's duplicate it. We will add total activities. It will be all activity logs dot length or 0. Now after that just add the return. So it will return one object with total food entries and total activities. That's it. Next we have to get the result in a variable, so just add const stats equal to get stats function. So here we will get the stats in this variable called stats. Right, and we can use it to display the total activities and total food entries. Right, now let's just come here in the right column. So you can see here we have the right column. In this right column we have to add the space, so just add the class name a space y4, and after that here we will add the comment called a stats card. So first we have to display the card, and here I'm going to use the card component. we have added the card component here. Now in this one, first we have to add a title in S3. So the title will be your stats, like this. And after that we'll add some classes in this title. So we have added font, semi-bold, and text color and margin bottom. Next we have to display the stats in 2 columns. In the left side we'll add the total food entries, and in the right side we'll add the total activities. So I'll add a div here, and here I'm going to use the grid layout. Now let's add a div for the left side. So in this one, let's add the text in p tag, that will be a stats dot total food entries, and after that we'll add another text in p tag, that is food entries. Right now let's add the another div here, that is for the right side. Here we'll add the p tag and provide curly braces, a stats dot total activities, and again add the p tag and provide activities. If I save the changes, open the web page, so in the right side you can see we have the your stats, 2 food entries, 1 activities. Now let's add the classes for these elements. So I'll come back here and let's start with this div, that is for the left side. So in this one we'll add these classes, and let me provide the same classes here in the second column. We have the text center, padding, then this color. Now in the second one we'll change the color. Let's add this blue color in the second one. Now everything will be same. Now after that let's add the classes in the text also. So here we'll add this class name and this class name for the left side. Now in the right side content we'll add the class name property, and here we have added the same classes with different color, and in the second p tag also. Save the changes and open the web page. It is displayed here, so let me just fix it. I'll just come back to the VS Code. You can see we have added this div after closing of this div. So let's cut it and add it just before this closing div. Now it is correct. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see these stats are side by side, 2 food entries and 1 activity. And after that we have to add the toggle theme button for mobile screen. So let's just come back, and after closing of this card component we'll add the comment, that is toggle theme button for phone. And here we'll add a div. In this one let's add the class name LG hidden, so it will be hidden for large and above screen size. And here let's add a button tag, so just add the button tag here, and in this button tag we will add the icon and we'll add the text. So here I'm going to use the ternary operator. Let's add the theme is equal to light. So if the theme is equal to light, in this case we have to add the moon icon. So let's add moon icon from Lucid React, else we'll add the sun icon. So let's add sun icon. So we have added different icon based on the theme. Now we'll add the text also. So let's add a span, and in this span we'll add curly braces and provide the theme is equal to light. So when the theme is light, in this case we have to display the button text called dark mode to enable the dark mode, right? Then we'll add the colon and provide the next text, that is light mode, that will be displayed to enable the light mode. Now let's add the classes also. So first we'll add the class name in the button. So in this button we'll add class name property and provide these classes. Now after that let's add the class name to change the icon size. So in this icon we'll add size 5, and in the second icon also we'll add size 5. Now we'll add the class name in this span. So in this span, we'll add the class name property text base. That's it. Now after that, if I save the changes and come back here and open this in small screen. So here you can see we have this light mode option. So we can turn this website in light mode, but it is not functional yet. We have to add the on click. So just come back, and here in this button we'll add on click property. In this on click property, simply provide the toggle theme, save the changes and come back here. Now if I click on this light mode, you can see the entire application in light mode. If I click on this dark mode, now you can see it is in dark mode. So it is working fine. Let's come back here. Now after that, we have to display the logout button here. So just come back, and here after this div, we are going to add the comment. So let me add the comment logout button and provide a button component. Let's add the button component here. In this one, we have to add the text called logout, and with that we have to add the icon also. So let's add logout icon from Lucid React and set the size 4. Now in this button, we'll add the variant. So the variant will be danger. Then we'll add on click. In this on click, simply provide our logout function that is imported from the context, and after that we'll add the class name, and in this class name let's provide these classes. Now if I save the changes and come back here, you can see here we have the logout button, and this logout button is functional. Let's click here. We are logged out. Now let me log in again using any email ID, because we are using the dummy data and mock API added in the asset. So now we are logged in, and here we are getting these data. If I go to food, here we have the food logs, then we have the activity log, then we have this profile, right? And if I click here, we can update this profile and click on this cancel, so it will display the profile details. We have the stats here also, that is food entries and activities, and here we have the activities, that is one activity logged. Here we have the body metrics, then today's summary, we have the meal logged 2, total calories, active time, and then graph. So we have completed the front end of our fitness tracking application. After creating the front end of our fitness tracking application, we have to create the backend server. To build our backend server, we are going to use a Strapi. A Strapi is an open source headless CMS that helps you to build a powerful backend faster. It makes it easy to create the APIs, manage content with a simple admin panel, and connect to any frontend. After building the backend server, we can easily deploy it online using a Strapi Cloud for free. So just click on the link given in the description and open a Strapi website. On this home page, you will find this command npx create a Strapi app at latest. So we have to copy this command and open our VS Code. Let's come back to the VS Code, and I'll close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now in this sidebar, you can see here we have the project folder, that is fitness tracker, and here we have the client. So let's fold this client. Correct. Now we will open a new terminal here. So just open a new terminal. So now you can see we have two terminals. In the first one, the front end is running, and this is the second terminal. Here you can see we are in this main folder, that is fitness tracker, which is our project folder. And here we will paste this command npx create a Strapi app at latest. Press enter. Now I'll press Y. Now it is asking what is the name of your project. So here we will add the project name. So let me type server. So I'll create the backend server. That's why I'm adding the project name server. After that, it is asking please log in or sign up. So I'll simply skip this one. I'll use this down arrow and click enter. After that, it is asking do you want to use the default database, which is SQLite. So I'll press Y and enter. I'll use this default database. After that, it is asking start with example structure and data. So I don't want that. I'll press N. Now it is asking start with TypeScript. So we will use the TypeScript. So press Y, enter. Now it is asking to install the dependencies. So yes, install the dependency. After that, it is asking initialize a Git repo. So I'll choose no, because we will initialize the Git repo for entire application or entire project folder, not for this backend server. So press N, enter. And after that, again press N for no. So it is installing the dependencies, and in the left side you can see here we have a server folder. If I expand it, here we have some files for our backend server, and let's wait for this dependencies to be installed. After completing the installation of dependencies, you will see the list of commands like this. So here at the bottom we have this command npm run develop that we can use to start our backend server, and we can come to our backend admin panel. So let's navigate to the folder that is server folder. So here just add cd server. Now after that, here we'll add this npm run develop. So it will start our backend server on localhost. So just wait for that URL. So it will open this URL localhost and this port number 1337 and /admin, which is the admin panel. Now to access the admin panel, we have to create an account here. So let's create an account. I'll write the name. After adding the name, here we'll add the email ID. So let's add one email ID here, and here we'll add the password. So let's add password. We will confirm the password and click on let's start. So now this is the admin panel of our project that we have created using Strapi. Now in this one you can see the features, like we have this home, then we have the content manager. So here we can manage our content and data, and after that here we have the media library. So if you have a media in your project that you want to upload, you can use this feature. Then we have this content type builder. So we are going to use this one first, that is the content type builder. In this one we will create the APIs, like we will create the APIs for adding the activities, adding food, and we'll add the APIs for the user data. So by default you will find this collection user. Let me open it. So we already have this user collection where we have the username, and after that we have the email. To create an account we need the username and email ID, and here we have the password also, and we have other fields. Now in this one we'll add other data that we will get from the user, right? So when the user create an account, we will display the onboarding page, and in the onboarding we will get some data from user. So first we need the user's age, right? So here you can see this button, add another field. I'll click here, and here we will choose the type. So which type of data we want to use. So here we will choose number, and let's add the name here, that is age. And after that here we will choose the type, so it will be integer, right? And after that let's simply click on this finish. So now we have this new entry, that is age. After that we will get the weight of the user. For that let's click on this add another field. Here also we will use this number and provide the name weight, and here we will use the decimal. Let's use this one. Click finish. Similarly we will add the next data. So just add a new entry using this number type. It will be height, and here we will choose this decimal value. Finish. And after that we'll add the next one, that will be goal. So here we are going to use the type text. Click on add another field, use the type text and write the name goal. And here we have two options, short text and long text. So we'll use this short text. Click finish. After this goal, we will add the daily calories intake. So click here and we will choose the number, daily calories intake, and it will be integer. Finish. Now we'll add one more entry here, that will be daily calories burned. So use this number, daily calories burned, and here also we will use the integer. Finish. So in the user data, we will store the email, name, password, and after that there will be age, weight, height, goal, daily calories intake, and daily calorie burn. After adding all these details, let's click on this save button. Make sure to save the changes. So I'll click here. After that we will add other content type also. So we need to store the activity logs and we'll store the food logs. So let's create that one also. So here we'll create a new collection type. I'll click on this plus icon, and here we have to add the name. So it will be food logs. So here we have added food logs. Now in this one, let me remove this S. We will just add food log, right? So here we have the singular API ID and plural API ID, food log and food logs. Now click on continue. So you can see a new content type is created here, food log, and here we don't have any field. So you can see the message, add your first field to this collection type. So click on this button, add new field, and here we'll add the name. So let's use the text type and provide the name. It will be short text. Click finish. Now we'll add the meal type. So add a new field, text, meal type, and it will be short text. Finish. And after that we will add the calories. So let's add number. It will be calories, and here we will add integer. Finish. After that we have to add the relation of this food log with our user. For that, click on add another field, and here you can see we have this relation option. I'll click here. Now in the left side you will find this food log, and in the right side let's provide our user permission. Now here we have multiple options, like food log has one user. Let's click on the second one. This is food log has and belongs to one user. Let's click on the third one. So this is food log belongs to many users. And if I click on the next one, here we have user has many food logs. So we want this relationship, that is user has many food logs. Let's click on this finish. So we have added the relation also. Now after that we will save the changes. So let's click on this save button. So it will restart our project. You can see the status in the backend also. If I open the VS Code, and in the terminal you can see the status. You can see shutting down Strapi, Strapi has been shut down, and then you can see loading. So it will restart the Strapi. After that I'll just come back here. You can see the changes are saved. Now we'll add one more content type. So I'll click on this plus icon and provide the name, that is activity log. Then we have this activity log and logs. Click on continue, and in this one we will add the fields. So click on add new field and provide the name. So it will be activity name. Click on finish. After that we have to add the duration. So let's add a new field with the type number. It will be duration and provide integer. Finish. And after that, here also we will add the calories. So add this new field, number, calories and integer. Finish. Now in this one also we'll add the relationship with the user. So add new field, choose relation, and after that in the right side we will choose the user permission. Now here also we will use this one, that is user has many activity logs. Click on finish. Now again click on save changes or save button. After creating our content type, let's see our content manager. So whenever a new entry will be created or new content will be added, it will be added here in the content manager. So from this admin panel we can see the contents like activity logs, food log and user data. So right now we don't have any user, any activity or any food. Now we'll set the permissions for our content type, right? So let's come here in the settings. In the settings you will find the sidebar and scroll down. Here you will find the users and permissions plugin. Then go to roles. In this one we have two options, that is authenticated and public. So let's go to the public first. I'll click on this edit icon, and in this edit we have this user permissions. So in the public access we will go to user permissions and expand it. So here you can see we have different features like callback. If I click on the settings icon, and here you can see we have this API endpoint, that is /API/auth/local. That will be our login API. And after that, if I click on this register, here you can see we have this /API/auth/local/register. So this is the user registration API. Similarly, we have different APIs here. So we will not do anything here. It is already set. I'll just come back to the previous page. Here we have authenticated. So what authenticated user can access? So in this one, click on this edit icon, and after that, now in this authenticated user, let's scroll down, and here you will find the user permissions. Let's expand it. So after authentication, user will have the permission for change password. Then here you can see we have this me. Let's click on this settings icon. So here you can see the path, that is /API/user/me. So it will provide the user data. After that, here you can see we have this update also. So we will enable this update option so the user can update the data. If I click on this settings, this will be the API path. Let's click again. You can see the path /API/users/ID. So this is the API endpoint with the type put. Using that we can update the user data. Let's click on save. Let me set the permission for other activity also. So here you can see we have the activity log. Let me expand it. In this one we have the activity log like create. So user can create a new activity. User can delete activity. You can find the activity. Then there is option to find a single activity and update it. So we will enable all these options, and you can see the endpoint for these feature. Like for new activity log creation, you can see the API, it is post/API/activity logs. For delete, let's open it. Here you can see /API/activity logs/ID. Then for find, we have this one that will find all the activity log using this get. Then we have this update using this put /API/activity/ID, and this is the find one. Using this ID we can find individual activity. Now let's fold it and open this food log. In this food log also we have the same things. So just enable all feature. User can add a food, user can find all food entries, user can update the food, and user can find a single food entry. Right, and we have the option for delete also. So let's click on this one. You can see the path or API endpoint, that is /API/foodlog/ID for delete. This is for create, that is post/API/foods. So using this API we can add a new food entry, and after adding it, it will be added in the content manager, and we can access that using this get method, which is here find. If I open this and hit this API, we can see all the food items. Right now let's click on this save button. So roles edited, it is saved, and after that let me just come back here in home. Now our APIs are ready for activity log and food log and user, but we will add some data in the activity. For that we'll come back here in the VS Code. We will modify our controller function. So let's hide this terminal. In this server you will find this src. In this src we have the API. In this API you can see we have the activity log and food log. Let's expand this activity log. Here you will find the controllers and we have the activity log.ts file. Now in this one we will override the controller function that will insert the user ID whenever a new activity gets added. Right? So here you can see we have this factories, create controller or create core controller, and here we have this API, activity log and activity log. After that we'll add the comma here and provide one function. So let's add the function like this, and let's add this parenthesis also. In this one provide this object. Now after that here we will add the parameter that will be Strapi. Right? Now let's come here and provide the async function. So just add async, and here we'll add the function name create, and then we'll add the parameter here, that is ctx. Let's remove this. So we have simply added a asynchronous arrow function. Now here we'll add const user equal to this parameter. In this one we'll get the entire authentication data. So just add ctx dot state dot user. So from here we'll get the user data, and then we'll check the user is available or not. So just add if not of user. So simply add return and provide the ctx dot unauthorized. And in this one we have to provide the message called login required. Now suppose the user is logged in, then let's find the data from request body. So I'll add const body equal to this ctx dot request dot body dot data. Now after getting this body we will add a new property in this one. So let's add body dot user permissions user equal to this user dot id. So we will insert the user id here. After that let's add const entry equal to await and provide the strapi dot entry service dot create. And after that here we'll add the API colon activity log dot activity log. After that we'll add comma, and here we have to add the data in object. So let's add the data property here, and let's provide the updated body. After that we will add populate property. In this populate let's add the array, and in this array just add user permissions user. That's it. Now after that here let's add return, and we will return our entry. So using this code we are overriding the controller function, and using this we can insert a new property user permissions user, where we will insert the user ID for the particular activity. Right? Now we will override the next function. This is the create function, right? Now let's add another function. So let me just copy this async function called create, just copy, and here we'll add the comma and provide this function again. Now change the function name, it will be find. After create, we are updating the find function. Now here we'll add user equal to ctx state user, and after that let me just remove it and simply provide const result equal to await strapi dot entry service dot find many, and here we'll add API, then activity log dot activity log, and then we'll add object. In this object we'll add the filters. So in the filters, let me provide user permissions user colon this user dot id. So it will find all the entries for the particular user ID. After that, here just add this result in the return. Next we have to update our next function. So just copy this async function, add a comma and paste it here. Let's update the name, it will be find1. Here we'll find the user, and after that we have to find the ID. So let's add const ID equal to ctx dot params. So this is the entry ID or activity ID. Now after that, here we will add const result equal to await strapi entry service dot find many and provide this API activity log. Then here we'll add the object with filter, and in this filters just add the ID comma and user permissions user is user ID. That's it. Now after that, here we'll add the if statement if not of result dot length. So in this case we'll add the return statement and provide ctx not found, and here we'll add the message also, that is not found or not yours, and then we'll add return result index 0. So it will return a single entry. So we have updated the function here. Now similarly we will update the controller function for food logs. This was the activity log, right? And here you can see we have the food log and controllers foodlog.ts file. To update this food logs or foodlog.ts file, let me just come back to the previous one. I'll come here and we have added this function here. So let me just copy this entire function from here, or we can simply create it like this. After this one, we'll add a comma and provide an arrow function. In this one, we'll get the parameter Strapi, and here we have to add this curly braces where we'll add different functions that we will override. Correct? So now I'll copy this one. Here we have the async function for create. After that, we have the find and find1. Copy all three and add it here within this curly braces. Now here we have to update this one. You can see foodlog, just copy and add it here. API colon foodlog.foodlog. Here also API foodlog.foodlog, and here also. That's it. And after that, let's come to the first one. Here you can see we have this first function, that is create. In this one we are getting the user, and if the user is not available, we are writing login required. Then we are getting the body from this request, and in this body we are adding the user's permission user and providing the user.id. So after adding the user ID in this body, here we are creating a new entry, right? And in this entry we have added the data using this body and populate this user permissions user. and returning this new entry. Now after that we have this find method where we will find the entry in this result, and here it will return this result. After that here we have the find one. In this one also we'll find the individual food item using this ID and this user ID, and after that it will return this result. So now we will save the changes, and we have updated our controller function. Using that we will save the food data and activity data. Now we will test our APIs that is built on a Strapi. For testing the API we are going to use Postman application. So let's open the Postman. So we will open the Postman application to test our APIs. Now here we have to provide our API path. So just click on this plus icon to create a new API request, and after that we will open our Strapi admin panel, and in this one you can see it is running at localhost 1337. So just copy this URL, add it here. After that we have to provide the complete API endpoint for user registration. So I'll just come here in the settings. Here we have the roles, then we have the public. In this one you can see we have the user permission, and here we have register. So just open it, and you can see the path /API/auth/local/register. So just add this path here. Now you can see the type also, it is post. So let's add the type post. After that here we have to provide the data in body. We will use raw and then select JSON. Now in this JSON we'll add the object, and here let's add the username. Then we will add the email ID. So let's add the email, and here we'll add, after that we'll add the password. Now before we click on the send button, let me correct this path. Here we have to provide /API/auth/local/register. Now I'll click on this send button. So now you can see we are getting the response where we have the JWT token, and then we have the user data also, like we have the user ID, document ID, username, email, provider, and here you can see we have the default value like age, weight, height, goal. It is null. So this user registration API is working fine, and this API is created using a Strapi without writing any code. Now we will test our other feature. So you can see here we have received the token, right? So we will use this token to authenticate our new request. If I just come here and create a new request, and in this one let me test our new food log API, or instead of testing that food log, let me test our API to get the user data, right? So to get the user data we'll come back here. If I go to back and go to authenticated and scroll down, here we have the user permissions. So you can see we have this me. In this one you can see the path /API/users/me. This is the endpoint. So when we hit this endpoint it should return the user data. So I'll just come back here, provide this /API/users/me, and here we will choose the get method. Now if I simply press send, it will not return anything because we are not authenticated. Let's try it. You can see data null, a status 403. You can see the response here, right? Now let me provide the authentication using the token. So let's come back to the previous request. We are getting this token, so just copy it and come here in the new request. In this one go to authorization. Here we have bearer token, and let's provide a token here in this input field. We will provide this token, and after that if I click on send, here you can see we are getting the response successfully. We have the ID, then document ID, username, GreatStack, then we have the email and other user data like age, weight, height, goal, daily calorie intake and daily calorie burn. So this get API is working fine to get the user data. after adding the token. So only authenticated user can see the user details using this API. Now we'll test other API. So let me just open this food log. Here I'll open this create. You can see the path here /API/food logs and the type is post. So just come back. Here we'll choose the type post and provide the path /API/food logs, right? Now the authentication should be there. So we have already added the token here. Then go to body, raw, select the JSON, and here we have to provide the data. So just add the curly braces and provide the data property, and in this one we have to add one object. Let me wrap it in double quote, and in this object we have to add the name of the food. So let me add the food name, egg. After that we'll add the meal type, right? In this meal type let's add breakfast. After that we will add the calories, and let's add the calories 100 and click on send button. So you can see a new data has been added. You can see the name, meal type, calories, right? And here we have the user permissions user, we have the ID. Now after adding it, let's verify it from the admin panel. So I'll just come back here, and now we will open this content manager. In this content manager we will open food log. So here you can see we have a new food entry like egg, meal type and calories. It is published. If I go to user, here we have the user data also. So this API is working fine. Let me test the activity API also. So just come back and let's see the path. We will come here, go to activity log, then let's click on this settings icon. So this is the API endpoint for creating a new activity, that is /API/activity log. Let's add it here. And after that, here we have to provide the data where we'll add the activity name. Let me add the activity name here like yoga. Then we have to add the duration. In this duration, I'll add 30. So this duration should be in number. So we'll add the 30 minutes like this. After that, calories. So let's add the 50 calories burned, right? Now let's click on this send button. So you can see the response here. A new entry has been added. If I come back to the dashboard or admin panel, go to content manager. In this activity log also you can see the data that is added using the Postman, where we can test our APIs. Now let's test our next API. Using that we can get the list. So just come back here and instead of this post we will add get and remove this data from here and click on send. So it will return the activity logs. You can see we have only one activity. Correct? It is working fine. Now let me remove the token. I'll clear this token and click on the send button again. So in this case we will not get the data. We are getting null because we are not authenticated. So our APIs are working fine. Now let me just come back here in this VS Code. Now we have to create the API. Using that we can analyze the uploaded image, and after analysis we will find the image name and calories, and it will be added in the food log, right? So let's open this sidebar. Here you can see we have the API. In this API we have the activity log and food log. So in this API folder we'll create a new folder and write the folder name, that is image analysis. Now in this image analysis folder we will create 3 other folders. Let me create one by one. I'll create controller. Let's add controllers. After that, in this image analysis we'll create a next folder that will be routes. And now we'll create one more folder, that is services. Correct? Now let's create the controller function. So here we have the controller folder. In this one, create a new file and write the file name imageanalysis.ts. So we have created a new file here, and after that in this one let's add a function. So just add export default, and this function here we'll add async analyze function. So this function will be exported by default. Now in this one we need the file from the request that will get uploaded in the request, right? So just add const file equal to, and here we need the context. So let's add this parameter here ctx and provide the type here, that is context, and import it from KOA. Let me update it. So it is imported from this package, and after that here we will provide the context dot request dot files question mark dot image, and after that we'll add as any. Next we'll add the if statement. We will check the file is available or not, so just add not of file. So in this case let's add the return and provide the context dot bad request and provide the message here. So let me provide the message no image uploaded. After that here suppose the file is available, then we'll create the file path. Here we'll add const file path equal to our file dot file path, like this. Now after that suppose the file path is available, so we have to analyze our image using AI. For that let me add the try catch block, and in this one we will call a function. Using that we can analyze the image, and we'll create this function in our services. So here you can see we have the services folder, right? So in this services folder let's create a new file and write the file name gemini.ts, right? And here I'll create that function. So I'll write export const and the function name, that is analyze image, equal to async function. Now in this one we need the file path as parameter and provide the type a string. Now after that let me just come back here, and here we will call that function. So let's provide const result equal to await and provide this analyze image function from services / Gemini, and after that let's add the file path as parameter. Now after that we will get the result, and here we will add the return this context dot send. Here we will simply provide the success true, and with that we will also provide our result in the response, correct? Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block let me provide the context dot internal server error, and here we will add the message called analysis failed, and with that we will send the object also, and in this object just add error. It will be error dot message, like this. Now after that we have to create the route using this controller function that will create the API endpoint. So here we have the routes folder. In this one create a new file and write the file name imageanalysis.ts, and in this one we will write export default and create the routes here. So let's add the routes colon array, and in this array we'll add the object for the first route. So first we'll set the method, it will be post. After that we'll provide the path. So the path will be /image_analysis. After that we'll add the handler. In this handler we have added imageanalysis.analyze, and after that we have to add the config, and in this config let's add auth false. So we have created the route for our API. Next we have to complete our services section or services feature. In this one we have to create the function using that we can analyze the image using Google Gemini, right? For that, let's come back here on the web browser and search for Google Gemini API. Open this link, that is aistudio.google.com, and here you need to create an API. In the top right side you can see this button, create API key, right? So we already have the API keys available here. We have already created it. You can also create it using this button. Select this button, and from this drop down you can choose any project name. If there's no project, you can create one and create the key for that project. So let me use my old API key. I'll just copy one key here, and after that let me just come back here in the VS Code. I'll open VS Code, then we will open this server and .env file, and at the bottom we will add our API key. So here let me add the environment variable name like Gemini API key equal to, and provide this key, correct? So we have added the Gemini API key in the environment variable. After that, let me just come back here and see the documentation. So let's click on this API quick start. In the top right side you can see this button. So it will open the documentation. In the left side you will find this core capabilities. Here we have the image, and here we have image understanding. Just click here. Here you can see this code. Just click on this JavaScript. So we have to use this code to analyze the image. So first we have to import the Google Gen AI. So just copy it, come here in the environment variable or VS Code, and after that let's open the terminal. Now in this one the project is running, so let me create a new terminal here. I'll right click on this server, create new terminal using open in integrated terminal. We are in this server terminal. Here we'll add npm install and Google/Gen AI. Install this package. It is installing this package, and till now we can see the code here. So we have to add this import statement. Let's just copy it and open our services and gemini.ts file. In this one just add this import, and using this Google Gen AI will create one instance. So you can see the package has been installed. Now we can hide this terminal. So let's come back here and copy this one to create the instance. Copy and paste it here. And after that we will come here in this analyze image function where we have the file path available, right? So in this one we will paste this code that will convert our image in base 64 image file. So let's copy it and paste it here, and here let's change the name. I'll write image, or let it be, we'll add base 64 image file equal to fs. So let's import the fs. Let me import it manually. I'll write import fs from the fs, that is file system. After that here we have read file sync, and here we have to provide the path. So we already have the path here in the parameter. So let's add it here. So we have added the path, and after that here we have the encoding base 64. Done. Now let's come back here and see the next code. So here we have to create the contents that will be sent in the AI request. So let me just copy this one. Copy and paste it here. Now here you can see we have this await ai.models.generate content. Correct? In this one we are using Gemini 3 Flash Preview. So let me change it. I'll use 2.5 Flash. we will use this AI model, and here we'll add the contents, and let's update this contents array. So in this contents array, you can see we have the inline data. In this inline data, we have the MIME type, that is image/jpeg, then data is image. It is correct. After that, we have the text, right, that will be sent in the request. So let me update this text using that. It will analyze our image. So let's add extract the food name and estimated calories from this image in a JSON object, right? So we need the response in an JSON format, correct? So for that, let me create the config here. So let's add const config equal to object, and here we will add the response MIME type. It will be application/JSON. After that, we will add response JSON schema and provide the schema here, where we'll add the type. It will be object. Then we'll add the properties. So in the properties, let's add the object again, and here we'll add the name. Now in this name, we will add the object and provide the type a string. So we need the food name, that's why we have added it. After that, we need the calories. So just add the calories, and here we will add the type number. So we will get the response in this JSON format, right? After that, let's provide this config in our request. So after this, let's add comma and provide this configs also. So we have updated it. After that, we have to return our response, right? So let me add the comment here, that is response.text should be valid JSON matching the schema. Here we'll add return JSON.parse, and here we'll add the response.text. So we have added this code. Now we will wrap this entire code in the try catch block, correct? So let me add the try catch statement here, and we'll move all the code inside this try block. So let's just cut this one and add it here. So we have added the code in try block. Now let's add the code inside this catch block also. So here let's add console log and error, and after that we'll add throw error. That's it. So we have completed our logic using that. It will analyze our image using AI, but it will not work here because we have not provided our API key. So here, when we are creating the instance using this Google Gen AI, we have to provide the API key. So let's add the property name API key, and it is available in the environment variable. So let's add the process dot env dot and copy this name that is available here. Let's just copy it and add it here. So now we have completed our AI feature also, so that we can analyze our image and provide the image name and calories using Google AI or Google Gemini AI. After creating it, again we will come back to the admin panel created using a Strapi. So let me just come back here in the web browser and open this Strapi admin. It should reflect our new API. So I'll just come here in the settings, then roles, and go to this authenticated, click on edit. And here you can see we have this image analysis. So our new API is available here. If I expand it, here you can see we have this image analysis. So from here we will set the role. So when we check this one, this API will be accessible for only logged in or authenticated user. That's it. So let's click on the save button. So now it is saved, and you can see the API path. It is /API/image analysis. So now we have completed our backend, and we have created all the backend APIs using a Strapi, and we have added the Google Gemini to analyze our images. Next, we have to link these APIs with our front end so that we can make a fully functional fitness tracker application. To connect our backend APIs with front end, we will just copy the backend URL. So this is the backend URL. Let me just copy it. And after that, we'll come back to the VS Code. Now just close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now just come here in the client folder. In this client, we have to create the environment variable file. So create a new file here and write the file name .env. And here we have to provide our backend URL. So first we'll add the environment variable name, and we have created this project using Vite. So let's provide Vite _ Strapi API URL. So we have added Vite Strapi API URL, and here we will provide our backend URL. So let's add this URL here. Correct. Now we will save the changes. And after that, we have to add a new package in our front end so that we can make the API call easily. So we will open the terminal and we will come back to the client terminal or front end terminal. So this is the client project. It is running, right? So here we'll add Ctrl+C to stop it, and let's install a package. So here we will use the Axios package. Let's add npm install Axios. Press enter. So it will install the Axios package in our client project, and after that start the project again using npm run dev. Now the project is running. Let's hide this terminal, and after that we have to create a configuration file where we'll create the instance of our Axios. So in this src we will create a new folder and write the folder name configs. In this configs folder, create a new file and write the file name api.ts. And in this one, let's import the Axios. So just add import Axios from Axios package, and after that here we will add const api equal to Axios dot create. And in this one, we will provide the base URL property. So here we will set the base URL so that we don't need to provide the base URL in each API call. We will simply provide the remaining path of the API endpoint. So here let's add import dot meta dot env, then dot, and provide the environment variable name from here. Just copy and paste it here. So we have created the Axios instance called API, and let's export it. So just add export default API. Now we can use this API instance in any file to make the API call. Now after that, first we'll add the functionality for user registration and login, and we have added the logic in our context file. If I open context, app context. So this is the app context file. And in this file, you can see we have created the sign up function. Using that, user can sign up, right? So we will modify this one. In this sign up function, you can see we have added the mock API that is added in the assets. So instead of this mock API, I'm going to use our backend endpoint, right? So we have created the API instance, right? So just add this API and we have to import it. Let's import it from the configs folder. You can see API is imported from the configs/API. And after that we'll add await API dot, and let's use the post method. And in this one, just provide the path. So this will be the API endpoint path. So let's provide /API/auth/local/register. After that we have to provide our credentials. So just provide this credentials here in the request. Let me add the space here. So you can see using this line we are making the post request on our user registration API. So after adding this line, here we have this set user. We are using the setter function where we'll add the user data. So in this one, we'll add one more data. So just remove it. We'll add curly braces, a spread operator, data.user. Then we'll add comma. And here we will provide the token property also. And in this token property, let me provide the data.jwt. Now after that, here you can see we have this local storage set item. So we will set the token in the local storage. And after that, we will provide this token in the API headers also, so that it will be used for all the requests after user sign up. So let's add the API dot defaults dot headers, then dot common, and here we'll add the authorization. So we have added the authorization here, equal to, and provide bearer, and insert our token here using this $ curly braces, and provide this data.jwt, which is our token. Let me wrap the entire code in the try catch. So just remove it. We'll add try catch statement and paste this code in the try block. So we have added this code in the try block, right? Now after that, we will come here in the catch block and provide the error type any. And then in this catch block, we'll add console log and provide our error. Then we'll add the toast notification also. So let's add toast dot error. And here we will provide the error message like this. So we have completed our sign up function. So now whenever we will create an account, the user data will get saved in the Strapi dashboard. Now after that, here we have the login function also. So let's modify this login function. In this one also, you can see here we have the mock API. Let me add a space here. So here we will update this line. Let me write const data equal to await API dot post method, and after that provide the API endpoint, that will be /API/auth/local. After that, we will provide curly braces, and here we have to provide the data for login. So first we'll add the property called identifier. Here we will add the credentials dot email. After that, we'll add the password property. So in this password property, we have to provide the password from our credentials. So again, add the credentials dot password property. So here we have provided the user email and password. Using that, we can log in our existing account. And after that, we will get the user data in the response. Here we are using setter function set user and provided data.user, and then token, it will be data.jwt. And after that, here we have the local storage. We will set the token in local storage, and after that we will also add this line. So I'll just copy this to set the headers with authorization and this data.jwt, which is our token for authorization. Now let's wrap this code in try block. Let's cut this, add try block here, try and catch, and paste it in the try block. Now come to the catch block. We'll add type any and just paste this statement in the catch block, that is console log error and toast.error. After that, here we have the next function, that is fetch user. It means it will fetch the user data when the user is logged in. Correct. So here you can see again we are using the mock API. So I'm going to remove it. Let me remove this. Here we provide our API instance dot get method and simply provide the path, that will be /API/users/me. Now in this request we have to provide the headers also. So let's add the headers, and in this headers we have to provide the authorization, bearer and token. Right, we are getting this token from this parameter. So using this statement, it will make an API request on the get user data API. After that, here we'll get the data, and in this one we will get the user data with token. Correct? So we will use the setter function set user to store this data in state, and after that it will check the details, and if these details are available, then it will set the onboarding completed true, and after that here we have the set user fetched true. So here I'll remove this line, and now we have to set the headers again. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Now in this one we are getting the token instead of this data.jwt. So let's provide this token here. That's it. Now after that, let's wrap this entire code in try catch. So I'll provide the try catch statement, and in this try block we will provide this code, and after that just copy this statement for catch block, and here we'll add the type any, right? And just after this try catch, here we will provide our setter function set is user fetched and make it true. That's it. So here we have created the sign up, login and fetch user function. Right. Now after that, here you can see we have this state called is user fetched. So in this one we will get the initial value from the local storage. So here you can see by default we have the initial value false, right? So let's remove it. Here I will add local storage dot get item and provide the key name. So the key name is token. So if it is available, so in this case we will add false, and if it is not available, in this case we'll add true. Just update this. After that, let me just scroll down. Here you can see we have our next function, that is fetch food logs. So for this one also we have created the API endpoint, right, for fetch food logs. So let me just clear this function, and here we'll add try catch, and after that in this catch block just add type any and provide this statement in catch block. Now in this try block we will make the API call. So here we will add const data equal to await, then API instance dot get method and provide the endpoint, that is /API/food logs. Then we have to add the headers for authorization. So here in this one we will add authorization property bearer and provide the token, and here also we will get the token from the parameter. So let's add the token here and provide the type a string. So here we are getting the data from the API request, and after that we will use the setter function set all food logs and simply provide this data that we are getting from the API request. So we have completed our fetch food logs function. Next we have this function called fetch activity logs. So let me just copy this one and paste it here in this function. Here you can see we have this endpoint path. So we will update this endpoint. This API endpoint path will be /API/activity logs. And here also we will get the token as a string in this parameter. Now here we have the headers and authorization bearer token. Then we'll get the data here. So here we will use the setter function set all activity logs and provide this data. That's it. So we have created this function fetch activity logs also. After that we have one more function that is for logout. So in this logout, first we will clear the local storage. After that set user null. After that set onboarding completed false. Then we have to navigate the users on home page. But before that, let me add one more thing, that is API dot defaults dot headers dot common, and now we'll add the property name authorization, and for this authorization we will add the value empty string. That's it. So using this we will log out the users from the profile or account. So we have updated this function. Now here you can see we are calling this fetch foods or fetch food logs and fetch activity logs. To call this function we have to provide the parameter that will be token, right? So let's provide the token as parameter. So let's add the token in these functions. Now after that, from here we can remove this else statement. That's it. So we have updated our code. Using that we will allow user to log in and register, and after that it will also fetch the activity data and food data from the profile from our backend. So after adding it, if I open the web page, and now I'll go to profile, logout, refresh this web page, and now let me create a new account. So I'll add the email ID here. Then we will add one password. Let me update it. I'll add this in the sign up form. I'll go to sign up form and add the username, email ID and password. Let me add the username here, that is GreatStack user. And after that I'll click on this sign up button. Now we have successfully created the account, and after sign up it will ask the onboarding questions, but we have not added the APIs to store these data. We will add it later, but before that let me see our admin panel. So if I come here, go to content manager, user. So here you can see we have a new user. This is the username, GreatStack user. This is the test email ID, and this is confirmed true. So the user is created here. It means we are successfully signed up. So we have successfully created the account. The sign up feature is working fine. And after that we have to add the functionality to store the onboarding data like age, height, weight and target. So let me just come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar. Then we will open the pages. Here we have the onboarding.tsx file. In this one we have added the functions. In this onboarding.tsx file you can see we have added the logic, that is handle next. So it will check if the step is equal to 1, then it will check for the age is added or not. After that we have the next step, right? And then we have this else statement. In this else statement you can see we will collect the user data from this form data that contains age, weight, height and created at. After that here we have the local storage set item, correct? And after that here you can see we are using the mock API, right? So let me just clear it, and here I'll add the try catch statement, so that we will make the API call here, and here we'll add await API dot put method. Let me import this API from this configs folder, then dot put, and after that we have to add the path here. So we will add the backticks / API / users, then /$ curly braces, and here we have to insert the user ID so that we will update the particular user data. So let's add the user dot ID, and after this endpoint we will add comma and provide the user data that will be sent in this request. Here we are getting the warning, so let me add question mark dot like this. Now after updating the data, let me display the toast notification, and we will set the onboarding completed, and we will use this fetch user. So just cut this one and paste it here in the try block after this API request. Now come here in the catch block, and in this catch block we have to add the error type, it will be any, and then we'll add the toast notification here. So let's add toast dot error and provide the error dot message. That's it. So we have completed this function. Using that we can store the onboarding data. Now let me just come back here on the web page. If I refresh it, you can see after sign up still it is displaying the onboarding form. So let's provide the details. So I'll provide the age, then continue, then we have to provide the weight, then provide the height, and after that we will provide the goal. So here you can choose anyone like lose weight, maintain, gain. So let me choose this one. After that you can also update the daily targets. You can set your daily targets using this slider. So let me change it, and after that I'll click on get started button. So you can see profile updated successfully, and after that this is our daily target, correct? And right now you can see the today's calorie consumed is 0, and here we have the calories burned 0, and we have the 0 activity, 0 workout, right? Now after that let me just come here in the profile. So here you can see we are getting the exact data that we have entered, right? And here also we have the stats 0 because we don't have any food data or activity. Now after that let me just come here in our Strapi dashboard. If I open this user, so in this user you can see we have the details like age, weight, height, goal, daily calorie intake, daily calorie burn, and then we have the food log and activity log, right? So the data is getting saved here. After that we have to add the functionality so that we can add a new food entry and activity entry, right? For that let me just come back to the VS Code. Here we will open the pages and just open foodlog.tsx file. Using that we are adding a new food entry. So in this one we have created a function called handle submit that will submit our form to add a new food data. So in this one also you can see we are using the mock API, right? So here we will use our API to add a new entry. But before making the API call, here we will provide if statement if not of form data dot name dot trim or not of form data dot calories or form data dot calories less than equal to 0, or we will add not of form data dot meal type. So if these data are missing, then we will simply stop execution using this return and provide the toast notification. So just add toast dot error and provide a message called please enter valid data, correct? After that here we'll make the API call. So let's add the try catch block, and here we have this statement. Using that we are using the mock API to update the data. So just remove this one and simply come here in the try block and provide const data equal to await and then API instance from config dot post method and provide the endpoint path. It will be /API/food logs. Then we have to add the data that needs to be added. So here we'll add the data property. It will be form data. So we will send this form data in the request. After that we have to save this data in our food logs state. So here we will use this statement set all food logs, where we will get the previous data and create the array with previous data and new data. After that we will use the set form data to clear the form data. So just add this set form data and clear the entries, and after that we will hide the form using this set so form and make it false, correct? Now after that we will come here in the catch block, and in this catch block simply provide console log and error. After that here we have to provide the toast notification, that will be the error message. So we have provided toast.error and these error message. So here we will provide the type, it will be any. That's it. So we have added the API call. Using that we can add a new food data in our database that we can see in the web page and admin panel. Now we have this handle delete function. In this one we have to add the API call so that we can delete our food logs or food data. So in this one we already have the try catch, correct? So in this catch block we have console log error, and then we'll update the next statement. So here we'll provide toast.error and provide this error. Now come here in the try block. In this try block, first we are displaying the confirmation window, and if the confirmation is false then we will stop execution using this return. After that here we have the mock API, so let's remove it. Simply add API dot delete, and here we have to provide the path so that we can delete the particular data. So let's add the /API/food/logs/ and provide document ID, that will be for the particular food log. And after that we will set all food logs where we will remove this particular food data. That's it. So it will delete any individual food using this function. Now after that here we have one more function. If I scroll down here you can see we have the handle image change. Using that we can upload an image and the AI will analyze our image and fill the data and store the data, that will be the food name and calories, correct? So let me complete this handle image change function. So in this one first we are getting the file from this e.target.files, and after that if the file is not available it will simply stop execution using this return. Now suppose the file is available, so in this one we will set the loading true. So just add set loading and make it true, and after that we will create the form data here. So I'll write const form data equal to new form data, and after that in this form data we have to insert the image. So let's add the form data dot append and provide the property name or field name, which will be image, and then we have to provide our value, that will be our file. So let's add the file here. So this image file will be added in the form data, and after that we will make the API call. Using that it will analyze our image. So we have already created the API using the Google Gemini that will analyze our image. So to make the API call we will add try catch here, and in this try block I'll add const data equal to await, then API dot post method. In this post method first we have to add the API endpoint, it will be /API/image analysis, and after that we have to provide this form data. This form data contains the image, right? Now after that I'll write const result. So this result will be our data dot result, and after that here we'll add the let meal type, and in this meal type we will provide empty string. Next we have to get the time so that we can set the meal type either breakfast, lunch, snack or dinner based on the current time. So here we'll add const hour equal to new date and provide dot get hours, and after that we'll add the if statement. If this hour is greater than equal to 0 and less than 12. So in this case, the meal type will be breakfast. Similarly, we'll add the other cases. So here we'll add the else if, where we'll check the time is greater than 12 and less than 16, then the meal type is lunch. Now we'll add the next case also, where we'll check the time. It is greater than 16 and less than 18, then the meal type is snack. And after that we'll add the last case, where we'll check the time. If the time is greater than 18 and less than 24, then the meal type will be dinner. So we will set the meal type, and after that let's add the if statement here. We'll write not of meal type or not of result dot name or not of result dot calories, because in the result we'll get the name and calories, and here we are getting the meal type using this time. So if any of this data is not available, then we'll add the return and display the toast notification. So just add toast dot error and provide the message like missing data. And suppose all these data is available, then we'll save the result to database. So let's add the comment here, save the result to the database. For that, I'll write const data, and here we'll add the type new entry equal to await, then API dot post method. And after that, here we'll add the path, that is /API/food logs. Because we have the name, calories and meal type, so we can add a new entry using this API endpoint. Here we have to provide the data property, so just add the data property here. And in this one, let's provide the name. So the name will be result dot name. After that, we have to provide the calories. It will be result dot calories. After that, we have to provide the meal type. It will get saved on database. Now after that, we will use the setter function, set entries, and in this one use the previous data, that is entries, and then we'll add the new entry. That's it. Now after that, we have to reset the input, correct? So I'll add the comment here and provide if input ref dot current. If we have the data in the input ref, it means we have the file selected in the input field that accept the file. Here we'll add the input ref dot current dot value and provide empty string. So it will reset that input field. Using that, we can upload the image and select the image. Now let's come here in the catch block and provide the error type any, and then here we'll add the console log and provide the error. After that, we'll add the toast dot error and display the error message. Then we'll add one more block here, that is finally, and in this one we will set the loading false like this, because when we started this function, it will set the loading true. So after execution, it will set the loading false. So we have completed this function. Using that, we will update the new food data, right? And we can also analyze the image and add the food data automatically using AI. Now let's test it. I'll just come back to the web page and go to this food log, and here we have this button, add food entry, and here we have these buttons for quick add. So let me go here in the breakfast. We will add salad, then we'll add the calories here, then we'll add the type and add entry. So you can see the new food entry is added here, and after that, to verify it, we'll open the Strapi dashboard, go to food log, and here you can see we have a new entry, correct? If I refresh it, it will be there. You can see it is there. If I go to home page, here you can see we have the calories consumed 30, if I go to profile, here also you can see this food entry 1, correct? Now let me add one more. So I'll use this form this time. I'll click on this form and here we'll add the food name, bread, and after that we'll add the calories here, and let's add the type, and then we'll add this entry. I'll click on this button, add entry. So it is added here, correct? Now after that we will use this feature, that is AI food snap. Here we'll upload one food image, so it will automatically add the details. So let me click here. So let's click on this button, AI food snap, and choose any food image. So I'll choose this one and click on open. So now it will analyze our image using AI, and after that you can see a new entry is added here in the right side, that is pizza slice and 300 calories, right? So it is added here using the AI. We don't have to provide the name and calories. It will automatically analyze the uploaded image and add it in the food log. It works fine. So this AI feature is working fine. And after that, let me try the delete feature also. So I'll click on this delete icon. Now it is asking, are you sure you want to delete this entry? I'll click OK. So our food entry has been deleted, but it will delete other entries also. But after refresh, we have the remaining entries. Let's just fix it. I'll just come back here, and you can see here we have the function handle submit. Using that we can add a new entry. So in this one you can see after making the API call, it will add the data, and here we are using this setter function to set our state, right? That is set all food logs. So let's use it in the AI analysis function. So this is the handle image change function. In this one you can see we are adding a new entry, correct? So after that it will use set entries, and after that let's use this one also, that is set all food logs, and we will use the previous data, and after that here we have to add new entry. That's it. Save the changes. So now let me just come back here, and after that I'll add a new entry here and write the name and write the calories, and type add new entry. So it is added here inside this breakfast. It will group the entries based on the time or meal type, right? Now after that let me add another entry using AI. So we will add another image. I'll click on this AI food snap button and upload one image. After that it will analyze our image and add a new entry. So you can see a new entry is added in this lunch based on the current time, and here you can see the name and calories, correct? Now let's try the delete feature again. I'll click on this delete icon, click OK. So the particular item is deleted, but there is another item also, so that got deleted, but it will come back if I refresh it. It comes back, right? So let's fix it. We will come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have already added this set all food logs, and before that we have this set entries. So we will just remove this line. That's it. It will fix this issue. So it will delete only individual food item when we click on this delete icon. So this food log feature is working fine. We can add the food data manually, or we can also add it using the AI by uploading our food image. Now we have to add the functionality in this activity. So here we can add a new activity for today, right? To add the functionality, let me just come back here in the VS Code, and from here we will open this sidebar. Here we have activity log.tsx file. Now in this one we have created a function called handle delete, and here we have the handle quick add. So let's find this function, that is handle submit. This is the handle submit function. Using that we are adding a new entry, and right now we are adding the entry in mock API, right? So I'll remove this statement. In this try block, we have this statement to add the data in mock API. Just remove it, and here let's provide const data equal to await, then import the API from the configs folder dot post method, and after that here we'll add /API/activity logs, and after that let me provide the object here where we'll provide the data that needs to be added. So in this data property, provide our form data. That's it. Now after that, here we have set all activity logs and provided this previous data and a new data. After that, set form data, and then this set show form. It will hide the form and it will reset the form data. After that, we have the catch block. In this catch block, we have already added this console log and toast.error. Let me update this error message using this one. Save the changes. So it will add a new activity log. After that, here we have handle quick add. We don't have to change anything. Let me just scroll down. Here we have handle duration change, and after that we have this handle delete. So let's make it functional. We'll add the try catch statement here, and in this try block, first we'll add the confirmation window. So just add const confirm equal to window dot confirm and provide a message. Are you sure you want to delete this entry? And after that, let's add the if statement, if not of confirm. So in this case, we will stop the execution using this return. And suppose the confirm is true, then we'll make the API call using this await API dot delete method. And in this delete method, provide the endpoint that will be /API/activity logs/ and provide the document ID using this $ curly braces and document ID. So it will delete the particular activity entry. Now after that, we will use the set all activity logs, and here create the arrow function with the previous data in the parameter. Then we will add the previous data dot filter and provide the arrow function again, and here we'll get the individual activity and provide a dot document ID not equal to document ID, right? Now after that, let's come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add console log and error, and then we have to add the toast notification, same that we have added in the previous catch block. Here we'll add the type any. So we have completed this handle delete function. Now we will come back to the web page, and here let's click on refresh and add a new activity. So I'll click here on this quick add. After that, simply click on this add activity. It will add the duration, calories, and you can see it is added here, right? And here we have the current time also. Now let's add another one. I'll add it manually. I'll write the activity name here, then we'll add the duration and calories burned. So let's add the data and click on add activity. So it is added here, right? And here we have the total active time, and after that, here we have the total logged entries or total activity logged. It is also working fine. Let me refresh it. You can see these data is still there. And after that, if I go to profile, here you can see here we have the 2 activities and 3 food entries. After that, if I come back to home, here you can see the progress in the calories consumed and progress in the calories burned, right? Now we have this graph also, and here we have the today's summary, then we have the BMI here, and after that we have the goal and total active minutes and activity logged. So we are getting the data in dashboard also, food page also, and activity log also. Next, we have to add the functionality in this profile so that we can update our profile. If I click on this edit, it will open this form where we can update our profile. So to make this form working, I'll just come back to the VS Code. In this page, you can see we have imported the mock API that is unused now. So we will remove it and save the changes. Similarly, we will open the food log. Here also we have the unused import mock API, remove it, save the changes. Let's come back to the onboarding. Here also we have this mock API, remove this import, save the changes. After that, we will open the context. From this context, remove this mock API import, save the changes. Now let me open the profile.tsx file. Now in this one, we have created this handle save function. Using that, we will save the user data in database. Correct. So let's update this function. In this one, we are using the mock API. We are updating the mock API data. So let me remove this from here. We will clear this code in this try block, and here we will add await, provide the API instance from this configs folder, then .put method, and provide the endpoint path. It will be /API/users /$ curly braces user ID, so that it will update the particular user data. After that, we'll send the data that needs to be updated. So we'll provide the form data. So after this statement, here we have this await fetch user that will fetch the updated user data, and then it will display the toast notification. So we have completed this function also. Using that, we can update the user profile data. And after that, let me remove this import that is importing the mock API. And here we have the user data also from the types. So let's remove it. And here we have the use, that is unused import. Just remove it, save the changes. Now we will come back to the web page. And now let me try to update this profile. I'll go to edit profile, and here we'll change the weight. Click on save changes. You can see profile updated successfully. Here we have the updated weight. If I refresh it, you can see we are getting the same updated weight. So this update profile is also working fine. And if I go to the Strapi dashboard, go to users, here you can see we have the updated data, weight 72. Then if I go to activity, here we have total 3 activities. If I go to food log, we have these food log, right? So we have created our backend using this Strapi, and in this Strapi, we can access the data using this Strapi admin panel. Now we have completed our full stack fitness tracking application. Next, we have to deploy this application online. To deploy this project, first we have to upload our project on GitHub. For that, let me just come back here in the browser and open github.com/greatstackdev. Open this GitHub repository. Here you will find the notes folder or repository, and in this one we have Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let me just open it. After that, here you can see Vercel JSON config for Express backend. We will skip this one. Just come here. Vercel JSON config for React router in frontend. So we have to add this one in our client project. So create a file called vercel.json in client. Just come back here in the VS Code. Here we have the client. In this one, let's create a file called vercel.json and provide this code. That's it. Now after that, let's come here in the root folder, that is the fitness tracker. In this one, we have to create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. And in this one, we'll add .env, and then we'll add node_modules. Save the changes. And after that, we have to upload this code on GitHub. So just click on this source control icon. It will come there if your GitHub is configured with VS Code. I'll just click here and click on initialize repository. Now here you can see the total number of files changes, that is 79, and here we'll add the message. First commit and click on commit button. After that we'll click on publish branch. After that here we have to choose the repository type, private or public, so I'll keep this repository private, so I'll choose this one, publish to GitHub private repository with this name, fitness tracker. I'll click here. So it is uploading the code on GitHub. Now it is completed. Let me open my GitHub profile. Now you can see our project is uploaded on GitHub with this name, directory, fitness tracker. After that we have to deploy the backend server, and then we'll deploy the client, that is the front end. To deploy the backend server that we have created using Strapi, we are going to use the Strapi Cloud. So just click on the link given in the description, that will directly take you to this page where you need to create an account on Strapi Cloud. Using this Strapi Cloud, you can deploy your backend for free. So here we'll create a new account. You can sign up using the GitHub or GitLab or Google account, or you can also create a new account using the email ID. So I'll continue with my GitHub account. After that, it is asking to authorize our Strapi with our GitHub account. So I'll click on authorized Strapi Cloud. After coming to this Strapi Cloud, you will find this button, create project. I'll just click here. And here you need to choose the plan. So we will use this free plan, that is free forever. And after that, here we have to provide the display name, but before that we have to connect our GitHub repository, right? So I'll click on this GitHub and connect this GitHub repository. Here we will choose the second option, only select repositories, and here we'll choose the repository name, that is fitness tracker. After that, click on install. Now you need to confirm your password here. So after providing the password and connecting the GitHub repository, you will see this screen. And here you need to choose the account. So let's choose this account, and after that we'll choose the repository, that is fitness tracker. Next, scroll down, and here you need to provide the display name. So I'll write fitness tracker, and here we have the Git branch. So we'll choose main, and after that let's click on this show advanced settings, expand it, and here we have to provide the base directory. So in our project, you can see we have added the fitness tracker. In this one, we have the client and server. So our base directory for the backend will be our server directory. So let me just come here and provide /server. After that, here we have to add the environment variables also. So just click on this add variables and provide the name and value. So let me just come back here in the VS Code, open our server.env file, and here we have to provide this one. Let me just copy and paste it here. We will add the value here and key name here. So we have added the environment variable name and value. After that, click on this button, create project. Now it is deploying our project. It may take few minutes. Just wait for that. Now you can see the deployment has been completed. You can see the status done, right? And in the right side, you can see visit app. I'll click here. So it will open our admin panel. After opening this application URL, you will find this sign up page. So you need to create the admin account. So here we'll add the first name, then email ID, and then add a new password and create your admin account. So now we are in the admin panel, and after that, if I open this content builder, So here you can see in this content builder, we have the activity log, food log, user, right? And after that, if I go to content manager, we don't have any content here because once we deploy it, all the local data will be removed. And now whenever we will add any new data, that will be saved here. Now after that, if I go to settings and user permissions, plugins, go to roles. Here you can see we have the authenticated. So in this one, we'll go to edit option. And again, we will provide the permissions. So here we have the activity log. In this one, just select all. And after that, go to food logs, select all. And after that, here we have the image analysis, select all. And after that, let's select this me. It is already selected. And here we have the update. We will select this one. After that, I'll click on this save button. Now come back here and now go to this public. In this public, click on this edit. And here we have this user permissions. In this one, this register, callback, and these function is already checked, right? So we can easily access this. We don't have to change anything here. Simply, I'll come back here. So we have provided the permission for authenticated user. Let me come here. It is already provided, right? And here we have this permission for logout and this update and me. So we have successfully deployed our backend and we can access our admin panel online. Next, we have to deploy our front end, right? So to deploy the front end, we are going to use Vercel. So just open vercel.com and create an account, and then you will come to the Vercel dashboard. After that, you will find this button add new, and here just choose a project. We will deploy a new project here. And after that, here we will choose the repository. So I'll choose this fitness tracker. And after that, here we have to provide the project name. So let's keep this fitness tracker, and then we'll add the root directory. So just click on this edit and provide the client because we are deploying the front end. So select this client, and after that, here we have to provide the environment variables. So just expand it, and here we have to add the environment variables. So I'll come back to the VS Code. Then we will open the .env file from the client folder. So in this one, we have to provide our base URL or backend URL. So just copy this and paste it here. So here we have added the key and value. Now we will update this value. Here we have the localhost, right? So just remove this localhost, and instead of this one, we will provide our live link for the backend. So just copy this admin link, paste it here. So you can see it will end with this strapiapp.com. At the end, we have this /. So just remove this / from here. It should end with strapiapp.com. That's it. And starting from this HTTPS. Now just click on this deploy. If I scroll down, you can see the deployment progress here. So just wait for a few minutes. So here you can see we are getting the error while deployment, and it is because we have user data is declared but not used in our onboarding.tsx file. To fix it, I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open our client, then src, pages, and onboarding.tsx file. Here you can see we have the user data that is imported but not used. So just remove this one, save the changes, and commit the changes. So let's add the message here. Onboarding page updated. Click on commit, sync change or sync changes. So it will update this file on GitHub also. It's done. Now let me just come back here and click on this, go to project. I'll go to deployments. You can see we are in this fitness tracker. Here we have overview, and after that we have the deployments. Just go to deployments, and after that we will create a new deployment, or it will automatically create a new deployment because we have updated our GitHub repo. So you can see a new deployment has been created and now it is ready. Correct? Let me just click here. And here we have the front-end URL. Let me open this URL. So this is the live link of our fitness tracking application. We have updated our GitHub repo. That's why it will automatically redeploy the project. So it will also redeploy our backend. So if I go to a Strapi Cloud, let me refresh it. So you can see it is also redeploying our backend. So just wait for a few minutes to complete this backend deployment. Now you can see the status done for the new deployment of our backend. Now let me just come back here and refresh this. And after that, here we will create a new account. So I'll go to sign up and create a new account for our application. So let me provide the username for our fitness tracking application. We will add the email ID. Let's add any dummy email ID. And after that we'll add one password and click on sign up. So now we are logged in, and here we have the onboarding form. Let me provide the details here and provide the weight, then provide the height. After that choose the goal and get started. After that you can see profile updated successfully, and here we have the daily targets. If I go to profile, here we have the profile data. If I go to food, here we can add a new food. So let me add the food using AI. We will choose this image, and after that it will analyze our image using AI and add it in the food logs. You can see a new entry is added here. It is snack based on the current time. This is the food name and calories, right? After that, if I refresh it, you can see this data will be still there, right? Now I'll open the activity. Here I'll add a new activity. So let's add this one, and a new activity is added here. After that, if I go to home, you can see the progress for our calories consumed and calories burned. So it is working fine on this live deployment also. So finally we have completed our full stack fitness tracking application. We have created the backend using a Strapi, and we have deployed the backend using a Strapi Cloud, and we have created the front end in React and deployed our front end on Vercel. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.